I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If you ignite me, a road ahead, a full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he goes mean. He gets caught real big, gets off quick, and if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for the bought in. If you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. Didn't you know? Yeah, I've been trying to keep it to myself. But can you make it wrong? Cause every time you move, yeah, it makes me wrong. On your feet right next to me, come on. Make you move like this. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. Need you like me, come on. I get this feeling
And welcome back, everyone, to Project Horizon. We are here for the lower bracket quarterfinals. Semi-finals, quarterfinals. We're here for the lower bracket quarterfinals. I know what a bracket looks like. Here of VCT CN Stage 2. I'm Charlotte, joined by Zobi. And yes, we have a very, very exciting game coming up because, well, I think for at least one of these teams, we maybe wouldn't expect them to be in the lower bracket, Zobi, but I mean, TYL fell victim to a bit of a miracle run that JDG are on right now.
Yeah, I mean, JDG, something has definitely clicked, and TYL as a result have come down in their wake. And I mean, if we're talking about like maybe not expecting to be here, I think something similar can be said for all gamers. And I mean, you have this addition of Fangir, who's brought in a lot of firepower, and this was a team that had so many champs points as well from early into the season, and that instant bid in Santiago. And I think they honestly are the ones that have more to lose, right? Today by losing, then obviously TYL will have to make that full run if they want to go to Champs Shanghai. And that's actually important as well, looking at the greater context of the tournament, in which if TYL beat AAG, XLG lock in the champs, because there's no way that AG would be able to kind of combat that points standings that XLG would have. And this is all to say if, right, two teams were to be those winning and that second place teams. Like, it's just permutations on permutations. But it is one of them that could be an outcome of this match in particular. And then the second matchup between XLG and Nova wouldn't even matter if XLG lost, right? Their spot would still be locked if TYL beat AG today.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, TYL, they have to make the grand finals if they want to make champions. All gamers currently sitting in third place with the point standings, but one of Billy and JDG is guaranteed to get into the grand final, so that would drop them down to fourth, and then you're right on the precipice. Anything else goes wrong, another one of these teams, like TYL potentially, or Nova if they win their game, it gets through to the grand finals. And you're struggling yet again, or if even the loser of that upper final again makes it to the grand final, they will be eliminated. So there's a lot on the line here for all gamers, because things really are in their own hands here. There's a world where if they lose, they still get in, but it certainly isn't guaranteed.
100%. And we were digging in then to who truly is favored for this matchup between All Gamers and TYL. Obviously, TYL falling a little bit later into this, All Gamers having that high of a win, but you dug into their previous matchups as well, Charlotte. And while TYL this stage might seem like the favorites for this matchup, All Gamers, this is a comfortable opponent for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually check kickoff, but I'm just sort of looking at stage 1 and then Evo following it as well. And all gamers have beaten TYL in both regards. Obviously, last roster changes had yet to happen, right? TYL didn't have CFAT in the team, and there were some other roster things happening at Evo as well. But last stage, it was actually this same point in the competition, the lower bracket quarterfinals, where All Gamers and TYL met. This time it was All Gamers coming in from the upper bracket, and TYL coming off of a win through the lowest. But so, you know, I guess in a sort of roles reverse situation, it was All Gamers there that took the victory 2-1, and then, if we remember, lost to Dragon Ranger Gaming in the lower semis, so did not make it to Masters London. But in Evo, it gets a little bit more interesting, because these two teams met each other in the third place match, which meant it was a best of 5, and it was a close affair. Obviously, again, old map pool and some roster issues, players not playing, but that was a 3-2 victory to All Gamers. So there is historical precedent for AG being able to beat TYL. The difference is that this time we're looking at two different rosters. So, I mean, and if you look at the form that TYL are in, it still feels difficult to predict All Gamers here.
Yeah, and I think, like, talking about those differences between Evo and now, I think is important, because it speaks volumes to the storylines for these teams and why AG might be a bit more favored than we think in this matchup, right? AG beat them without Fangir, and he's been the talk of the town for this All Gamers roster, right? This new inclusion has elevated their firepower, right? So they were already out aiming some of the stars on on TYL's side, right? TYL's addition since Evo was obviously Sweet Fat Baby, so it's been more systematic leadership calling wise that has shifted. So to me, I think number one, you have to have TYL's aimers online today, and I'm looking towards players like ERV actually who have stepped up since the group stage a lot individually. And then you're looking at, again, All Gamers' ability to finish fleshing out their map pool and their composition since they've tried swapping Fungear off the chamber back onto just primary duelist. And that's where I'm just like, all right. So it might not just be who has better firepower today, but really who's having a better game plan in the server.
Yeah, and I think the game plans do become really important. And, you know, we were having a bit of a discussion about, like, you know, what we're going to see in the map veto as well today. And just, I feel like there's a lot of different ways that this series could go that, I mean, it feels difficult to even sort of predict. We have, well, I say you have an inkling of sort of what we're going to see, which I guess we will get into later. But I mean, just even trying to predict where we're seeing, like, we have a decent idea on like the picks maybe, but that decider map could be absolutely anything. And, you know, with the history as well, these teams love to go to that final map.
100%. And I think it'd be kind of like these head-to-heads falling apart if this is a 2-0 one way or another. And I still have it in my mind that it could go with 2-0 fashion. To me, it'd be TYL 2-0ing, not All Gamers. But again, I think we wouldn't be shocked per se. Like, it wouldn't be an upset if All Gamers did beat TYL today. So
yeah.
All in all, though, I mean, just taking one last discussion then of these two rosters. Obviously, TYL, it's going to be Sweet Fat Baby, Splash, ERV, Scales, and Slowly. Who are you looking forward to seeing the most?
I mean, to be honest, I know that you already talked about ERV, but there's just something about whenever that guy hits a highlight that is just absolutely unreal. Like, my mind goes to that, you know, like 1v5 Sheriff Ace. It was in about, you know, 5 seconds last stage. But also, I do just think, you know, Splash is a really, really big player. Like, this guy has been on the duel list. He's been popping off. Has been popping off pretty much consistently the entire time he's been on this TYL roster, and I think that if he doesn't show up today, then that could spell like real major disaster for TYL. So yeah, my eyes are gonna be on Splash and DRV mostly, but at the same time, you know, Slowly and Scales have always proven that they can find that impact too.
Yeah, I think for me, definitely the other player is Slowly. Just like he kind of comes out of left field, is very clutch, and I feel like he's been at the core of some of the roster, or I should say composition explorations as well that they've been going to, pushing him from Astra to Viper, so back into like kind of lurk role on maps like Breeze that have been a bit weaker in their pool, for example. And I think he's then been wavering in his performance versus that consistency in the group stage, so I want to see him come back as well. But let's then talk about who's matching them on the other side with All Gamers, right? You have Kira, you have Fungear, you have GRQ, Shrimp, and Bai. And honestly, I think this team, just the energy is very, very fun. I mean, GRQ is the vibes guy, Fungear is the aimer, and Kira is that kind of mature leader that kind of helps everyone along the way and frags out while like being on the raise sometimes. Like, this is a fun team to watch in action. It's just been a question of changing a lot of things very recently and trying to make sure that those results come through, especially when you are on a lower bracket run.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, you know, eyebrows were certainly raised after Masters Santiago when AU1 left the team, and it does seem like since that point they've kind of struggled to find some sort of identity. You had sort of Bai and User sort of coming in and out throughout stage 1 as well. It seems like they finally landed on A5 that they are comfortable with, but I think it is important for AG to make this step towards Champions Shanghai as well, because again, it just feels like that this is where they're really going to be tested, and that stability is really going to come into question, which, you know, not to necessarily say that it's a bad thing that they've made that roster move, and I think Bai is finding form as well, but my eyes are definitely going to be on him to see what he's going to be able to do in the server today.
Yeah, and to me, he's also been that kind of flexibility element for this team in particular, right? Flexing between that Senti and that secondary duelist sometimes alongside Fangir. And I do remember Fangir kind of praising Bai for being able to, especially on maps like Ascent when he was on the chamber, being able to jump onto that Neon and fill his shoes, right, as that primary duelist. But that's kind of like where I think that he's been doing a good job. But I do agree it's the pressure that we'll be looking towards. And yeah, like we mentioned, with what is on the table stakes-wise for this matchup, the pressure is going to be higher than ever, Charlotte.
Yeah, this is what it really all comes down to, because you get eliminated here, and I mean, definitely for TYL, your year is over. For all gamers, it becomes so much more unlikely that you will make it to champions, and that's really where every team is hoping to go. Not just champions, but lifting the trophy as well. Something that a team from this region has done before. EDG champions in 2024, and now yet more teams hoping to replicate that feat, but they have to take to the stage here first. They have to make it to that destination, and it's a lower bracket match that gets us underway. And the first team walking out will be TYL, a squad that have really found form in stage 2 so far, and in previous stages had never quite been able to get over the finish line. A 4-1 result in the group stage, but it was that loss yesterday to a JDG team that maybe people wouldn't have expected to be going on this run, that has meant that they now have no lives remaining. It is the last chance saloon for TYL.
And it's obviously the man up front, Suifat Baby, that was the big discussion point for TYL coming into this stage, and is a player who wants to get back to that international stage as well. It's been a minute since Toronto in the Wolves days, and I think he's redefined himself a lot here as well, alongside these players, and it's been fun to watch his development as well. But it's a lot of pressure, I will say, for one player, and especially for this team. But yeah, this team has proven they can push their opposition in all gamers the distance, and I mean, we'll have to see if they can do so today as well.
Yeah, all gamers. A team that made it to Masters Santiago as the first seed, winning kickoff, but last stage fell just shy. A 4th place finish and just that one win against DRG would have meant they found themselves at Masters London. It was not to be. And they've had some similar struggles this time around as well. 3-2 throughout the group stage. It meant they had to go through the play-ins, which they did via the upper bracket, but a loss in the seeding game to Titan Esports Club has set them on their trajectory. A loss to XLG, but then beating out Trace Esports in a hotly contested 2-1 last time around. They are here to try and make that charge once more to an international event.
Yeah, it's like you said, Charlotte, this is a team that has been so close to greatness, but cannot break through, right? At those internationals, even during those between season events, and even now domestically, like you mentioned, with how close they were to getting a second shot at Masters London. They do not want to squander this lower bracket run. They don't want to fall into the permutations of what if they get eliminated by a team making a Cinderella run from championship points. So seeing their destiny would be winning this matchup here, and now keeping those odds alive and those hopes for their fans. And yeah, I mean, this is a team that's been really fun to see Fangir elevate their performance, right? Their stability element more so. If someone's having an off day, you know that he can pick up the slack. And I mean, Kira's always been one of those mainstay callers. So again, well-rounded is what this team is. And we talked about veto predictions, Charlotte. We should be getting those here soon. I was saying I'm hoping to see Sunset. And I'm thinking we could see an Ascent unless we get TYL banning it out. That's because TYL this playoffs has gone from insta-bans of Summit into very targeted bans against their opponents, actually.
Yeah, and for all gamers, their permaban Breeze, which we're assuming will get taken away. Meanwhile, you know, they have looked honestly pretty shocking at Sunset so far this stage as well. So having that permaban and a definitely weaker map, I think, definitely leaves them vulnerable. to what the other team could bring out. So, you know, that's why we're expecting that Sunset pick to come on out from TYL. And I think for all gamers, I think we're going to have to hope to see some hero plays today. A team that has definitely had no shortage of them, even looking back towards Masters Santiago when they beat Gentlemates in that lower bracket game. That was a close victory, but it was hero plays again that sort of got them across the line, and it's what we know this team for. Players like Shrimp as well, who are so clutch in those moments, and there we have the Breeze ban, but AG pick Split straight away. The Ascent being banned out there, and Summit as the decider. TYL do, in fact, pick Sunset.
This veto makes a lot of sense to me. I expected kind of TYL again to ban out either Ascent or Split or Summit, like one of those three kind of. And I said that AG, like Split would be a good one to pick into because TYL have had to shift compositions. They have less reps on their more recent one. And yeah, I mean, TYL picking into the weakness of Sunset is really smart. And again, they're 4-0 with their double Senti composition. So it'll be fun to see how AG tackle that problem. Because again, it was kind of predictable that they would have to play that weakness in their map pool. But independent of that, I think AG banning Lotus and wanting to play Summit is a fun one to see as well. Like, entirely banning Haven made sense as well. That was kind of they've only played it once and they won it once, and that was like really recently, right? And it was that 13-6 versus Titan Esports Club, so you don't know how well that actually gauges up against deep playoffs levels teams. So all in all, I kind of want to see that map 3 of Summit Charlotte. I am not going to lie. And the fact that we start on All Gamers map pick here actually is going to be really big for them.
Yeah, you don't really get an opportunity to sort of warm up into things that are straight into the map that you need to win. And we can see the compositions here. All Gamers will be starting on the defense here, and they'll be starting on the defense throughout the entire series. And they're going for the Waylay Raze double duel list on Split, Zobi.
This is interesting because they actually used to run the composition that we're seeing TYL play, and yeah. TYL played this composition towards the beginning of the stage and then recently like tested out a new one with a Waylay Neon. So it's really funny to see like both of them end up on like each other's style of composition. So they're gonna have a really good read then still in some kind of circumvented way. It's gonna be really funny to see, but it does spell that once again that TYL aren't gonna have as many reps on this map because now they're going back to old stuff and trying to overwrite what they just tried out and tested. And on the flip side for All Gamers, I do feel like this is a team that we've seen the most, like both sides actually, the most role flexibility of any teams in VCT China. So I think I'm less worried to see them swapping things up over towards that Waylay Raze over the Jet that Fongir was running before.
Yeah, and just sort of like that direct comparison between the compositions we see, it is just that 1-for-1 between the Jet and Waylay. Everything else remains the same. So as we jump into the lobby here, this is All Gamers map pick. It feels like a must-win map for them because their worst performing map is on the horizon of Sunset. TYL's pick coming up next. So this one becomes very, very important, and the pistol round even more so. But I mean, if you're looking at the statistics, All Gamers, 84% of their defending pistol rounds they have taken away on this map. It sets them up good for this one. But we'll just have to wait and see what the actual result holds. Fangir trying and take a pick early towards mid, and just getting that information. There are 3 players down there.
I mean, Fongir got that first blood. That'd be definitely a reason for them to have such a high defensive pistol win rate. But you see how careful TYL is being not to give those ones over. Even the Trailblazer paving the way now for this event scaling.
Yeah, Fangir playing it smart though. Doesn't necessarily want to stick around. And now there's 3 waiting to swing from tower. And it's Kira to take the first in towards Mail. Paint Shells will do some denial. But even still, TYL unable to trade and just getting the information here, All Gamers. They know what they want, and it's kills. And they're gonna bloody well get them. GRQ, next one to hit the score sheet. And now Sufat has got a lot to do up here in B. He's on his own. But he might be able to catch Kira out once the smoke fades.
That's why the regroup from ERV is coming. They don't want that to happen.
Spotted. Oh, That's so nicely played as well. Kira not overplaying his hand, but still making sure that TYL know that they're contained. Scales actually has done something over towards the A side, coming in through screens, and there's another kill as well.
Bai's gonna be able to anchor this until the end of time here, though. There's 10 seconds!
Yeah, he's just has to make sure he doesn't overstep, but he does! And TYL should be able to get the spike planted. Yeah, a couple seconds left in this game, make it 1.5. Heals coming out, and now TYL in a 3 versus 2 situation, one that they really shouldn't have had. 3 kills in a row, and AG are playing this completely isolated from each other. 1 from screens, 1 from main, and they have to get going. Obviously, the spike not necessarily ticking away too fast just yet, but even still, the onus is on them. 3 players to clear. Shrimp doing that first step, but can't even find it. Paranoia now sent towards GRQ. TYL know his position, and they know that he's got to step forwards, and they're just going to make sure that that just does not happen. The time starting to become that factor, and there it is. TYL with the first round here. After taking 2 losses, the rest of their players go flawless.
Yeah, I mean, we already mentioned how thin that round was from puncturing and falling into disaster, but all the dominoes that were laid out started falling into well placed, and it was that patience from that pause that kind of threw out these positions, these stacks as well from TYL, but it was the moment here that Bai just couldn't anchor the site when there's 10 seconds left. Just even like playing survival and Ring Around the Rosie could have changed the outcome there, but I guess that 84% pistol win record has been chucked out the window. TYL on the board first, and gamble stack off early info gathering from Kira B main. It's gonna be wrong for now, and it does give up a lot of mid space that TYL are happy to insert themselves into.
Yeah, well, they've done that effectively with slowly getting the first frag. At Marshall, devastating against players without shields. And now he's just got that insertion into Vent. All gamers still with 3 over towards the A site. And just GRQ up here in tower. But in fact, it looks like TYL are heading towards A themselves.
And AG haven't left just yet either. So it is going to be a pretty big fight here. Have to be careful to clear these corners, not get caught up in the crosses that AG are holding. And I think that's why Slowly's trying to make a bit more noise towards this B side. Even if he falls, it'll draw numbers ideally, but a bit too early.
Yeah, TYL still just coming through here. Now all they do is just turn their attention towards screens as well. But Bai's been cleared, and well, so has Shrimp. Okay, Fangit, that's a big double, but you're going to need 3 more. And he's found the first, actually. Being flanked upon, but runs out of ammunition. The right click not quite good enough. That was so damn possible. And a costly round win for TYL.
If he tucks into elbow and gets that close right click, that 100% was going to be a thrifty in all gamers' favor. And that's why we mentioned, yeah, you have to be careful about Fangir. Like, you cannot underestimate him. And clearly, you can see that TYL wasn't there as they tried to regroup and take him on with multiple players, but was not able to switch those targets fast enough. I don't even think Scales had the weapon at the ready just yet, but there, you can see the vibes are good, even though, because that's not a round they were designed to win. But now that they have weapons in hand, that's the kind of adrenaline you need to get the blood pumping and ideally convert this third.
Yeah, and the damage dealt as well means Spectre, Bulldog, Bandit on the side. It's not as comfortable as you'd like for TYL here in their bonus. It makes it all the more of a bonus if they can take the round win. There you go. Ooh. That's why it's called a bonus for everyone in chat. And oh, this ramp fight very nearly going the way of all gamers, but it's actually by front site who finds a frag, and GRQ locking down the mid space as himself. Does go 1 for 1, but all gamers still a man to the good.
Confirmation from Bai to keep these players in heaven posted.
And Poison Cloud just sort of keeps them off for now. CFAT is watching towards ramp. There's 2 defenders looking to push this, but just off of that confirmation of presence, they just throw in the saturate and back off. Long-range gunfights should definitely favour the rifles of AG here. Obviously that flash will make things a bit more difficult, but just goes away. And now with only 25 seconds, TYL are in danger of letting this round stall out once more. Fangir just falling back, that next layer of the onion peeling away, and now getting inside of screens to help defend this push on the site. Bai might not even need that assistance. It's Shrimp actually as well who finds one, and Fangir will collect the last. So all gamers just weather the storm there, and a pretty clean first round.
Yeah, it's very kind of opposite side of the spectrum from how the pistol round went, which was like very well worked, very late round exec, like mind games on mind games. This was very direct because all their options were taken off the table when the mid player fell, and paranoia entry would have been nice, but it doesn't land from ERV, and so like you mentioned, the players can stay on site, can hunker down. So round goes AG's way, celebrations all around, as it should, and then that also came from just them challenging that ramps control, re-clearing it between Fangir and Shrimp, and now you can try to get ahead of it. Wait a minute, Bai.
Oh, very nearly got caught there, but oh, the spams through the smoke are very, very damaging. Down to 21. But still, all players being kept alive, and Shrimp's there with a regrowth, so everything comes back to 100. But now a big mid-fight being hinted at.
Yeah, they've been conditioning that it just left open for free, so I liked AG fighting a bit further down into mid, but them giving up that space just as the re-hit comes through just sends it back to ground zero, unless Fangir wants to fight off of a flash from Shrimp.
It's a distinct possibility that the boombot doesn't really spot anyone, so some more jump spots. Okay, he's seen them, but again, that just gets the confirmation. By he's gonna have to be careful here because Scales is coming up. It's actually Shrimp who falls. The Scales is getting himself into a deeper position. The headshot through the wall. It's not enough to take Fangir down, and he'll make sure he punishes you for that. The 4-on-4 situation evened up once again as there's only 30 seconds left, and Bai pushing through the smoke, making sure to get it done. Fangir on the site, standing his ground. But it's ERV and Soli actually to bring things back once again in the 2 versus 2. But look at the time again. We're heading into red time. All gamers making sure slowly. It's the last one left. TYL in danger of stalling out once more, but the spike does go down. ERV looking for that contact, but all gamers swing together and tie up the scoreline, 2 rounds apiece.
That round for all gamers was such a carefully balanced seesaw, right? They understood that the goal for TYL was going to be that site crunch, right? Out of heaven, out of main, and that's why they made the decision instead to go for this Rams fight. And I thought as soon as that first kill was found, that they were still going to lose out, and just the fact that they're able to restabilize from the slow duo scaling of GRQ and Kira into heaven, and like you mentioned, forcing those players to fight head-on before getting that plant down completely defined the round. So tying things up 2-2 here. Money fully reset for TYL. I think if TYL lose their next rifle round, so that would be a 4-2, we might see their first time out, but just see how this goes, and this looks like it's going to be a quick little death ball, just try and make it quick perhaps, but that's where Kira and these angles can be extra dangerous.
Again, IGLing from this duelist, it's maybe a bit more difficult, but he's certainly proven that in the past that is possible. Trying to play anti-flash as well. It's just GRQ instead who just takes down one through the smoke. Fangir falling towards the A site does become a problem, and Splash as well makes it a 3 versus 3. Scales, it's down onto 10 HP.
No way.
Oh, okay, yeah, does get cleared. That was very, very close to becoming a real problem. But all gamers are just continuing to push out these smokes here. Kira fighting forwards. The flash is absolutely perfect from Shrimp. So it's a paranoia, but even still, a 1v3 situation here for ERV. He's just getting harassed.
3, 2, 1, swing it. Or not! I mean, it might look risky, but that's just the liquid confidence that all gamers have, honestly, hitting their veins, and as they fight on forward, like, they're hitting all the shots, they're not making mistakes in clearing these corners, right? Like, I thought for a second we were going to see Bai just donate a weapon to Scales off that timing, but even here, right, it's like, you're swinging together, you're flashing out of the smoke, so they're setting themselves up well, and ooh, I thought it was be if the next rifle round was lost, but TYL don't even want to take that chance. They want to make sure that this one succeeds, and honestly, it's kind of like what we defined in the pre-show. All gamers have proven in the past head-to-heads this year that without Fongir, they had more firepower than TYL, right? Now add him in, and they will win all of these head-on fights, right? These firefights. And TYL have to outthink them, outmaneuver them, right? Like they did on the pistol round. And I think that's the issue right now, is that all gamers are being very, very proactive, like aren't afraid to seek out that information, aren't afraid to fight TYL head-on, and that's where I think TYL, I mean, what do you do to force them to fall into your mind game traps?
Yeah, for me, again, I'm looking at Splash to try and get these gunfights under order. He's that star duelist for this TYL side, and just hasn't been really hitting so far, at least definitely not in any sort of highlight situation. You can take a look at the scoreboard as well once we come out of the timeout, but it just feels like Splash isn't really having that impact that we're used to seeing him, honestly, on the Neon, which is where we usually see him pop off.
And again, this was just one of those maps that, to me, the roles fits for TYL get a little wish-washy, which is why it was one of those that they didn't want to have to play today, alongside Ascent and Haven. But now, I mean, you still have Fongir with that conversion paths he had last round. Now he's upgraded the Operator as well, and this feels like the perfect counter to the very aggressive mid-start that TYL looks like they were hoping to achieve. But Dark Cover Vent side, instead of Mail like they've been doing, is huge.
Oh. Yeah, getting that read, but Fangir trying to play ahead of it regardless. Nearly takes one on the flick shot. Not to be the case, and Snakebite will force TYL away from this position. They're heading towards B main here, with just Scales pressuring the A space.
He found the timing, but not the shots, right? Guiding Light didn't spot him, but it does not matter if you don't finish the job. And now that Trailblazers are seeing nothing, it mainly means everyone can rotate B side.
Yeah, GRQ still under a lot of pressure here as the players flood in towards the site, try to step away just to survive, and actually takes that next step further. Splash goes down, and a convergent pass invested by Fangir on the retake to make sure that this one cannot go awry. And GRQ's just on the warpath, pressing forwards for 4. And it's that same number on the scoreboard for all gamers.
Yeah, this team looks locked in right now. They're looking energized. I mean, GRQ's 9-3. I feel like he is definitely one of the more underrated players in the region. Vibes and performance balanced on a silver platter. And I mean, yeah, Shrimp winning that fight was huge because it relinquished that pressure, allowed for this rotation. Because if you notice, Fongir wasn't even B-side with that ultimate, right? He was getting back towards screens and was able to head over extra early for that reflood setup off of the nades that Kira was chucking in. So all in all, timeout momentum denied, flipped, but eco round. They're trying to take this fast on the TYL side.
Oh, and Shrimp, he made sure the Poison Cloud didn't actually land on Heaven. He's kicked it away onto the side itself. Might even try and play around that, but Fangir is pushing through the smoke. Quick scope slowly goes down. And now by under pressure, but a quick headshot. And now Shrimp getting involved in the action himself. It's a triple kill from him to completely lock things down.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like we're taking a bit too long to get these reactionary util pieces out for TYL, right? I mean, they got the ramp space, but then they pause, they hold, and as they accelerate back in, that's when Fongir slips through, and that's when they were waiting on the Trailblazer, it looked like. And even the Paranoia combo there just didn't matter because they're not handling backside, and that does go to the weapons, right? They're taking a lot of long-range duels up against the Vandal, but all in all, it's definitely hard to then get a solid read of what this next buy round will look like. But they do have 3 ultimates here. You don't have as hefty of retake ults on the side for all gamers, maybe outside of those Seekers. So it's going to be bunkered down instead by Viper's Pit. Exhausted. They know mid's important, and that is a crazy blind shot through the smoke.
Yeah, I'm feeling for Kira there, and Vi actually has to escape there. Showstopper sent through towards that Vents position by Splash. Clearing things out, and yeah, the ultimate will go down. And that will mean Splash can start to get that HP back from the decay. Fangir's been spotted towards Garage as well here with this operator.
My issue though, where are they ending? And then they already used that big ultimate just to counter mid-space. So now, it's just gonna be again dry fights, and the answers that all gamers need to stack towards the site have been gathered.
GRQ's got to be careful here though, refreshing the smoke. And shots through it, he's been spammed out. Okay, Fangir, let's see what you've got. The first shot is clean, but you're gonna need more. Smoke goes up, but here comes the paranoia, and that shot through just is not gonna happen. Makes things so damn difficult by Falls, and now you're looking at Shrimp. This would be a clutch for the ages. And he's already been spotted towards that defender spawn position. You're up to heaven. I thought he was maybe just cutting his losses then and there, but no. Goes in for a second bite of the apple, but I think has been spotted, and now these players will swing together. A triple kill from Splash, much needed to get him online. And TYL are back in the scoring once again.
Yep. Stoic expressions, though, they know the job's not done yet. They know that every round won't be like this one, like a crazy shot through the smoke to get things started from slowly. But I think the big mistake for this round was GRQ overfighting and Be Heaven, right? I think they understood that it was going to be too much pressure on Fungier still anchoring that site, but he was maneuvering pretty well around that poison cloud in mid-site. So, again, maybe just paranoia to hold them off while you reposition them to alley would have been a better move instead of hard committing to the fight, but that did come from the information robbing. And maybe some communication breakdown, because if I'm not mistaken, they had seen the 3 players from Bai jiggling on vents, so all in all, still ahead by 2. Now have Kira alive and well with the showstopper too, and slowly with the op. I'm not quite sure if slowing things down for contact kills is gonna fix the issues that TYL's had early round, but
yeah,
we'll
they've
see if
already
they can
taken
find more
so
punishments.
long, right?
Yeah.
they haven't been quick rounds, but slowly is actually the one to take that first contact, and very nearly finding value with it. The operator just about a whisker wide. And that was an operator on the defending side as well. Fangir forced to reposition due to the Viper utility.
Be such a hard line to get onto for the ops to find each other. And it's going to be a really nice system here, right? It's either Bai makes contact or Fangir, and unfortunately, the Rams player has fallen. It's all on Fangir again.
He hasn't quite found the kill, but that saturate is perfect. Hinders up slowly and gets a second. He's alive and well, but Akira's plucked out of the sky. Showstopper not able to have that value and impact. 20 seconds left with the spike starting to be planted.
Good splash as well. A good backstab timing.
Incredibly inside offense. I don't think Fangir's going to be expecting this, because why would there be a duelist player up in vents? And now not even this heaven position is safe. Boombot spotting out GRQ as well. Now Splash can just continue to play that distraction and play that late heaven, even if all gamers take down these 2 players on the site. So their attention's diverted, and they still have to press on forwards. Guiding Light will at least make things a little bit easier, but they haven't cleared these players. Sufat still alive and kicking. Shrimp's just sticking this. Gets to halfway, and then another tap on the spike. They're both pushing him, and they might both fall. Shorty in the smoke, and he's got it. Plenty of time for the defuse. Shrimp gets the clutch, and gets another round for all gamers.
And you see him want to celebrate, but he has to go recover the operator from Fangir first. That is a crazy level clutch, right? From being expected from a 1v4 previously to finishing off the 1v2, and I started to make sense when you saw how fast we could get the Rays out of heaven back onto the regroup with the team, but that smoke on Spike immediately was so smart for the team to play around. So huge shout out there to GRQ and making that clutch possible for Shrimp. And Fangir as well getting 2 on the site when his anchor was an elbow and he was snake-bited is criminal. I'm surprised Tyler want to go back to this site.
Yeah, no, leave it alone. Fangir's still got the operator as well, courtesy of it being saved across. Watching down this mid space for now, so not a direct danger for them. And slowly actually has an operator again himself. Guiding Light not really spotted out, and actually they're just going for the full overwhelm here, but Flash is making things difficult. Shrimp is back on this A site. He's making it his own. The opening kill found, and now with Bai as backup, they're re-clearing the space. Inside the smoke, that's going to be a problem, but Bai's still around. He's only good for 1. It's ERV, a double of his own, to make things a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Viper's Pit, that's your backstab player through mid, and they expected it, were able to handle it last round. Now, again, the pause means that AG can slip in without a plant going through.
Yeah, it's the basically exact same setup that we're seeing, but this time Fangir plays ahead, and he finds the kill. Kira as well with a counter spam. ERV goes down, and now it is just that Heaven player. Scales to fight back in.
剩余30秒。
A 1 versus 3 all alone, and Kira has him spotted. GRQ still playing in the defender spawn, and you still have an operator to contend with.
Thought they had the read, almost did on Fangir challenging that line of sight, but it's again that pause that's been questionable from TYL in these later on situations. And I mean, this though is so funny because Shrimp while reloading notes the player backside and it's just like noted for later. Instead, it just immediately flips into navigating off the site smoke alongside GRQ front site. Like, they are looking so in sync right now on the All Gamers side, right? It's not like it's All Gamers, it's one gamer right now, and they have a collective goal of keeping their chances at Champions Shanghai alive. And we know this is their map pick, and Sunset's up next, but this is a great showing already.
Yeah, I mean, still much to do in a second half still to play as well, but things could change. Kira is feeling the pressure at the moment through mid, but well, just one paint shell will alleviate all of that. TYL retreat themselves, and again looking towards the A site here.
It's a magnetic draw for sure. Trailblazer. Confirmation of the lurk, but nothing more. It is enough to draw the rotations over, though. Huh.
I mean, in these past few rounds, it has been those sort of 5-person hits, maybe a player lurking through mid.
Too.
And yeah, on the eco, you expect them to be playing as 5. The paranoia is actually really, really nice. Stretches just far enough to take down Shrimp, but Kira's fighting back through. And a double from Bite as well completely locks things down. Sufat has an upgrade, but against 3 players, there's not a lot he can do. So it's a full house for AG.
I love how you see Bai in that moment of like, I'll just take him, I'll just wise him, and he's like, wait, maybe I shouldn't, and just waits for the teammates on the little high-low finisher with Fangir. But yeah, it was that snakebite reflood, and wow, TYL did try and get aggressive and try and flip the site before getting the spike plant down, and for an eco, I do like that attempt, but again, it's an eco round, and despite the really strong execution, it's just, again, how fast the rotations, how confident they've been from all gamers, allowed them to set up these scrappy team fights and success moments like what we saw from Kira and Bai. So yeah, all in all, like you mentioned, the full house is complete. AG knocking on a 9-3 here. Unless TYL can have one last breath. And I mean, it's this setup that they didn't even get to see last time. Remember, the Trailblazer got broken by GRQ, and
yeah,
Kira, I don't think was ever exposed before they left. Before he fell, I should say.
At the very least for TYL, they have ultimates to work with here. Showstopper, Viper's Pit, if they do get the spike planted, it feels like Scales has had that for the whole half.
That's why he's rotated back to play with them.
Yeah, so often on the lurk, so often unable to use this ultimate. GRQ has been spotted. I don't know if Kira has been, but, well, it's Fangir to take down the splash, so that ultimate now no longer even a factor. Showstopper removed away, and now another kill through the smoke. Kira's on the warpath and the guiding light just gets that information. They're still not overplaying their hand because they know that there could be players coming in. But against the duelists with 2 kills apiece and just ERV left to stand against it. A consecutive full house and a 9-3 half for all gamers. They are showing up in a big way here on Split.
It's like AG, it's controlled aggression, right? You saw Kira know just the pathing to take and just far enough to clear that close corner and keep them contained on the left side of main. But yeah, that was a crazy shot after, like you mentioned, that from the shadows. Might have been able to spot Kira, might have been able to guide that Showstopper, but we'll never know. And yeah, just this main re-clear protocol from AG was killer. And that's what set them up for the 9-3. It's going to be a very hard deficit to claw back from after the side swap here for TYL. And I mean, we kind of knew this was going to be a rough map for TYL, but I didn't expect it to be this one-sided so far. And like you mentioned, Charlotte, there is a whole another half to play, but it's a very slippery slope with no margin for error.
Yeah, the opening 12 here, very much in all gamers' favor. And again, it's one that you would maybe expect, because again, not a great map for TYL, but You know, when we talked about this map being must-win for AG, and that they would need to start things off well, I was worried that, you know, sometimes it takes them a little bit to warm up into these series. Certainly hasn't been the case today. I mean, I guess if you include the fact that they lost the pistol, that they were the first 2 rounds of their warm-up, because, well, since that point, they only lost 1. And that is a very, very impressive sort of record to reach, yeah.
100% agreed, and that's ironically the one thing that they should have been securing, statistically speaking. We had that 84
and
versus
realistically
40.
speaking, in the 5v3 as well.
Yeah. But every player, right? Like we still have their moment, right? G or Q, there was that really strong B anchor round, right? Fongir had good anchor rounds on both, right? Shrimp had the clutches. Bai also had the retake and anchors. Like, every player's locked in right now. Oh wow, okay, the odds are even more in AG's favor for this pistol, because TYL's odds are lower. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, this map hasn't been treating TYL well, has it? That is the
No.
That's the long and short. And well, the same has happened again. Slowly taken out early. So that garage clear completely removed, and Fangir, oh hello!
What?
That's 3 people taken down by just 2 TYL players. How's it all gone so wrong?
I think that what happened was Fongir outpaced Shrimp's flash timing? I'm trying to think of, like, because I did see the flash coming through, but yeah, an unfortunate one for sure. But they're going to group up and try and take this one slice at a time, and you got to get that spike one way or another.
Yeah, paint shells just to delay and deny.
Oh, look at the backstab.
Yeah, Shrimp certainly expecting there to be that wrap, but oh my god, he's playing the dance of death, and he's taken down one Kira as well, the last one standing though. It's just crazy stuff, but I guess double pistol for TYL.
Yeah, defying the odds, right? And it's exactly what they need if they want to come back from a 3-9 half scoreline against them. And I mean, that's even after, like we mentioned, All Gamers found another first blood here. But yeah, it was just kind of this misjointed double swing, maybe a little breakdown of, like, Fongir was supposed to draw the crosshairs. Like, that was obvious. They kind of knew from the deep smoke they were running into a possible stack, a possible trap, and they were trying to dismantle it. But yeah, falls on its head for sure. And now, I mean, it's an eco, anything goes. Toxic screen popped, and they are going to scale off of the Trailblazer.
Yeah, slowly, still keeping himself on that line and taking the first kill. Kira's planting the spike though, so, you know, economically still a decent round for All Gamers, even if they do lose, which they're expected to do. Splash with another, they all do end up clearing slowly, but even with that kill, you think the rest of this would seem difficult. Shrimp's on 15 HP, Splash, okay, jumping into their arms. And now 1v3 for Kira, yeah, not possible, not gonna happen. TYL cut the deficit to 4.
It's a similar start though to last half, right? They do enough damage to keep the third round bonus in check, and then they won it out last half. So we'll have to see if that deficit continues to shrink or not. But this was nice. They kind of expected those forward fighting tendencies, and they handled them pretty well with TYL, checking every nook and cranny, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and none of those antics and team fights worked. And it's funny, because All Gamers, that, like, what we saw from the defensive half should translate super well, but if they continue getting stopped at the door because of how simplistic they're playing, it'll be interesting to see if the firefights still go their way. And speaking of firefights, look what B main is cooking, Charlotte.
Seems like there's a big fight coming through. The guiding light gets the information, but, well, AG just playing a little bit more patiently. So that utility from TYL now effectively wasted.
Orb stolen away. Splash now with the showstopper online would be a huge tool to convert this third round bonus, and that's what you really want to have secured. I'm trying to come back from a 3-9. The timing though, they've given up a lot of that B space as they're trying to get ERV back on the line, and he has. Ooh. Less than a minute left, and we're trying to head towards A?
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like we're in danger of seeing what we saw in the fact did they clear. It feels like maybe they did spot Scales, but I'm not so sure about that. AG in danger of really stalling out again. A problem that we saw from TYL in the first half. They're kind of getting constricted down in mid. Kira trying to take the fight, but Scales has got a double. Slowly as well, with another himself, and this A-heaven position now also completely locked down. It's all fallen apart for all gamers, as TYL will convert their bonus.
It's like, it was so similar to how TYL tried pathing a similar exec right through vents in that crunch, but such different results. All gamers just coming apart at the seams. It'd be criminal not to get a timeout after a round like that, considering they still have 2 in the bank, but we'll see if that's the case. And, I mean, this is the TYL we expected to show up and fight for that Cinderella run towards Shanghai, but this was crazy from Scales, and slowly, we just mentioned how the A side had nobody on it backside, like we consistently saw from all gamers on their defense, and he showed that he could defend from heaven just fine. And there is that timeout, as we mentioned, coming through for all gamers. Just, I don't know. They don't look scared necessarily, but I'm surprised at how much the tempo has shifted for them coming into this half. And we'll say the TYL staff look a bit more relaxed now on their way back towards this comeback.
Yeah. For all gamers, though, I imagine maybe not quite yet, but the panic will be starting to set in.
Yep. I'd say once the second timeout or like the next buy round goes awry, that's when the panic feelers will start setting in. But we kind of mentioned how them getting a bit more aggressive, getting that adrenaline under them is where all gamers, I think, do tend to do a little bit better, and I think that's what's kept this lower bracket run alive as well. So we'll see if it continues to. Timeout being led by Kira there, you can see, as they get back into the buy phase, back into the game. And I mean, there was that one weapon that GRQ snuck away with, so handing that over towards Kira. Buy up where they can to supplement it too. And once again, I think something they noticed from last round was the fact there wasn't any on-site defenders, so the death ball towards A, I'm not averse to. Gotta see what Splash and what Sweep Up Baby can do, and oh boy.
That's a good start for Kira. He's got the showstopper online, and oh my god! Oh, it's all gone so silly. Immediately out the timeout. A 5v3 now for all gamers with the spike down.
And it's gonna be like an eco win at this rate, right? 2 weapons salvaged, the player's pretty splintered, and with Paranoia already in place for AG, how do you get back into this if you're TYL?
I mean, it certainly feels difficult. Paranoia being prepped here by GRQ as well, still making sure they put that proper utility in. Shrimp, oh, is somehow alive. Nade didn't clear him out, but Slowly's gun will, and now it's a 3 versus 3. GRQ under pressure, they're feeling the heat on the site, but it's all gamers who come out on top.
That one's gonna be a killer to the mental of TYL, if nothing else. And it's funny because it was basically the same pathing as the second round eco, but improved from all gamers, right? And that came off Akira and the hero rifle, the showstopper, following the same exact dash pathing, so they could regroup alongside rifle and gear there with the weapon upgrade found, and that was perfect. And he got so much grounds off that rocket fuse as well, getting even into screens. Like, that is crazy convergence of space, and they want to run it back, but TYL has other plans to meet them and shut them out at the door.
Trailblazer comes on, making sure that that util is in place before they do press on forwards, but now it's just that preparation going straight in. Splash, uncleared, unbothered. He's in his lane and he is flourishing. The first kill found the site completely locked out of it. GRQ, that's a crazy TP. But now with Bai backing him up in heaven, AG have a man to the good, and they have a lot of space gained.
They have a big decision to make, though. Vents to B or re-hit A after the noise cancellation with the players backscaling towards main. It feels like they want to stay A, but I like the repositions from TYL here.
They're just hitting that pause, and well, they're going to be waiting for some sort of signal. we'll have to see. Smoke goes out towards that defender spawn. Doesn't give too much info for TYL either way.
Did Splash see GRQ's gun barrel? That's the question. Has moved into a better anchor position. The crossfire established.
Yeah, they're expecting this, but Vangear still takes the first step. Splash trying to dodge the flash, unable to do so, and now AG control of the A site within their clutches. Spike plant will come in, Shrimp courtesy of. That one goes down. And now the retake from Heaven. Slowly he's got an operator, and GRQ's position inside of ramp is so difficult. He's not being cleared. And slowly will fall.
Yeah, it's so funny, right? We've seen like very similar round exec strategies with very different levels of results from both sides, right? We've seen AG fail when implementing some of the same things we saw from TYL, and now we've seen them succeed with very similar things in terms of that late round pause into an exec, and just the difference was just the numbers for favoring AG, and that's after we just saw AG as well on the initial exec kind of falter a little bit, didn't wait for the seekers, and once again it was like Vangear getting shut down because he's operating alone, and it's kind of crazy then to see those late round calls from Kiddo come through to stabilize everything. And yeah, 5 rounds now separating. TYL losing, that's another rough one, so final timeout comes through.
Yeah, and the AG timeout got them those 2 rounds, right, including the eco round.
Same could not be said from TYL's first timeout, so we'll see if this one in the second half does better. I think last time it was right before a rifle round as well. Here, they might be on an eco, actually, now that I think about it, Charlotte. We'll have to see when we get in, because, I mean...
That's 12 then for AG if it is, or, you know...
If it is, yeah. We gotta see. I'm not sure.
Or just
they
win
must
a
have had
thrifty.
rifles last round, 100%.
I think so, yeah. So, yeah, this could very much be 12 on the board for all gamers, that map point opportunity.
Maybe a half buy. Is the Bulldog already? What else is there?
Yeah, just a couple Bulldogs.
Okay. You'll have the blades too. We've seen that. They popped the blades on these ecos. That's when they deathballed last time it threw A and slowly kind of got isolated on the ramps fight. They found the weaker site. Big asterisk on weaker since slowly is here with the blades.
Yeah, but he might still get taken down. Not to be the case on the first fight, nor the second. As both duelists fall.
I said weaker asterisk, you gotta read the fine print.
Yeah.
Because slowly just took them to court. Owl's coming down and Splash. Oh,
okay.
Don't.
Not sure about that, but there's at least a trade, I suppose. So 2 to the good now still. And they're actually prepping to go for this fight towards mid again, but then think the better of it. Shrimp and GRQ thanking their lucky stars.
Look at where ERV is. You have to pause because you're expecting a B re-hit at this point, but they have slipped the net, circumvented the trap, and now should get a free A site unless ERV and this B main clear makes him realize and he gets the main timing, which looks like they're just going to give it up and play a retake here. I like it. Just trying to minimize risk.
Yeah, I mean, they could be expecting a save to come through as well, but...
AG, I think they're overcooking now. They want to kill before they plant. They want to kill.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like they're going to get it, and still, with only 20 seconds, they do have to make their way onto the site. And now ERV's starting to move his attention towards the site itself as well, but into red time we go. I think there's still no danger of the spike being denied here.
Ooh, little drop smoke. Never hurt anyone.
Don't think it got any information, though. GRQ just still trying to hold them off, and here comes the flash, here comes slowly. Still the Blade Storm in hand, the counter paranoia. GRQ trying to lock down this position. There's a drop smoke, but TYL find the kill. It's Sufat. And now just Shrimp, another 1v4 situation he finds himself in. Yet to be cleared on the first fight, but now they should realistically swing together. Smoke coming through. There's the pop flash and Scales just getting the defuse underway. Slowly triples up the round, and TYL fight back.
All right, we go eco for eco on these timeouts taken for both sides now, and it's off of a beautiful opening double kill anchor from Slowly, and getting the patience and minimizing risk. And honestly, I was glad to see that TYL didn't only lost one right on that mid fight. I think if they lose Sweet Fat Baby as well, then it would have been really hard to get back into that site. So 11-7 now, 4 rounds separating. My concern is the big uptick in ults we're about to see on the All Gamers side. Fongier in particular, Convergent Paths ready to go. Splash a few off still from that showstopper.
Yeah, they
Just gonna try and set up this split. I thought it was gonna be a fake because they have Fallen Gear alone in B main, but they're gonna try and B split off of that Convergent Paths into main. It's gonna be if they can get through Scales on this male anchor now.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they don't really know what they want to be doing. By potentially spotted over towards the A site, he's come running back to B with his tail between his legs. But there's confirmation of presence with the guiding light. And now the Trailblazer's coming through mid. I think TYL will have the perfect read as to what's going on.
Oh, the snake bite's huge.
Being used anyway, the snake bite at the very least doing a bit of damage, and Scales is able to escape from this. So that ultimate doesn't really come to much effect now. It's on the players from main to try and see what they can do. Fangir jumping in, but just has to refract out again. There's only 35 seconds left on the clock, and finally there's a kill from All Gamers, but TYL respond with 2 of their own. It's, again, just not really the right game plan coming in. But GRQ still up in heaven. He might be able to get something done. Sufat's taken down. And Fangir takes another step. It's 2 players on the side. Scales for a triple. GRQ puts a stop to it, but does he know about ERV? He's sprinting back round from this position. He's up in heaven, but there's barely any time. You've got to start planting the spike, and the smoke doesn't quite bloom in time. So ERV lands the shot and gets TYL 1 step closer.
Planning to open off the smoke instead of tucked boxes. Gonna regret that one, but this was just, honestly, the entire timing of that Convergent Paths getting thrown out the window because of that snake bite right from Scales, and the fact that he also then converts into that 2K anchor after that fact, right? And that's exactly why those players on site can anchor so well. So final timeout coming through not long after for All Gamers as well. I think their money's going to be reset, so it'll be another kind of eco back in, but
oh, that seems to be the winning formula from timeouts, to be fair. And, well, just like AG's record, TYL take a timeout, win the next 2 rounds. So if that continues again, that would be All Gamers claiming the map here. So a lot riding on this.
Yeah, there's no more eco timeouts to be taken after this, no. But yeah, no, TYL, last round, just really well layered together. Delay, and avoid the fights head on until they knew that time was going to be a factor and that they were going to get surrounded. So yeah, I mean, they're posturing well off the early intel, and that's been because they've been rotating Sweetfat Baby to re-clear spaces effectively too. I think as soon as they got that early guiding light, they were like, okay, we know this is a split, let's react accordingly. But coming into the next round where it's gonna be big switch ups from All Gamers. I feel like we're gonna get an All Gamers just A hit again. Oh no, they're gonna be main. Okay, I really like the pathing of their A ecos, I'm not gonna lie, but TYL having the read once again, pretty head on here. Gonna set up their similar B main trap, kind of like the paranoia play. Get splash established, and we'll see how the Stinger squad and surprise appearance from the Bucky works out.
I mean, if it ain't broke, why fix it? Just going for the same thing again. I don't think the Boombot actually spotted the information, but Fangir's just in there like swimwear already. And now Kira trying to get backed up, but again, it's the paranoia that does the damage. GRQ now going in for the fight, but it's also isolated. It requires a 3rd player to take him down, and Fangir's gone down to a snake bite, splash flooding in for the last. So this time, the eco win does not come from the timeout, and instead, TYL shorten the gap once more.
Yeah, again, I mean, we went from the first half for All Gamers having just very, very fluid and reactive plays around each other, like just very instinctual pathing, playing with each other, to here now when they're exiting through these smokes, you get a lot of these isolated fights and solo players, right? You had Fallen Gear trying to take backside space alone, you have GRQ swinging out of smoke alone, and the buy trade was good, but you need more than that. You can't be having these 1-for-2 trades when you're on an eco. So 2 rounds now separating these two, back to a buy. Back to ultimates as well for TYL, though, to shut this down.
DFAT just making sure he stays out of harm's way. Back through to Ali and possibly looking to retake that tower position.
Some pings go out towards stairs. This would circumvent Splash and the showstopper effect, but...
Paint shot's really good, actually. Look at the damage it's done to Fangir, and now Sufat can capitalize. So, AG turn tail. Now the A site becomes their point of focus, but they still have a Viper's Pit to contend with on main.
They really like these splits, and they really can't effectively set one up this round, right? You have TYL with B main control, A main control,
oh God.
and their lurk player's cut off unless he finds the kill on Scales. That would be huge.
No way! How on earth has Bowie found that? And now the split can effectively come through. The wall will drop and it's killed either which way. Back and forth slowly. Good for a double. But now a 2 versus 2 as all gamers try to fight onto the site itself. It's a Viper's Pit of their own. And 2 ultimates invested. The Seeker's also coming out to give the information they know is up in heaven. And they can plant in this pit.
You know the showstopper would come out.
Showstopper coming in. Strength goes down, but it's not the player inside of the pit. Bai stays alive. But even still, Bai, you please do not swing this. Please stay inside of the pit. Splash. Just looking to fight on forwards and potentially even still just waiting for that first tap on the spike. But instead, they're just going for this 1-by-1 contact, and Splash wins the fight. He's got so much time to defuse as well. 2 ultimates invested, both of them now gone. And it still comes to nothing for AG.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be such a hard position. And I think that was the best case scenario, honestly, for the chance at converting that. If you were by, just because like they were contacting into you versus if you were trying to get them off the tap, like that's such a narrow way that you could just spray and pray. And wow, Splash winning this out. And that's why the Seekers came out. They were scared of the showstopper and its ability to shut down the plant when they wanted to keep that 2v1 alive. And the fact that he's still able to make up that space so effectively is crazy. And I mean, yeah, TYL fully warm now. 1 round now separating these 2. TYL. He has such strong faith and slowly on this anchor, and allows them to get info A main and then immediately pivot. So this mid hold's gonna be pretty airtight for the time being.
Still though, Scales again, well, it's basically the same path thing that Sufat took in the previous. Sticking out from alley, but this time just sticking around towards that defender spawn, and oh, still somehow Kira alive and slowly is taken down GRQ. Being pressured, Fangir has the refract so can get away from that fight. Spike yet to be planted, so Shrimp gets on top of that right now. AG are a man to the good here in the post.
I need to get on that healing spree. Fangir without that deep position means Shrimp tries to pick it up, but he's been timing.
Yeah, the smoke goes down. That is a problem. But even still sitting even, and AG looking to stake this off. That is a brilliant paint shells, but it might not matter. Splash and Scales finding kills, and now ERV has to come back through himself. Snakebite will deny the defusal for now, but still, AG don't really have a direct line of sight onto the spike, so Bai, called into action, takes the first step. ERV's just sticking this, and gets off, gets one, but not the second. Map point now secured.
We are going to a photo finish, of course, on this first map, and I mean, the exit out of heaven was nice. I think it was because TYL didn't have that B main space that they typically have that has shut down some of these exits that it worked out so well, right? You have the late re-clear then come in from Bai, and then it can play for that rewrap timing that we saw. And that's after, I mean, this poking and prodding. I cannot believe that Fangir got one on Rafters there. That paranoia just short, but all in all, mention how I really like the all gamers pathing here on A. See if they can use it to close the map. I mean, when there's an off in your face, doesn't seem so.
Yeah, it makes it a bit more difficult, that's for sure. And TYL have had a pretty decent conversion on the second half from their opening kills, and well, even a lot of their opening deaths as well. We could see a 9-3 in both directions, but also perhaps not. It's up to all gamers really to make sure that that doesn't
fight into this.
happen. And Yeah, they absolutely are playing to play anti-Flash, but instead Splash still takes the kill regardless. Sufat goes down, but Tylu's still a man to the good here. And Scales is wrapping in from Vents. Shrimp's gone down, and Bai just cannot do enough. All 24 rounds required, we go the distance.
Wow. And I love that round-around adaptation and learning from your losses on TYL's side. Remember last time All Gamers, they cut in ways, they re-hit, that went All Gamers' ways. So instead here, they just very conjoined exec to re-clear into heaven off the flash, off the timing. And we saw, like you mentioned, AG were aware could happen with the anti-flash, but it just did not work because they paranoid it instead. And I mean, that regroup timing as well from Scales on event, just chef's kiss. And AG, if they want to complete this without in regulation, I should say, it'll be another broken by conversion. And all right, Fengears made it past the line this time.
Yeah, it's still taking some damage though. Just a small amount. Oh yeah, so a kill would be absolutely massive here. Slowly looking to take up this line and is watching towards the other side of ramp, so, you know, potentially Fangear could find a timing, but instead just chooses to vacate that position. Oh, GRQ's in a lot of trouble. Every time he tries to jiggle this, I get even more and more worried.
All timing procced, he scales. They still want to end A here, and can they catch the screen's timing? No, they're gonna leave.
They're leaving.
Oh, they're faking the leave, maybe. No. There's 45 seconds left if they actually go to the B commit.
Yeah, half the round is gone. Now a minute.
Just gonna be a masterful anchor moment from TYL. That's what this feels like.
Yeah, overtime seeming more and more likely. AG are going to have to break up these anchoring positions, and the Flash haven't called out Scales' position that time. The Flash does come in. Kira straight into the face. Personal space, but still the kill being found. ERV on the site. Splash in attendance. It's all going wrong, and the showstopper pretty much seals the deal. The final nail in the coffin. GRQ would have to clutch up in 10 seconds, and there's no way in hell TYL will let that happen. A 9-3 half answered in reply. We go to OT.
And in such crazy fashion as well, right? The exact thing that made the defense so fluid was All Gamers' greatest weakness on their attack half in terms of that coordination on some of these execs, and that allow these hero plays, these hard-fought anchors from TYL to shine through. And TYL as well, really good proactivity to get positional awareness and just shutting down any of these early round split plays that AG like to set up. And I mean, they definitely are looking a lot more warmed up aim-wise as well. So the shots from that operator were kind of crazy from Sully. I think definitely contesting that Ifan Gears on the first half, but it won't change that it's a defensive core for AG coming into the next. And of this round. Quick B main presence, but it's all a ruse. Want to get these early rotations, but look at Fangir, he's not buying it. Can't challenge the orb though. Yeah, I don't think that once this Trailblazer sees nothing in market, that AG are going to be convinced this is the BN. Ray's rotating over. I need Funker to get on the main line, low-key with the up.
Yeah, instead he's up in heaven, gets caught, and it's the paint shells that do it. He was in the refract. Kira Bai, though, they're fighting back with the answers they need. But look at this replay.
They tried doing this on an eco and got met head on. Here, it works perfectly.
Oh, the paranoia is perfect. Splash with the showstopper. He might just ace, and he has to get TYL up to map point. That is an incredible round. And now all they need to do is just win a defense round, which they've done 9 times before in this game.
I would not be surprised if we get a tech pause from Sweet Baby actually unplugging his headphones right there in celebration. We'll see. But, I mean, it was just here, right? Fongir finally getting out-timinged, right? Couldn't get established on the offline, couldn't get a cheeky kill now, and the anchor challenge there setup that ace we saw from Splash, I mean, this was gorgeous. And
Oh
again,
my
it feels like
God.
this map, TYL were the ones to grow the most round to round from their losses, if that makes sense. And AG, on the other hand, are now required to take their only time out of overtime to try and keep the dream of their map pick alive, by the way. And this is why, to me, since we kind of count Sunset out, that this felt like it would be TYL 2-0ing, or as going the full distance of 3 for AG to win things out. And I mean, I still have some hope for AG's split Sunset, just because we've seen the improvements with their new KO composition. But if you lose this map in this way, the mental that they usually ride, like to the finish, to success, yeah, it's just not going to be there.
I mean, we talked about in the pre-game as well. This is essentially a must-win map for all gamers, right? Because they haven't been finding that success on Sunset.
Undefeated for TYL though, 4-0.
Yeah, I mean that's also the case. So 2 reasons why AG should want to win here on Split. But right now, Splash is leading the line, 28 kills, and he might just have found that crucial moment, an ace to get TYL up to 13 on what has been the weaker half throughout this game so far, the attacking side.
Alright. Fast mid deposit. Mentioned how on their attack half, AG couldn't get into positions to end in these splits. Here, I think they're in a decent position too, if they re-clear ramps, because I do like this split kind of fake out position that Splash and Year are holding together. But they're not committing just yet. I think like this, leaving a duelist here for a fake out's nice, but gotta get a move on. You're at the sub-minute mark.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so ready for it. They're like, we designed this play. We know how to counter it.
Might have even heard one of the ropes as well. Fangir's been spotted, so the paranoia come through. Guiding light and the paint shells being utilized. So
You go back B?
turn tail. I'm not entirely sure what you do in this position. Seems like they're looking for that re-hit towards A, but Splash does it again. An opening kill, staying alive. It's all gone the way of TYL. A 2 versus 5 for all gamers. It just doesn't seem possible. Splash is just unbelievable. An ace in the first of overtime. A triple in the second. Rightfully celebrated by his teammates. TYL get over the line. It's 14-12.
I mean, looking so grateful. That was that last final push they needed to make that comeback happen. I mean, this is when you want those 9-3 curses to come true. When elimination, your season end is on the line. And I mean, you can see how grateful Sweet Fat Baby is to his team. Again, I mean, some of those calls were crazy. And the fact that the calls went from very creative but not working because AG's firepower was better as they were warming up, to the calls being perfect on that defensive half and working, is exactly what you need as an IGL to be confident going into your undefeated map of Sunsets. And I mean, it feels like they have all the boxes checked right now after a bumpy start. And yeah, they're going to be dangerous to shut down and reverse sweep for all gamers at this point.
Yeah, the fact that it started so well for all gamers. At the start of the second half, I made the joke, oh, double pistol for TYL, because I didn't expect it to matter. But in the end, it's that sort of moment that actually has been the difference maker. Crazy, crazy stuff all throughout this map. And again, the 9-3 curse comes to bear once more. Highlight moments from both teams though throughout this, and interestingly, going into that last round of overtime, everyone on AG was within 2 kills of each other. You had a couple people on 17, a couple people on 18, and 1 person on 19. Like, that's a crazy team performance, but Splash at 28 at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just frustrating because, like, I think I can identify like 3 different swing rounds for AG on their attack where it was mistakes in the timings of these execs that tore apart an otherwise good plan, and what was a complete opposite from what we saw in the previous half. And I think that's difficult because those aren't the mistakes you can be making in playoffs in an elimination match. And if they won those rounds, the game would have been over. So all in all, yeah, TYL, the grit, perseveres, and it's a very, very deserved comeback.
Yeah, for sure. Overtime was crazy, marked with a pentakill from Splash. I imagine that might be a round that we hear in the team comms, but let's find out.
Let's go， 魔哥
Let's go，
兄弟们！
队友打得好就喊出来，其实打得爽就喊出来，哦，把能量释放出来 ，OK？ 对吧？没有，我淹掉了。
看亮子，看亮子，看亮子，看亮子，
中了，我在左边，
看亮子，
地方里还有，
两地方，
够我，够我。地方，
这个，加一，想加，nice，爆点一个，
我要去，我要打。我看亮子了，两边过去，I want
A1，
地边了，我这边定了。我没有包，哎呀，来，我没有讲，我要整场。
可以，你整枪嘛，我加右边。
哦，可以吸收了，哦，舒服。开上开吸上了吗？有枪吗？来，有。nice！
哎呦，这波打得好啊！
一分来，
这边打得好，兄弟们。nice，
play。来，
这个
刀放了，我在这了。花圃没有，花圃二楼上了。
我踢进来帮你们。
二楼一个。
眼里，走，
咱屁股屁股 A1，拿起顶住，小智。
来，我来了，毛哥，我能推黑，毛 C， 跳，
没有屁股，听我说没有屁股。张技能，你准备对黑，
我抓黑。
这个，我开大，
包点，
屁股，
Splash.
Yeah, and I think it's no surprise, like you mentioned, with Pentakill and OT, Splash woke up and definitely clutched out there for the side of TYL. But I really enjoyed during the team comms how we kind of mentioned the mental might have been a bit lower towards the start of that map, but the focus turned to comfort, turned to silliness, and that final celebration as well, kind of a crowning achievement for that map. And again, exactly what this team needs to stay on this streak. And I mean, whew, cannot even usually they like looking at the other team, but no, it's just splash. Like you've gotta compare him at this point to everybody else in the server. And I look at those multi-kills more than anything, right? Like I feel like a lot of people had multi-kills, so the fact that he's still like having that much more than the entire server is kind of crazy.
Yeah, for sure. We can get to see. I mean, this is going to be a long highlight package. 31 kills throughout this map. And it really was throughout the map. We talked about, at least at the start of the game, Splash. He was having some problems. He was seeing like, 1 and 5, something like that. But in the end, he came out with just so many kills. A massive part of how TYL were able to mount this comeback in the first place. And truly incredible impact in pretty much every round. Not quite the highest cast in the server, but very much near enough. And like you say, there's 10 multi-kills, and that final one on the ace, absolutely snappy as anything. This guy he really is an absolute prodigy. Look at this score sheet, and then you look at the other side. Yeah, 19 for GRQ, 18 for Fangir and Bai, 17 for Kira and Shrimp. They, played as a team, but even still, just couldn't get over the line. And that really is the factor. We said we might want to see hero plays. We said that we might be expecting someone to step up. Nobody really did.
Yeah, I mean, we can just say it. Those attack sides were rough for both the teams looking at that. And I mean, we talked about, it was Shrimp's clutch, still crazy. That's on the board. The flawlesses, I mean, I wish we could have seen the ecos, because those were big, I think, for both teams as well, this map. But I think at the end of the day, how this map kind of went was AG, their firepower shone through in the early stage, but TYL and their sustainability, their well-roundedness in calling, and like as we mentioned, kind of just flexibility is what overshone by the end. They were able to just adapt, make changes, make solutions, fix problems, and they were making less mistakes across the board as well. There were some, I think, like for the eco that they almost threw away as well, that they were fighting out mid after getting numbers, for example. But all in all, like, very, very fun map to watch them just kind of think through the problem and solve all gamers split, it felt like, in real time.
Yeah, I mean, we said that was a must-win map for all gamers as well. Are we now thinking that this is a TYL 2-0, or do AG bring something back on Sunset?
I don't know. I just think that there's not enough firepower if you're running single dive, double info in it up against the double Senti comp, right? It's the double aggro, double duelist has to fight back through that, and I just don't think with the groundwork that AG has laid that they're going to change their composition.
Yeah, well, let's see if they're right on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it'll be map 2 of Sunset.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high-stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dying on your mind.
We shall find out whether that first map loss means that it is all over in stage 2 for all gamers. They were up 9-3 at the half. They were up like 11-5, 11-6, but let things slip. So TYL, after taking their opponent's map pick, now head to Sunset, where they are undefeated and their opponents have a terrible record. Sobi, it feels like we are gearing up for a TYL 2-0.
It does, and I will say the record could be worse. It's a 2-4 right now for all gamers because they recently swapped comps and found success with it during, again, play-ins, during that reinvention period that they went through. My only concern is that they're running a double initiator composition and a neon, and I feel like a chamber sage is like the perfect counter for it. And you can see going into it that neither side has made changes away from that. You don't want to when it's possibly your last map of the season, right? And I just don't quite know how this is going to work because we never saw all gamers quite like outmaneuver, right, on their own attack, right, and like get into a deserted site. The one round where they could have done it, slowly from heaven just domes 2 on main anyways. So I just don't see it happening that this compositionally speaking will have an edge, and that's where my concern mounts. It's like now it feels like everything's working against him, and we saw what happened when everything was working against TYL in map 1, right? Like they still just upset the odds, right? Both pistols after having 30 and 40% chances and coming back from a 3-9. Like what more can you ask from this team right now?
Yeah, they are going to be hoping to deal with all gamers very, very swiftly, because from here on out, it's games every single day up until the grand finals. If you win here, it's the lower bracket semi-final tomorrow, then the lower bracket final on Saturday, then the grand final on Sunday, obviously assuming they make the run. And that's what they're going to have to hope for if they want to make it to Champions Shanghai. TYL no longer able to qualify from points. It has to be getting all the way. That very, very long lower bracket run.
100%. And I mean, we kind of saw who the key players were for both teams right now. Obviously, we had just crazy performance from Splash on the side of TYL.
Unreal.
We saw some really, really smart calling as well from Sweet Fat Baby. And on the side for all gamers, obviously Funky was doing crazy on the anchors. I think GRQ and Shrimp had their moments as well. I think you can argue that Kidder was honestly quiet on the race comparative to his normal level of performance. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen now with him back on the Omen. And that's my other concern here, is that, again, the roles get a bit sillier here for both teams. So we'll see how things work out here. But for the time being, double Senti A side for TYL starting out on the attack, and a massive B main scale effort. There it is, just contact made, and then you get into your little cage pop kill trip position if you're by. I'm gonna re-clear main here for AG. This is basically call, but I like it off the deep smoke.
Yeah, it gives them that pressure and information. Obviously, still slowly in attendance, but a little bit further back.
Heck of a top mid gap though. Cam at least gets the cross, I guess, from Tiles, but can you backtrack in time? GRQ's looking to.
Oh, and slowly spotted Kira and being spotted himself. The headshot through the wall means Kira's on 5 HP.
Almost took line and sinker. The double back from buy is perfect. The whole idea there with the Prowler and the chamber scaling was to draw the players off, but they're going to meet them on Boba, meet them on Market, but this Sage Wall is perfect to bridge the cross.
You're looking at Buy on site, but he just gets swiftly taken down. Shrimp and GRQ now the ones trying to fight back through it. And they are in trouble. Fangir now coming in to assist as well, but you're still fighting back from a deficit, and you still have slowly on the wrap through mid. And actually the spike is making its way towards the A side here. Kira might just be able to catch them off guard. Fangir going for the slight on round, but the spike has made it safely through and getting planted. Kills go either which way, damage back and forth, but it's very much the advantage for TYL, and now Splash is the one on the wrap.
How are they aware? They're waiting for it. Kira!
I mean, at this point, you've got to expect any kind of shenanigan from TYL. You still have the players making sure they avoid that top mid position, instead wrapping through the defender spawn. Takes a bit longer. And now 3 coming in from lane. They should very much be noted, especially with that recon. Jump spots coming through as well, and the time starting to become that factor. The 3 versus 3, but HP becoming a problem. Kira's found 4. He's on for the ace. ERV just left to try and stand against it. And the kills are found, but I don't think there's time. TYL will get the pistol, and it's 0.08 of a second in it.
Wow, I mean, that's 3 pistols, by the way, for TYL, but again, it comes off of a brilliant ping-pong mid-rounding from TYL, right? Initial exit on the stage wall falters because they can't keep that backside space, which credit to the cage smoke cycling. I love to see that out of all gamers, but the fact that once again it had to be a shrimp clutch that would have saved them, and laughing at the team on the other side, they're like, it's so close. Now the buy-up is there for the second. We're gonna be looking towards TYL to keep this as clean as possible, right? Because AG, they were at least able to consistently turn around those third rounds. So, see what exactly happens buy-wise coming into the next.
this mid line that slowly has.
I'm confused by this gap. I mean, maybe it's just for the pistol round and the eco. Like, otherwise there'll be a trip there, but for the time being, it's been risky and was exploited by TYL last time. Ooh.
Oh, it's a game of timings.
Yeah. Good productivity from AG and B main as well.
They've slipped the net. Shrimp has slipped the net. I don't know if TYL
There's no trip
slowly
here.
will be aware of this, but ERV coming in from A main. Maybe
They just need to speed up.
the crowd assist there, but yeah, they have to accelerate towards the A site here, and well, they are doing that. Smoke's coming through to deny these positions as well. Sage wall up, and the spike getting planted.
Yeah, and they're going to have to play the close corners, right? Group up, try and shut down wherever this Marshall's going to be retaking from. Fonga taking a long way around just to clear out spawn. Make sure there's no double lurk antics, but this will be a hard retake to get back into. And look, delay. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, there's no trip, but its presence has been snoted now, and Scales deals with it. So now you just have these three players coming in from Link, and well, Splash is waiting for you. It took him around to find the score sheet, and now he might even be on for a triple, which he is. So TYL, for the second map in a row, go up 2-0.
And it is the worst thing to retake up against this composition. Again, with the double senti, it's already just, if they get onto a site, it's done dusted. And that's where they cannot be giving up deserted sites over to TYL. But you look at how this post plant went, right? C's, Paranoia, you have double slows, you have a relabel. Like, they have every piece of delay utility under the sun to work with. So I'm gonna have to see more of that productivity element, like we saw on the eco, out of all gamers. And for now, that's gonna once again fall to Fungear here to get an opener on A main and be back towards that productivity instead of hard B anchors, but whew, bait out.
Space being gathered, and once again TYL turn their focus towards the eastern portion of the map. Who they deal with slowly. Kira's expecting it, but the spam just doesn't quite land. They must have heard the TP.
Yeah. Here comes the pop.
Yeah,
Ooh, what a
Paranoia
challenge.
coming through. Fangir trying to help Kira, but gets taken down. There's a reply, so both Neons now removed. And Fangir's Neon still leaving much to be desired. Yeah, and slowly he's spotted in main. Kira goes down. GRQ, at the very least, he's dropped the spike, actually. And, through the smoke, nearly finding a second. Taking util away from ERV, the spike's gone down, and this is still a 3 versus 3, which you certainly don't want. And now GRQ's just revealed his own position. Scales is able to get the drop, and now TYL man to the good. Shrimp trying to fight back in, does so effectively. First kill found, second one is going to have to be there, and a third as well, because now it's just him, left alone, slowly, slow on HP, but just goes uncleared. It's catastrophe after catastrophe for all gamers on the retake.
Yeah, 3-0 start for TYL. I mean, I really like GRQ on the challenge, the fragment, the breaking of the wall, and it was more the stabilization around the slow orb and some smart timing positions and some individuals trying to shine through for AG that just weren't bright enough. And again, we're not seeing much team play on the AG side right now, and when we do see, like what we saw from Fongear trying, like you mentioned, to support Kira into elbow, it's like everybody has everyone's back on the TYL side, even through that fast lane that we saw. So, out of the metal, TYL are not slowing down. Into mid they go, but this time it's been heard, and a little double pivot. Surprised they're, again, being so relaxed about top mid space on the AG side. Trip's a little low, guys, this time.
Yeah. At least they're covering the gap with bodies.
Once again, this is the entire idea for TYL, is start with these really strong hand defaults, break util, it'll draw rotations, and then try and walk into a deserted site. And for the eco round, they have been able to slip the net, find the weak site once again. Kira, I think that was way too early for him to spotted somebody out, but Spidey sense is tingling, he knows.
Yeah, I mean, TYL have gone the A site pretty much every round, and Well, they've definitely ended over here every round. There's
Oh, but still on the rotate though. There's 3 now.
to solely expect different. The pop flash is perfect, underhanded with it, and now Fangir sliding in. The Sheriff doesn't quite hit his mark, and now he's under pressure, stuck in the corner, back to the wall, still comes up with the goods, and Kira gets involved as well. All gamers 2 to the goods here, and TYL only have 20 seconds to try and make this work. Still, slows coming in, Fangir spotted out still. The players coming in from elbow, and now the site getting overwhelmed. GRQ with a bandit shot to at least stem the tide and stop the bleeding. The shot starts sent in, the offie's gone down, and now Scales is down low himself. It's incredible stuff from GRQ, with even the resurrection being utilized. The bandit finds a triple.
Thrifty to get all gamers on the board, and I mean they just clearly caught them off guard on that elbow refight. Like that was the biggest part of it, and that fragment saving Fangir while they're trying to shut down who they know is a viable threat on these eco rounds. I mean we saw what he tried to do with a classic and a 1v5 last map, just saying, but really nice pressure from these Sheriffs and some unfortunate moments as well, the ping pongs and the trades. Just you had to invest that smoke for the safe passage when time is that low, so couldn't smoke off back sight, and that cost them on these trades, favoring AG. And yeah, I mean Preston won, even the crowd getting the oohs and ahs in, and now back up and active. Speaking of active, Fangir, they know they've been defaulting into mid, so I really like the deep op position, but this time they're more directed to B main, so it doesn't find its mark. Need to find the marks though.
Yeah, one way into slowly can take some damage here instead of A main. Kira actually refreshes it.
They're gonna switch out the op here too. I really like this.
Yeah, just hold this line because TYL are looking like they want to give that A hit once again.
Going unspotted here on the drone in mid would be huge for setting up a late kind of top mid split into A or a late B end, and exactly what they're going for, but timing missed. Should be getting up some of that util back from GRQ, and even if they hit with less time, there's going to be a null command coming through, so if they don't get towards a site to the 30-second mark, this is going to be a very difficult outcome.
Fangir wasn't spotted by the Prowler on A main, but he's relinquished some of that space. Now a second Prowler comes through. That also doesn't catch the information, but there's the slide, there's the shot. Fangir has to escape, and Kira also caught by the relay bolt, stunned away. He's got to get out of dodge. Slowly coming up from mid with that operator, starting to cause problems as Shrimp can't even try and make the cross, but look at the time. Just 10 seconds left, and finally the spike is getting planted. The kills are coming in for TYL. They've got double the numbers of their opposition. And even that cam not going to do anything, so Kira just sending it in.
The up and leave.
Yeah, that's what they want to do, but they didn't know that Scales was ahead of his own Sage Wall there. So both players will fall, and TYL will pretty cleanly get the round.
And we just mentioned the entire strategy was Fangir gets an opener, gets out, and they play retake off the null command. But that mid gap is consistently getting exploited, and Sully found the exact target he needed to on the rotate, GRQ. That ult is no longer a factor, and they just confidently hunker down on site, play this backstreet position together as a team, and TYL, they're not just winning these rounds like this, which is frustrating to the coaching staff of all gamers, but now they're snowballing ultimates, right? One ult here, one ult in the next, and they're going to be picking up these rounds one after another. And that's where AG have to shut them down sooner rather than later, or they might be the ones having to make a 3-9 comeback.
Yeah, and again, it feels kind of bonkers that the only one that they have taken here, all gamers, is their eco round. And yeah, sure, it was off the back of maybe some mistakes, but they even were able to get the resurrection out of their opponents there, and even still, because that's a crucial ultimate that you're able to rip away, and just doesn't come to anything.
Absolutely, and that's where I'm trying to figure out. I feel like all gamers on those ecos, again, it's been element of surprise, number one, and it's been proactivity on the opposite side of the map that gave them answers so they could stack the site early. So what I kind of want to see is Bai being a bit bolder on B main, perhaps, number one. And number two, Fungear, even when he picked up the operator for the first time, got super deep into that mid space off barrier drop without retaliation. So that means you can probably get some deep mid space, some deep tile space, and shut down something like what we saw from Slowly with that late backstab. And that's exactly what they're doing. That proactivity that we mentioned coming into the eco. B main under full Fungear control off the deep dark cover, and now, yeah, and they're trying to push them towards the Cypher setup, push them towards the numbers, and it's up to TYL to call the bluff to refight it.
And right now they just let the round breathe a little bit, let it simmer. Ooh. Fungear with the jiggle peaks. I think he spotted at least a couple.
Exactly what TYL needed to do here was counter Fungear, force that respect. Can even speed up into an exec if they would like to off the Fade ultimate.
Right now, though, again, they just fall back, fall away. And maybe...
split.
Yeah, this is where I do start to become concerned that some of the problems we saw on that first map come back to bear, where they just take a bit too long. Especially against an eco, but Nightfall coming in, that should get the information. Fungear has been spotted out, unsure about Kira, but well, the operator has him dead, and now Fungear's position is revealed. Splash will have no problem in dismissing him. So, 3 players up, and it's just a classic, oh sorry, a bandit and a stinger on the other side, slowly watching this push from mid, and just short. Turns his attention to Boba, headhunter shot, and a headshot with the op as well. He's just showing off now.
You just saw TYL min-maxing that round, right? Collecting the orbs, right? Funnel 1 to the Sage, funnel 1 on the plant to the Neon, and I mean, this was so clean. Being down to the slowly shots that capped it off, and you can see how pivotal these Sage walls as well are to their execs, right? Because it speeds things up, it ensures that they don't get timing or get splintered by counter spray on these more narrow avenues, and it's really, really fun to see how it works, and leans into exactly what Slowly's good at as well.
That's a strange one. Splash, I think, maybe trying to get the orb up A main. I mean, the overdrive is available now, but for the next round.
A little too excited, right? When you're up 5-1, perhaps.
Just not expecting Kira to be that far up, and yeah, doesn't clear it properly.
Either.
Oh, this could be scary.
If you Prowler it, I don't think it would catch.
Well, there's only one way to find out, because there is a Prowler about to make its way forwards. And no, it hasn't. Slowly it's gone down. The one-way pop now. But the Haunt will reveal his position, so Fungear does have to respect it. And well, there's been a TP into the site as well. ERV already in that position, but
if they wait out, they can from the shadows to the opposite site. Only concern is Shrimp is all the way down tiles. They're contained in B main.
Yeah, the 0 points come through as well. It's made it so damn difficult, and Kira has just shut everybody down. It's a quad from him, and AG are back.
And I said it, Kira had a quiet map 1 for what he normally brings to the table as a fragging IGL, and that 4K from shutting down, like you mentioned, the orb collection on a main here, and maybe it was supposed to be a fake out as well. It's hard to say, but the second one's crazy, and the fact that after all of that, that trip never got destroyed on on B main too is just kind of crazy to see. So AG signs of life, 2-5 here, looking to close the gap before the side swap happens. But TYL warming up into their ultimates here. Warming up into pretty head-on eggs, like if the 0 point doesn't have something to say about it.
Yeah, again, that KO utility being used perfectly by GRQ, who had a big start of the map over on Split. Not really seeing the same heights from him thus far, but Fungear's already down mid.
What did I say? Disrespect their space, consistently breathe down their necks, and you'll find results. The concern here, though, is that there is a resurrection on the other side.
Fungear's in their spawn.
Yep, so they're contained at least on A. They can keep the numbers here, which we said is a win condition as well for AG. They win these scrappy team fights defensively.
Yeah, this is a very, very strange round indeed. Still over half the round to go, but There is the information off of the trip. GRQ on site, undisturbed. He's found a triple. Massive stuff, and now it is just slowly. It's Tour de Force back online. But this is a 1v5 that he would have to try and find his position. Has been noted. It's flawlessly taken by all gamers to get their third on the board.
And they are drilled and locked in as well, right? No more funny ha-has when you're up. Dominantly, you're the ones trying to claw this back. And talked about how on map 1, it was TYL that were fixing their mistakes, learning from the losses and rounds. Right now, it's all gamers going through that same transformative process and are ticking all of the right boxes. And TYL, as a result, are not happy. Their first time out taken as they try to grasp the lead. And I will say, my only concern here, and why I'm not completely sold just yet, is all gamers, I don't think they would have issues defensively, right? I think they'd have more issues on the attack up against the double senti. So I'm more surprised. I think that TYL has had this dominant start to the map than anything, Charlotte. But as we've seen, tendencies don't match expectations and strengths for these teams. That's what map 1 showed off, and we'll have to see if that's the case after the side swap, and if we even get that kind of dominant sided nature to the end of this half. Says, whew, yeah, AG. Do we think TYL just needs to slow down, go back to the mid defaults? I think that's what they need to do, because they've been very now direct, like gun-ho into splits into mains, aside from the one round that denied the eco where they like started strong and then slowed back down into a split. I think if they default, they'll be good.
Yeah, again, middle has started to be sort of exploited by all gamers. We saw in that round, Fangir making his way all the way down into tiles, because I guess, you know, that mid gap just became a bit too comfortable for TYL.
In the previous round, Shrimp took advantage of that mid space, right? Had a line on B main, so they know then that the players are contained on that site and keep numbers there. That's the exact win condition for AG right now. But this round, can't keep doing it. You're expecting changes, you're expecting the coaches to point that exact fact out, so Upward instead, challenging slowly once again to a duel. And
Scales is in mid this time though.
A little swap, trying to punish, right? Trying to show like they're still going super aggro towards the main to draw out those pathings, and you draw out some sort of pathing.
Yeah, Fangir with the kill, slowly getting shut down with the operator in the past couple rounds. Well, I guess, you know, previously it was a tour de force, but, you know, same deal. Fangir wins out that sniper battle. Splash very nearly catches Kira backside.
No issue. They're running a fade, right? No Sova, no shocks, no raise util to break these trips. That's been a problem.
TP straight into it. Kira's happy enough to find that kill, and Shrimp, okay, dodges the C's. The overdrive coming in and buys in the corner. He doesn't get cleared either. A big triple kill for another player on All Gamers. They're back within one.
We just need like an anchoring multi-kill reel at this point for all gamers, right? Map 1 and map 2, they would look like they are the ones that are winning, that are up in this series time and time again. And I mean, this is what I mentioned about Bai being that flexibility factor, right? Has jumped from what we've seen now from lurk to hard side anchor. It has been on duelist before the major transformation of all gamers, and delivers in every single aspect.
Yeah, first 3 kills of the game there too, and what big ones they are to get all gamers onto that 4-5 scoreline. It means that TYL are down to an eco.
We did ask TYL to start in mid space, and they've instead put slowly in mid. Because now that he's on the main openings, he keeps losing to Fangir, and trying to overwhelm Fangir here, it looks like. Oh, don't contact into him.
Oh yeah, there's only one way that will go. And it's the way of the operator, but oh, hello. Very nearly caught through the wall, down to 3 HP, but still an operator shot in return, splashed down to 27. But look at mid again.
Didn't spot him out.
I didn't
Pretty
think
sure.
it did.
Ping there, I think it did. Now they're just trying to speed up into... Probably he's been communicated that he's low HP at this point, but... Support not far behind from GRQ. We've also seen some masterclass anchor moments from.
Yeah, the 0 point as well takes the fade and omen util away. And Kira TPs towards the lane space
Definitely
here.
over an investment.
Yeah, but Shrimp has gone down on Link actually, so that does become a problem. You can see on the minimap as well, Bai going back to B.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of Silly staying here and continuing to pick up these kills is to sell that this is still an A end, but... Can you hear the main presence? Bai just got his first 3. Let's see if he can do it again.
Yeah, first tap on the spike, and actually ERV just fully planting it here. So it's going to be a post plant on the B side, and slowly still on A, but he doesn't know that everyone's already left so far in advance, and Bai's just sticking this. They've got to try and get the spams, but it's in fact spams the other way. Kira with the kill. Bai's got himself a double. It's all spread down and slowly so far away, the spike had already been halved. Brilliant idea, but an absolute fumble on the execution.
And we've talked about the strengths of this composition for TYL and his delay on the chokes, hard anchoring the sites. You have no damaging utility if you're playing from main, right? Like, literally, look at their composition. No piece of utility does damage. And that's where you can't really play like that. So, definitely getting punished for it.
And Hunter does damage.
Inherently by itself, without action, does damage. Yeah. And slowly it was halfway across the map there, Charlotte.
Well, yeah, that one I don't have an answer for. It feels like TYL don't really have answers at the moment either. They're just going into the stack once more. But it's traded out 2 for 2. So Shrimp now has to fight forwards, forced into a bit of a deeper line, and thankfully he's there because that means Fangir can get on the line to take out ERV. Slowly left in a clutch situation once again, but this time he doesn't even have a spike plant, he doesn't even have the spike. It's so far away in elbow.
And now they've set up kind of like a pseudo high-low with the backed-up potential out of the corner from Bai. I mean, spikes down elbow, so this is a good pathing to isolate, but slowly this is a hard kill to get.
And Fangir just sends up the fast lane.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you'd think that that's a way to escape, but Fangir sticks around and just finds a shot. I think, was that still through the wall?
I think it was around it. Hard to say when you already had some chip damage done, but yeah, you're starting to see again, just, it's basically that all gamers move the line of scrimmage a little bit forward, because once they get elbow position, once they get main position or market position, that's when those stage walls allow them that expedited entry into the site, and just because Scales is falling so early now, it cannot get in those positions. So heading back towards the B side, avoiding Fungir's on a heater with the operator, I think is smart. But the fact that AG has turned this half around and the ones in a position that could end numbers up is crazy.
And it's kind of a microcosm of what we saw from TYL on the first map, right? Down 9-3, coming up to actually win things out. And here, I think it was, what, 5-2, 5-1 for the side of TYL.
Let's see. You even have to worry about a differential at the half. 6-6 here would be cinema, but I'm looking towards them once again, not contacting into this operator. So Prowler's a good sign. Gotta expect him to get back on the line. There it is. Good punish. And they should speed up here. So is it a Fungir anchor, or sorry, a GRQ anchor moment? Let's find out.
Yeah.
Clear corner.
Oh, he doesn't get cleared. He's still surviving. Does a bit of damage as well onto Scales. 8 HP, but he can heal himself back up. And they can get on the charge once more. Trying to find these fights. Kira's uncleared on the side. TPing into him. ERV. Oh no, it's all gone wrong again. Slowly left alive in another 1v3 situation.
They had to have heard the rendezvous deployment as well.
Yeah, and the angle's just being jiggled here. Kira should get the information. Well, I mean, info one way or another. The kill gets found. It grants slowly passage into the site. And he has control of the spike, but red time means that he's got to be forced into this, and all gamers swing together. Distraction played by Shrimp, and Bai secures the final fight. An opening 12 that started so wrong but ended so right. It's all gamers up 7-5 at the half.
We flashed a little kill from here to open the round, but that doesn't mean you can close it. And once again, we mentioned once they get the spike down, it's kind of wraps, right? And that round was no exception. He would have gotten the res, could have tucked an elbow and gotten another player up. So the fact that they're disrespecting TYL is exactly what you needed if you're down a map. And again, to me, you needed all gamers to be up at the half, because it's the next half that they're going to struggle with more than anything. And if not, then what do compositions and tendencies, attack or defense sided mean? Nothing anymore. But
well, we saw pistol win rates meant nothing in the first map.
Hey, this map too, what do you mean? TYL won the pistol and lost the numbers at the half.
I mean, yeah, that is true. But at least they were favoured to win the pistol this time around, so just looking at the percentages at least. Either
We'll
way.
see what the percentages look like for second half.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited actually. This is the most excited I've been to see this statistic, just because, well, it has been going so. I mean, for all gamers, right? I mean, they're gonna want to potentially they're gonna need to claim this pistol round. It would be their first of the series if they were able to do so, but it would keep TYL at bay for just a few more, extend the gap.
Yeah, they can take all the rounds they can get. If TYL can come back from a 3-9, then a 5-7 is nothing. Especially like when you win it at 5-7, like it's like a one-way ticket back to a tied game, and then who knows what happens after that. We've seen kind of those third rounds get converted both ways now. One for TYL on map 1, and then one for all gamers on this one. So
Yeah.
Kira, though, mentioned how he has stepped up this map again. Was more silent on that raise on map 1, which I think he's become pretty known on as a fragging IGL, so it's funny to see.
385 ACS as well throughout the first half is a crazy statistic. You can see it there, 17 and 9, topping the scoreboard here for all gamers, and actually 50% for AG, 25 for TYL. That's on this map, on this specific side, so, you know, attack, defense.
What?
And
I love that smoke, but yeah, hard read from Splash.
Smoke.
Little techie. The pivot's so fast, though. And the chamber pick is so dangerous, it slowly doesn't keep up that fragging mentality here. I mean, ooh, how far do TYL want to go on this A main fight?
And that is the question, because they could get called out by a couple players here. It's just a freeze from AG.
What how the split was playing?
Yeah, it's going for the refight, but Present spotted. Paranoia sends him away.
Oh, they're
Now
still going for it.
Slowly closes the mid door. Buy's been cut down.
I think they expect GRQ there as well.
Certainly watching towards middle as they cross, even if they don't necessarily expect there to be someone. The angle cleared, but sloppily so, and Fangir getting the kills on that A main fight. Splash has to escape, but he's going back in for it. The second bite of the apple, and he's going to be punished. The poison chalice of just seeing his name up in lights. Now Scales left a clutch. He might be ahead of the timing, but Kira's watching towards this 3 HP, and he gets the fight and the kill. For the first time here today, it's all gamers who get the pistol round.
You see how important that round was to Kira and getting the final kill of it as well. Good mid-round stabilization and refight on that turf war that was A main. And again, they just, I think, won the war of attrition when it came to utility, right? I think TYL invested everything they had first, and then they could answer back after that fact. And yeah, crowd definitely on their side trying to push this towards that map 3 decider of Summit, which whew, we have less data to pull from for TYL, but the same record for both of these teams. 3-3, 1-1, so it's squared away on both sides, but TYL, you have AG execing into this little tiny jank snack.
Oh, this fight is big, and the fragment means ERV, there's just no way out of it. But hello, the pistol kills have found 2 kills themselves somehow. That fight from main is just getting completely locked down. Splash with a second in the round. It's all gone wrong. It's all skew if. Kira has had a massive half and is going to need to come up massive in this one. TPing through, but Splash has the watch and has a triple kill. It's a thrifty round win from TYL. Back to our regularly scheduled programming, I guess. I'm not too sure.
Regular, Charlotte? Regular?
Yeah, TYL winning.
Oh, okay. I mean, this was like, it goes from like one end to the other so fast though, because they were so thorough, maybe too thorough, right? On that util clear the corner, perhaps, right? What did we see? Paranoia, relay bolt, and the fragment coming through maybe is wise, and they had less util to stop the reflood from main on the site itself. They also had nobody on that main timing either. So that was just beautiful tag teaming from TYL. Back to fundamentals, back to basics, and like you mentioned, back to winning. But let's see if AG can do the exact same thing. We mentioned it. That Eco Street went both ways on split. It can here as well, but mentioned what the double Senti offers. Scales. Perfect timing to counter the flash.
Yeah, and the sprint coming in from Splash as well. Fang is still with the slide on side, but no longer because, well, he's just been taken down by the Outlaw. And, I mean, something makes me think that this one is going to go the way that we expect.
I mean, Trademark will get the late market pinch. You have a player jiggling on top mid, so Splash will be able to track. Avery will probably rotate off. Like, they have everything covered, theoretically.
The smoke puts a bit of a spanner in the works, but a relay bolt quickly sent back in response. And Shrimp still on 35 health as well.
Oh, no. They're fighting into the cross. You got A and B, and you chose wrong on the coin flip.
They still found some kills, but slowly gets plenty himself. A quad on the round. No opportunity for the ACs taken out, but I mean, he did certainly more than enough to get TYL over the line, and once again, the gap shrinks to just 1.
That was so funny. It's like you're like trying to honor a coin flip, and then you lose the coin flip, so you throw the coin out the window and be like, "What coin?" That's exactly what we just saw all gamers do, with almost winning after fighting into this boba stack and slowly saying, "Nah, you're gonna honor the results," forcing that through with the Headhunter and with the Outlaw. So, whew, this is the swing round. I mean, rifles on both sides, right? If AG loses, they're the ones stuck in buy save purgatory. Ooh, playing as such.
Paranoia sent in, Fragment as well, but off of the C's again. It's an opening pick for AG, but there's 2 in reply from TYL. It's exactly the same story as we saw in the second round, and now slowly he's going in for more. Of course he's going to get more. He's been getting more this entire time. And Kira's now down to 5. Slowly watching towards Spy's position in mid. He's so aware. And now it's just a 1v4. The IGL. And he might just even save here.
Yeah, pseudo timeout. Fuck with your team. Faking the BN, but the stage wall hasn't even been broken. I guess it's an omen. Oh no, you could have TP'd over. And that's exactly what Scales is looking for, but I guess it's time to break down what we just saw. And we mentioned how AG were making changes that got them rounds that they were previously losing on their defensive half. But now we've seen TYL do the exact same thing in a lot shorter of a span of time, Charlotte. This time they stayed their util. They utilized one seized to stop that initial util dump from AG, and then they reaccelerated. They got ahead of it. That's exactly what the kind of disrespect they need to have up against a GR. And, I mean, we mentioned how you need to have that main presence simultaneously, but that's where they've pivoted slowly away from B onto A at the perfect round. And I mean, Kira, 5 HP is going to try and take this gun into the next. And, wow, I mean, Scales almost falls too, but no dice. My question mark is, have the coaching staff from All Gamers heard enough from that pseudo timeout, or are they still going to pull the emergency brake?
I would like to see that timeout being called.
Do they have both though? If they don't, I don't want to see it. And they don't, right? I think it's too early, yeah. And I think that's why they maybe opted for the pseudo timeout as well, of like saving for that long, talk with your team.
Still feels kind of scary though.
Yeah, I think if you lose the next rifle round, that's when you take it, because that'd be 10-8, right? I think that would be fine.
That's true, but then they would have to find the results from that.
They have a better conversion of the timeouts than Tyler does, I think, slightly right now.
Yeah, that is definitely true. But they definitely don't have the better of Tyloo in this round.
Wait a minute. Yeah, how did we get all over the B site like this?
Yeah, well, there's a sage wall on B.
There's a sage wall. Oh, they broke it. Okay, I looked like it was still up for a second. I was like, wait a minute. They're gonna play retake though. What? Wait.
Wait, they tapped the spike and now they're going to A. What?
I think Funnier said, "Wait, guys, I have a play."
Well,
and I feel like he's not gonna have a play.
Kira had so much space towards A, and now Fangir's being cleared.
They're immediately gonna pivot though. Now they know that it's been deserted, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be this acceleration. Thankfully, Kira has that intel.
Why are they going so slow on the Tyloo side? I think they're worried about how much deep space they had taken, but now Shrimp can get into position and play ult. That's my concern here. Yeah. Sleep that baby though. One off Nightfall. Could pull it out if they get an opener.
Guns are still in favor of Tyloo here. It feels like It's kind of been overcooked a little bit by AG, or at least they needed someone on that deeper line. But now here comes the Hunter's Fury. Way too early, but it's thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. Bice found the kill, but Kira goes down. Splash on that. Charge through the sights. Makes it so. TYL got up to 9, and yeah, you've got your head in your hands, Sobi. That was a disaster from All Gamers.
I'm just trying to figure out where the communication and where the intel was for that Hunter's Fury play. Because you definitely heard at least 2, and I want to say they probably knew that all 3 were on street side. So why are you ulting towards Bend? I think the overcook was fine, like you mentioned, because of how much space. And it's your IGL, you're gonna listen to Kira calling you back to the A side, right? But yeah, it's that Hunter's Fury play that was a bit confusing to me. Versus they played the timer down, played the close angers instead of trying to react into long-range fights against it. Again, everything about that fundamentally felt a bit off and weren't playing to their advantage. And I think that's why all gamers are taking their second time out here, not even waiting for the rifle round. So you kind of mentioned, right, like how that would be a must-win here. They'll have a little bit more bounce-back room if they lose it.
Yeah, only just, but I mean, this is a difficult one because, yeah, sure, maybe they overcooked a little bit going to the A site, but then I feel like you need to keep Kira out towards lane, or at least have someone trying to hold off on the rotations, because then you just give TYL all the space in the world. And then it's that panic, I guess, that you then suddenly go, oh no, we're about to get overwhelmed, that the ult comes out too early.
And it goes back to, again, this has been a very kind of util trade intensive match. Like, that's determining these outcomes, and they did put a lot into that BX. Like, when I say a lot, like, in the context of them being on an eco, right? And so then they didn't have as much delay util, I think, to play off of it outside of the Hunter's Fury, so then they couldn't play the delay game, but do or die now. Enter into AG's bye round. That will keep TYL off of double digits, and probably an 11th if we're being realistic, but it's been 4 in a row for TYL. It's a big swing round ultimates-wise as well for both sides. See how the openers changed the late game.
Again, that box inside a main, a position that the attackers want to try and control. Kira this time in the one up there, but the tour de force finds its mark. It's slowly to take them down, but ERV's been spotted. That off angle being played by Kira comes to fruition. But now Splash is the one under the microscope, and he's pushing forwards ahead of this. First kill found, the second step not. So 3 versus 3, and Nightfall coming in. Shrimp's been spotted, in fact. So has Kira. The decay could be massive, and that's why the neural theft comes in.
Yeah, it's gonna set up a refight, maybe attempt for them. Looks like the cross is on site. Bit dangerous.
Does Spy get cleared? That is the question. Paranoia out towards Link, but Spy not moved. He's stalwart, and he's staying in that position. Slowly has no reason to expect this. Shrimp's already taken a kill on the site. Sufat at the very least will deal with Shrimp, but then Bai strikes, and Kira's still on side to deal with it. So the timeout comes to fruition. Not without casualties for All Gamers, but they're back on the board.
Yeah, and I just don't think that's a good enough litmus test of a round to see if AG have fixed their mistakes out of the timeout, because they were doing the same thing. Aside from maybe Funky lurking at mid, it was just get the opener and speed up into the site. And it was more, once again, as we just saw, some mistakes, some spreading too thin on the side of TYL. So I want to see if they are going to continue to win some of these team fights on the sites or not. In this round, boy oh boy, they expected them to try and repeat that A start. At least that TYL did. Scales quickly gonna realize it is not the case, so there's the Sage Wall. The Sage Wall. No, there's not gonna be a Sage Wall.
Yep, that is the power of the null command. So AG have all this space, but okay, JQ's been taken out, obviously able to be picked up because of that ultimate. Fangit trying to fight back, Siphon and Splash again!
He could have done it all on his own. I'm fully convinced if the reinforcements hadn't arrived, it would not have mattered. And again, it's a similar level of celebration and praise for what Splash was just able to accomplish. And I don't even know if he slid in or just walked in as that null command was coming down, and we saw Scales panicking. Now, I mean, just the position here. Well, they didn't even know he was there, right? They thought they were gonna get a free, fully nearsighted Sage backside, and they are just so surprised by their own teammate round after round. The disappointment sets in when you realize that once again, it's TYL that are being the ones that come away with heroics more often than AG. No.
Oh,
This feels like it's it. The beginning of the end.
Yeah,
Look
it
at the
absolutely
buy.
does. Fangir taken out early, slowly is continued to come online throughout this map. 22 kills to his name.
And at this point, I mean, you blew 2 ultimates last round with no conversion. Fangir died immediately at the gate, so Hero Rifle now in Kira's hands, and you know, as soon as you break the Sage Wall, the rotations will be done, basically, and I mean, when you take a look at it, you still have a C's for Sweetfat Baby. Slow's been already exhausted, so I mean, it's just gonna be all on Kira to kind of keep this space, and I mean, look who slipped in that.
Yeah, it's Splash again. Of course, it's Splash Scales also in a power position, and he's playing it to perfection. Second kill found, and Splash comes in for the last. TYL, we're getting fired up. Sufat on his feet once again, because every round
Splash
gets them closer.
And I mean, there it was just past the Hero Rifle, and neither one was able to find impact with it. And I mean, even here, Scales is holding his own just fine, but it's this regroup to get the final trade, so Splash is standing on his own and playing off of his teammates. It's crazy. I mean, 6 out of the 8 rounds of this half going TYL's way. This is the last-ditch effort round for AG, and it's not even pretty. Light Shells regen shields. Lose this, it's a broken bye, and TYL on map series point. It's a good start.
Yeah,
They res
Fangir
if they leave.
once again getting the better of slowly on these main engagements.
They can't leave, they know that now. The Sage is here, the res would come through. Maybe to pause it, maybe to bait it out. Sage Wall active. Look at the mid-scaling. Whoa! We've never seen this.
So far up. Damage dealt, but again, the heal can come in, and now with the door shutting, Sufat inserts himself behind the box. This might not be expected at all, especially when you have jump spots from top. Oh, this could be everything. Wait, did he make a step?
I
Or was
think
that-
that was the one heard from him.
Surely.
And he can hear the rotations now. So this isn't even necessarily a killing game, it's just an intel game.
I still think he might find some kills, to be honest with you, because he's going into TYL's Kira with his back turned, but they don't look at each other. They've completely crossed paths. Sufat with one, but Kira is at the very center trade. But now here comes the res on the B site. It's a 4 versus 3 coming in for TYL, and all gamers are trying to fight into the A space. ERV inside of main. He's got one. Second not found, but now Splash is the next one to take up the mantle. It's so much pressure, and all gamers are feeling the heat. But they've been able to plant. They've been able to get into a 3 versus 3. But another heal comes in. Splash was on 10. We'll be able to get right back up to 100. GRQ stuck at 5.
He'll pop the ult at any moment too.
Yeah, and sliding in. Splash there to kill. Now comes the overdrive. Kira deals with him, but he's got to deal with 2 more. The TP play being made. Smoke up top. Playing the one-way. Playing inside. And slowly doesn't know. He doesn't have any idea. Scales has got the thing to half, and he might just go all the way here. He's just sticking it! Kira overcooking the clutch, and TYL were up to match point.
I don't think he realized that it was halved. I don't think he would have played the timing, and you could see the disappointment on his face that he missed out on such a key piece of information. I mean, when did it even get halved is my question, Charlotte. I gotta lock in on this replay to see how fast that happened. I mean, I guess it's when the slows were. Wait, no, yeah. When did it get halved?
It was when slowly, because it was when slowly was watching towards elbow and got killed. Scales just got it to half before getting off the spike.
It's crazy timing.
No, straight back into the action here. No chance to rest. TYL up to 12, and all gamers have used all their timeouts. No coach intervention. It's just going to have to be what they can do on the server. And 3 chances for their opponents to close the series here and now.
Your Q. Protecting the spot out. We mentioned it getting ahead of AG, and look at this, TYL done it again.
Oh my god, just not able to escape there. The flash perfect. It might have been his own flash actually. And now Splash is fighting towards Bend. He's just going back and forth, providing so much pressure. Slowly his top mid. He's gonna be able to take down by
Wait, the
two
padding
to
top.
the good, make it 3 because slowly he's still alive, still fighting. Shrimp slips the net, but it's still so much to do. Just himself, a 1v5. The first step already taken, but there's no more steps to All Gamers' journey. Results are out of their hands now. XLG qualify themselves to champions, by the way, with that victory, but it's not about them. It is all about TYL with a 2-0 victory here. Just looking so much stronger than AG, particularly on this Sunset map.
Wow, and if it's not just because TYL eliminated them, AG will be hate watching this team for the remainder of the lower bracket run, because for them to punch their ticket to Champions Shanghai, they need it to be a Billy versus XLG grand finals where any Cinderella run team will knock them out. Because they are now sitting at the 4th in Champions points with no way to make up that deficit. And so it may not be the end of their season, but it's definitely looking like a grim prospect for the time being. This was how they seized their moment, the destiny, and they got up to a firecracker start, but it's just that short-lived, short fuse, and their time has come to an end.
Yeah, it's got to feel rough for AG, because especially considering the way the first map went. They were up 9-3 at the half, but weren't quite able to make it stick. And again, any team, be it JDG, be it Nova, who still are yet to play, or TYL, going into that grand final would eliminate All Gamers from Champions. And it just makes it so unlikely that they even make it. So, biggest XLG fans in the world right now, I think.
Yeah, and despite the head-to-head, despite the history, right? It came into it that TYL was the more well-rounded team. Map pool, compositions, you name it, it was there. And that you were able to just counter the veto process so immensely. And obviously their more consistent growth curve over Sweet Fat Baby's leadership favored that of AG in these late stage play-ins changes. And well, it was nice to have those reps maybe over time. We had to start off and fall into lowers from playoffs, and being one of those top seeds, it did not matter in the end. Whew, I mean, who does TYL face next? That's what I want to know. Let's see.
Well, I mean, that will come up.
XLG or no?
That'll come up later, I suppose. We'll find that out.
Alright. Wasn't sure if someone else fell down, but they go to lowers finals, so. I will say a TYL XLG rematch, since last time we saw them with seeding, would be really fun. Really fun. But let's throw it to Splash in the interview.
我们也邀请到了 Splash 选手来接受采访，先跟大家打个招呼吧。Congrats on the win, Splash. Would you like to say hi to all the audience?
Hello， 大家好，我是 Tender Splash。
Yes, congrats on the win. 之前小肥说你们在同一张地图也会准备不同的体系去应对。那今天霓虹丁，我们也看到你们在双决斗阵容方面是发生了一些转变，来到了杰峰以及雷兹的阵容。那这是你们面对到 AG 的针对性的策略吗 ？Sufat, last time you mentioned you guys always prepare 2 sets of different comps to modify in different situations. And today we noticed on Split, you changed your double duelists from Neon and Waylay to Jet and Raze. So is that a targeted plan facing AG?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Is that a targeted plan? Like since you changed your double duelist comp today on Split, was that a targeted plan for like, especially you prepare for AG?
Actually, our default comp is the Jet and Race, but then like during the game against Nova, we were trying to anti-shredding a bit, but it looks like it didn't really work, so we went back to the Jet and Race comp.
其实他们在霓虹丁一开始准备的一个默认阵容就是雷兹还有杰峰。那面对到 Nova 的时候，他们当时是想去做一些针对，但好像收效没有特别好，所以他们今天也是把这个阵容进行了一些回调。那想问一下，今天在霓虹丁这张地图上半场进攻比分落后的情况下，大家天路的心态有没有受到什么影响呢 ？So on Split, like for the first half, did falling behind kind of factor mentality or not?
I think falling behind on Split, like the first half, we didn't really like fall like mentally, but I think we were really like focus on the game, or like okay, just focus on our own game, no matter the score. Like how much back we are. So like we just always focused.
他说他们最专注的事情就是完全的投入到比赛当中，不要去过多的关注比分现在是落后多少，我们只需要打好每一分的游戏内容。那其实最后图一最后的翻盘，相信也是非常不可思议的。那 Splash 的火力，包括在加时阶段有一个王牌精锐是相当关键的。那仅仅有1天的时间去做调整，他是怎么在1天的时间之内把自己的火力去调整到一个更好的状态？今天能够去做到释放的，包括昨天回去之后有没有和队友去聊一些什么东西，和我们分享一下。So the final result, like the comeback on Split, was incredible, and your ace during the overtime session, we were really like impressed by that. So you only have a short time, like within 1 day, to make adjustments. How did you make everything look so like different?
I think after yesterday's loss, I was very disappointed in myself. So like, I just tried to do what I do best again. So I just like really reset all my mind, like everything, even my mechanics. I really like. I think I spent like around 4 to 5 hours after the game to just like reset everything.
他说，其实昨天的比赛之后，他个人是比较失望的，但是他还是想尽力的去把自己调整到最好的状态来迎战今天的比赛。那昨天回去之后，他有尝试过去重置自己的一些心态方面的东西，包括昨天比赛结束之后，他也花费了大概4到5个小时的时间去重新调整他的瞄准，去进行一些训练场的训练。So did your teammates talk to you last night, and what was the team talk like?
We just had a team meeting, like a brief team meeting on like. It wasn't like basically a post-match review of our own games, but it wasn't really much of our strategies or whatever. It's all about like we basically lost to ourselves yesterday, so we just had a talk, just reset everything. It's okay. We as a team trust each other, you know.
Yeah, but like, did they encourage you something? Did they say something to you?
They really saw me like feeling very down, so they really tried to make me believe in myself again.
他说，昨天回去之后，他们其实也是有进行一些复盘的嘛。那聊到说，他们要做的就是完全的去重置一下目前的心态，然后充分的去信任彼此。当然，他的队友当然也是给到了他很多的鼓励，告诉他不要灰心。可能发现了他是有一点点失落的，也是尽力的去帮助他重新拾回状态。那最后的话，现在季后赛也是来到了大魔方，有更多热情的观众来到现场为天路加油助威。有什么想对他们说的话呢 ？Now we're at a brand new big stage here in Chengdu with more passionate fans coming to cheer you on. What would you like to say to them?
谢谢你们来看比赛。我希望我们可以进那个世界赛。然后 ，Thank you for all your support.
非常的流利，希望能够在世界赛去看到天路，相信这也是你们的最终目标。再次感谢 Splash 接受今天的采访，那接下来也让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。Thank you so much, and would you like to take a selfie with me, please? Okay. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. 那在最后的话，我们今天还有一个福能掉落的抽奖环节。注意，今天我们将会抽取出全区的观众来成为幸运观众，获赠游戏资产。接下来有请 Splash 为我们来进行抽奖。
Hoping that they can go to champs. Splash had a big part to play in winning this game, getting them that one step closer. Zobi, I mean. Yeah, incredible on map 1. Slowly showed up in a big way here on the second map as well.
全部幸运观众，感谢大家来到线下支持我们的赛事。再次感谢 Splash.
I mean, obviously, it was team effort slowly having a crazy map 2 on that chamber, but I think the insight from that interview is a big takeaway because we were right when looking at the change in TYL, right? From in the group stage, right? And seeing, using it as a period to set what worked for them, to figure out what their new identity was with Sweet Fat Baby at the helm, and now they're more focused on anti, not just from a map Vita perspective now, but compositionally speaking as well, right? Like they mentioned up against Nova, it didn't work, now they're back to their own gameplay. So, curious to see if they'll try it later on a bit more, now that, again, they have a very clear view of 3 teams, maybe 4 teams, that will be their opponents, right, for the rest of the tournament. So they can prep really, really well for these next few matches, despite, like what you mentioned, it will be day after day. The coaching staff gonna have to be super locked in.
Yeah.
好，让我们再
How many
次恭喜
how
今
many
天获
sleepless
奖的幸运
nights
观
do you
众，也再
reckon
次感
the
谢
the
周围为
coaches
我们
will
带来
get
所有的
trying
礼
to
物。接下
prepare
来
for
让我们把
each
时间
game?
交给解说老师。
That was the Minion Boaster special back in the day. If we go back to sort of 2021, 2022, that was how that would go. But anyway, enough reminiscing about the past. Let's look at the present, because this was one hell of a victory for TYL. And it just looked comprehensive, playing as a team. Obviously, still quite a few mistakes to iron out, particularly in their attack sides on split. But all in all, again, a comprehensive performance.
Yeah, again, I think the biggest thing was, and I always look towards the IGLs for this, but it might have been a team effort too, is just you could tell that TYL was able to, on the fly, diagnose and solve problems a lot faster than all gamers were, right? Like you mentioned, I think split attack, it was a bit rougher, but they were still there some of the time, and obviously enough so to come back from a 3-9 deficit. But even in this half, right, it happened within 3 rounds, Charlie, right? Like the one round where they got flushed out of elbow, every single round after that when they went into an elbow fight, they were basically winning it out, like, because they were just taking it a little bit earlier, right? Like, it's so fun to be able to see those fixes in such quick fashion, to be honest. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, we saw those signs of life from AG also making those fixes in the first half. That's where they came back from a crazy deficit as well, to be able to come away with 7-5 half. But, I mean, that's now 2 back-to-back halves if they were up numbers and then unfortunately could not close. So, things to look forward to in the future, maybe at Champion Shanghai if they're able to make it the full way off of a Billy XLG Grand Finals. But all in all, yeah, very deserved win between Splash and listen in now on those final moments.
打这 T 小方，冷静，拖一会，你看中间位置，可以打 CD，可以打 CD。来，我带杆 ，ready 3、2，化妆。右边黑我塞，3、2黑。nice， 再还有一个。CD 没有，下包，我看屁股。回去，把我狙死了。还有我们小心 A 小，你讲 A 小，上位，我们没有。我躲的 ，double pick，哦，没跳 ，best move，没事。我看 airball 好吗，兄弟们？这样碎了吗？那个这样没有碎。下一个是 CD， 他没有黑了，小心他 TP 上面。nice。他可能 nice， 好，踢到左边，黑3、2黑，我被标了，我帮不了，我补烟了，打一脚可以吗？不行，滑了，左边滑了，小心，都在，左边2个，左边来了，airball，2个，airball，我帮你一下，好，我来躲一脚，掉了。再来，帮你个，拿左边小飞，3来了，nice， 包夹一波，就是别让站着，我来 ，off me，pick off me， 啊，摸拳，it's okay，pick， 我准备 pick，DP，左边，来，1、2、3，哎呀，对吧？强 ，Let's go， 没枪了 ，Let's go，good pick bro。
It was a very, very good peak from Splash, but it's Slowly who takes the MVP award this time around. 298 ACS across this map of Sunset, with 8 multi-kills coming through as well. Pretty much mirroring the performance that we saw from Splash on map 1. Obviously, you know, not quite as many kills, but not quite as many rounds with which to get them.
100%. And I mean, you hear in the team comms as well. I think, like, for me, just getting to see the fluidity of those comms as well with the just multi-language as well, and like being able to coordinate how fast the swings are coming, and just being able to close out those rounds, and the fact that we mentioned there were some mistakes, but they were minimized under those conditions as well, is so funny. And I mean, all in all, it's just crazy to see they're able to do this in such a short amount of time. And obviously it was a pre-16 core before Sweet Fat Baby joined, but you can just tell what it's brought to the calling, and I think how they closed out these rounds. And I mean, 13-9, whew. I think it's respectable growth from AG on this map, but it's still just such a rough map for them.
Yeah, I mean, again, they've shown sort of some improvements, but now sitting at a 2-5 record. Meanwhile, TYL's still undefeated here on Sunset. But I do have to feel for Kira, right? He was the highest kills, highest ACS in the lobby. He's trying to do it all from that Omen POV, but just the attack inside really not coming together for AG. Just the 2 rounds won, and just not even able to plant often enough as you would want them to, let alone convoke the post.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, taking a look at Kira, for like, again, map 1 and map 2, night and day differences, but it's just, yeah, again, it just struggles when you can't close that map one. And I will say, if that attack happened a little bit smoother with some of those entries, some of those the showstoppers actually connecting, which again wasn't a fault of him. He was getting sniped out of the sky. Like, that's harder to do. And hats off to TYL for that one. And I think that was also, if we look back technically slowly, who was doing that as well on the jet. So it is just that duo that kind of got them through some of these hard moments, and it just continues to be impressive.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, that lower bracket run for TYL continuing, and for AG, they need a run themselves to happen, but not from them. Their stage is over. It's from XLG. It doesn't matter who XLG face in the grand final, but they need an XLG lower bracket run to get there for that to happen. And well, the first step on that journey is a victory against Nova Esports, which will be coming up on the other side of this break. So don't stick around. Do stick around. Don't go anywhere, because you do not want to miss the second match of the day.
欢迎来到维权森联赛第3周第2日的比赛，我们今天的比赛即将开始。带来一个巨大雨波，卢克，打了一个，打了2个，老铁传言打掉索奈，恭喜第2季。AG 离当前的一个提级的度，他差那么一点点个人实力的爆发，确实时间太短，就他们可能还是需要一点时间。再看了，打一个压迫，恭喜 AG， 他们完成了以下课上，这支年轻的队伍继续着他们高光的发挥。开始是一个1换1，而 Fox 没有闪光，这个硬拉出来的时候再打一个，恭喜狼队，他们赢下了 AG。两头已经露肩膀了，看到枪管了，脚步过来，被标定到最终 Kira 锁定胜局，打比分2比0。AG 在经历过11连败之后的今年的首胜，从换血重建到版本冲击，举步维艰是 AG 的处境，究竟谁可以夺胜收官？基地位置被发现了，这个2打1贴脸了，结束了，拒绝让2选3，势如破竹，一战功成，恭喜 AG， 捧起属于你们的胜利奖杯吧！
属于 AG 的青春风暴终于在这一片赛场上掀起。
这场 BO3 是我们 VCT 之间的最后一张门票争夺战。
他知道吗？他知道，过来先打了一个 Kira 打了2个人，能拯救吗？没有拯救。第2季锁定胜局，对 AG 来说确实非常可惜，倒在了大师赛的门槛上。
还是有很多不足的地方，心气不要没了，不要着急，就要努力，慢慢升级。
很少有人能够相信 AG 能够如此快的成长。
我感觉没有最遗憾的，然后一步一步到现在，我觉得还好。
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said We can set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire. Set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. Have me by your side when the sun's set. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Project Horizon's VCT CN coverage. My name is Nobi. I'm joined by the wonderful Mike, who is a face that we haven't really seen this stage, and honestly, I'm excited to be seeing you. It's been a really entertaining stage. I'm not gonna lie to you. So especially now that you're joining in the playoff bracket. So I absolutely can't wait for the action that we have today. It's gonna be XLG versus Nova Esports, and this has been an exciting match, just given both of these teams' results in the group stage, and given the fact that obviously we're in the lower, so this is a do or die match.
Oh, definitely. I mean, considering both these teams have had a similar storyline so far, at least in the stage. But now, as you said, do or die. Okay, you win, you go through, you lose, you're just gone. And the winner is going to play against TYL, who just won their match against All Gamers. And even then, I mean, it depends on champ points, but even then, you still have to win another one to get to the lower final. And I believe then you have... Or do you even need to win the lower final as well to guarantee through? I mean, it doesn't matter, but both of these teams still have quite a lot of work to do. And Nova has had a great start on the stage, going 5-0. But, well, as you said, going down in the low bracket quite soon. Well, that's going to make it difficult.
Yeah, basically just the first and second, both teams that make the grand final will make champions. So you have to do that if you want any chance. And honestly, XLG were so close to advancing, right? Like they took that loss against Billy in their last match, dropped down to the lowers in the over in the upper semifinal match, and unfortunately that obviously means now they are going to face Nova. If they win here, they will go to face TYL, which is the result of the game we just saw previously. So congratulations to TYL, who has honestly been on a tirade. We've obviously, to be honest, expected them to have great results given their group stage performance. And to be perfectly honest, speaking of group stage performance, Nova, right? They came out of their group 5-0, which is a result that, you know, honestly, I feel like not a lot of people have expected of them. So this entire stage for them has really just been defying expectations. That 5-0 result, plus their major upset, the last match against Titan Esports Club, I think that really set the tone for the rest of the stage. So, you know, regardless of the fact that they're in lowers, clearly, you know, when this team, when it counts, we know they have the ability to come out with wins. And so the big thing I want to see here from Nova is just that resilience that we've been seeing from us this whole stage.
Exactly, and I think both these teams have a sort of like what if storyline, because as you already said, with XLG playing against Bilibili Gaming, I mean that first map was an 11-13 loss. If they only just managed to win that, then they would have perhaps gotten the 2-0 and already advanced to the upper final to play against JDG and left Bilibili in the lowest. So it's a big what if. And for Nova, I mean they went 5-0, and one of those 5 matches was a win against JDG, who they then lost to in playoffs. So it's once again okay, what if you managed to beat them for a second time and then also managed to get into uppers? So, but I mean, when it comes to player mental, you just gotta be like, okay, that doesn't matter anymore. At this point, we just gotta look forward, don't look back, and just try to do your best. And I'm sure that both of these teams have the potential to get to that lower final and to get to that second place and to get to champions.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, for XLG, that's a team that most folks honestly expect to be at international events, champions included, right? And so that is super, it's going to be extremely important for them, just because of the fact that, simply put, the team is just, they have high expectations for themselves. The players have high expectations for themselves. The staff have high expectations for the team. And so, you know, ultimately they cannot, even though they're in the lower bracket, look shaky or you know, anything like that. So that's the big thing here, as we see on the stage all these XLG players flashing on that screen. And I mean, look, it's like I said, these players at this point are becoming synonymous for you know, a good team in the region. So it'll be exciting to see how they play.
And that is probably one of the biggest contrasts between XLG and Nova, because XLG, all the players have been on the team. You can see, I mean, they're all familiar faces. I believe the latest that they joined was 2 years ago, or just 1 year ago. So all of them have been together in the team for at least a year. Meanwhile, Nova has picked up a couple of players here and there, and I believe one of them, I can't quite remember who, has only been there since July, which is only like 2 months ago, or like 1.5 months ago, which is a huge contrast between the team that you expect to give you results and maybe hasn't so far, and the team that is still trying to build up some chemistry, which, as we're going to see now, will be Nova Esports.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think that this matchup overall is going to be a lot closer than a lot of people might like think on paper. I think people who haven't really watched the stage are going to look and be like, oh, XLG is just going to be Nova. This is going to be crazy. But look, I'm telling you right now, you can't have that expectation, because you'll have a lot of players on Nova that at their ceiling, and I feel this way about both teams, to be perfectly honest with you, at their ceiling, they're both very good teams. And ultimately their map pool is actually very good. Both teams' map pools are extremely good. It's kind of it's interesting to see, to be perfectly honest. And you know, for instance, like Nova, like they have that 3-0 record on Breeze, a 2-0 record on Ascent. They have a lot of maps that are just, they've had a lot of success on, I think in large part due to their confidence in their comps. And I want to see that equally from XLG. So, you know, as these Nova players walk out here and we are about to face off, I kind of want to talk a little bit more about our expectation, more so for the actual maps here, because I think that's going to play a huge part based on the map video that we might see. I think it's going to play a huge part in this entire series, to be perfectly honest with you.
Oh, definitely. And I also want to say, or put focus on the fact that even though XLG will have had more time to play together and therefore probably more chemistry, I mean, you cannot count these Nova players out. This is crazy. I know I'm known a bit for being the stats guy, but if you look at stage 2 and you sort the players by rating, Azir from Nova is on spot 2. If you sort by ACS, Swagzor from Nova is spot 1. If you sort by KD, then Guanji, Swagzor, and Azir are all 3 in the top 5 when it comes to KD. So these guys are deadly.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, we are going to see these players have some of like the highest, you know, stats. I mean, Azir literally is within the context of stage 2 has the second highest rating in a lot of ways. Just and
while playing smokes
really
as well.
Stats. It's insane. I mean, this guy's cast is an average of 77, which is amazing. I mean, that is up there with the best, right?
Yeah.
And so just overall, there are a lot of players that you are. Swagzor has one of the highest ACSs. I mean, it's an average of 260. That is insane.
That's incredible.
For an average. So it's things like that where, you know, these Nova players certainly are individually very capable. And I think the expectation needs to be, hey, like the team needs to remain kind of at that, you know, at that upper level in order to kind of have success. But we look at this map, you know, here we're seeing Split, Lotus, and Breeze. How do you feel about that?
I gotta say, I love that we're starting off with Breeze, and that has nothing to do with these teams. I just personally love Breeze. Sorry, Split. Ah, my bad. Confused those two.
But decider map.
yeah, why not start with the decider map? Let's switch it up. Just no, but let me know what you think of it.
Interesting, because honestly, Breeze, like I just mentioned, is Nova's on paper best map, right? 3-0. They have not lost on that map this entire stage. So given that fact, I mean, if it goes to a map 3, I think honestly Nova aren't that concerned. However, Split here, you know, I think both maps are actually quite, both teams are actually quite good at Split. So it really ultimately is going to come down to the comp, and it's actually very interesting. I feel like Nova has a very unorthodox comp, and the reason I say that is because of the deadlock pick here. You know, the fact that they're running that Sentinel out of every Sentinel is very interesting to me. On the flip side, there is no Sentinel for XLG, but they're leaning into that double duelist, you know, leaning into the Viper. You know, I'm actually quite a big fan of that, and I feel like it can actually end up working out quite well for a lot of teams, especially if you know how to do it right. So I'm interested to see how. I mean, I think XLG are very good at that kind of style. So.
I mean, who says that you need a Sentinel on Split? I mean, if you talk about Split, you have to talk about Leviathan and just their absolute dominance on that map. And they don't even play a Sentinel. I mean, they do have a couple of different picks. They, for example, play a Phoenix instead of a Waylay and a Fade instead of a Sky. But it seems like the core idea is the same. Now, obviously, the question is, will XLG be able to capitalize off of it and off the comp just as well as someone or a Titan like Leviathan? I guess we'll just have to see in the game.
I mean, at the end of the day, it is ultimately going to come down to the comp, and it is going to come down to the macro. Those are really the two big things that we are seeing here. But this is it. This is the lower bracket game, Mike, for all the marbles. The team who loses this one goes home. Let's get it started on Split here, as it looks like, at least to start out, XLG could just sort of be doing a little bit of a default. They showed a little bit of mid presence, but really the Spike and the rest of the team are leaning towards B here. Exactly where Autumn is standing, waiting, and we might potentially see an early kill. Swagzor with an early whiff though, and one falls. That's an early trade, and I mean the rest of the team is just so quick on it.
They're already on site, already planting. You can see Azir looking for a bit of a pick, but they're not giving him absolutely anything. He needs to see if he can get it. He does know exactly where No Man is, and it's a quick kill. Now 3v3, it's equalized, but the spike is planted, and it's going to slowly be ticking down. Happy Way gets an easy kill there. Needs to be careful with the second one, but it's quick trade. And now you got to be careful if you're XLG. You can't give them too much. Oh, but it's a 1v1 in the end, and CB, he has no idea what Lysor is. Easily taking the 2k and getting the pistol round.
There you go. Lysor coming up with the goods there, but that was a great flash, and honestly, excellent trades from both teams. I mean, we ended up seeing, we saw XLG kind of come out with the player advantage there, but to be perfectly honest, Nova did a good job of equalizing there and making it that 2v2, but it's just unfortunate that orb completely isolated the last two players who were on the same team. So it's quite unfortunate. I feel like that orb should have gone down a little bit earlier, but potentially hindsight there.
And for the
next round, and
for the first time in a while, 5 different guns on XLG. We have 1 shotgun, 1 submachine gun, we have 1 sniper, 1 pistol, and 1 rifle. I mean, for the people that have been here in stage 1, this is what I like to call the jolt buy, the jack of all trades, because you have basically 1 gun for every possible situation that you're gonna be in. Close range, you got the Judge. Long range, you got No Man's Marshal. So it seems like they're ready for whatever Nova might show them. And you can see No Man pushing.
I was gonna say, it's interesting that the hands on the marshals, it's in the waylay. Who is dashing in? So it's
Cupid.
Quite interesting. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, you would expect that you'd see like maybe a Spectre or something along those lines, but not the case here. Fan 2 and Rarga is just on it, and that was real dangerous, but Lysor's on the case apparently with that Guardian. So Judge falls, that's really about it though. Happyway can go ahead and pick that up. It's nothing but a ghost.
Oh, now that's not ideal. Oh, just making sure he's actually dead. It's fine.
You know,
it was a surprise. I think he was himself surprised that he got that, especially with 1 shorty bullet. And now that's the Guardian. I mean, in theory, he can also just save this, and now that will do quite a bit of economic damage to XLG, especially if he just throws it away.
yeah. Now there's absolutely no chance of recovery, and honestly, quite what they wanted. Oh my God! Whoa, hold on. Whoa. You know what?
Yeah, Happyway.
Like, give it to me. He didn't get it. That's unfortunate, but. At the end of the day, ultimately, I think the big thing here is just look. Nova made a decent round here. I think just simply the fact that obviously, yeah, Lysor got a few, but CB's kill. You know, look, it's a consolation prize, I suppose. You know, it's not like it was a whole lot, but to get a Guardian off the board is certainly important. And you know, now in this bonus round, it's not really like they have a whole lot of weaponry to go with here. Happyway just has that Vandal. That's really about it. Everyone else is looking at Stingers and Spectres and a classic even.
And now it's interesting giving your Viper the rifle, but it makes sense in context. I mean, Rarga with the Neon is going to be way happier with Spectre, and they're already into side, but Happyway gets a kill, but Rarga gets taken down, and it's a good flash. Swagstar just able to get out with his life, but the side should be there, so he needs to be careful. They don't have a smoke in heaven, and that leads to an easy kill, but also an easy trade.
Yeah, it's a great trade there. I mean, Lysor's ability to actually get that kill and understand when exactly to swing is huge, and now they've actually spotted out some more players. So they're just gonna throw their utility. They're gonna play it patiently, even though they don't have the spike right now.
Oh, it's a nice shot.
That's an excellent kill. It's a Viper diff right there from Happyway. Now a 3v2 situation. This is all of a sudden a winnable bonus round for XLG. Spike is in the sight. Honestly, no Nova players have control of it whatsoever. And the rifles have been recovered too, so this is scary.
And Autumn can't do anything but wait for his teammate to come back. He was waiting a mid just in case there'd be a rotation. But in the end, it will be planted on A side. Maybe they didn't know that it was dropped on A, actually. And you can see how No Man with the Judge decides to play in elbow, but Autumn gets a quick kill, and like you can see the Viper orb just as well. Happyway just down to 60 HP. He gets spotted out, but he needs to get the kill, and he doesn't. Now the Judge is in close range, but the problem is he can only get 1. No rifle to be picked up from there. He just needs to see if he can get some pot shots, but he's closing the gap, and he gets it. It's a bonus round for XLG.
What a swing! What a swing! I mean, that's insane to actually swing that Judge there. I mean, it didn't really seem like there were a whole lot more options, but honestly, that was a little bit of a misstep here because he made footstep noise swinging into him, and so he knew exactly what was happening. All he had to do was just aim at the right spot. No man was just chilling there with the Judge, and Autumn just fell there. It was close range, and his footsteps were telegraphed. So it's really those two things, and that is not a round you want to be losing there if you are Nova.
You can see the consequences there. Just a couple of light shields and a couple of bandits and sheriffs, nothing else. And XLG, meanwhile, have ditched basically all the other guns that they've had and gone for complete rifles, apart from No Man, who, I mean, I just gotta say, it's something that more pro players should do, and for some reason they don't. They know they're on low buy, so No Man, instead of picking up an op, just pick up an outlaw. Everyone's gonna be one shot. I love when players decide to just think a bit more about what the enemy's economy is, and therefore, I mean, it's gonna be very dangerous.
That I completely agree with. I mean, it's one of those situations where this outlaw might as well be an operator, even on attack. I mean, it doesn't even really matter that much in this situation. And even though it is the strong side of the map, locations are going to be spotted out. And it's literally just CB who has to do something with this sheriff. Is being converted to one kill. Can't get a second. That's a good one to get, though. It's 4v4 now as the spike comes down.
Everyone's already here.
Have to be a retake attempt here, but look at the positions. They're caught out. Paranoia is absolutely excellent. The last two players cannot do a damn thing. Guang, last player standing with nothing but a bandit and a dream over here in heaven.
And that dream might as well just be a nightmare. Except for No Man, I guess, who might just go for this ace. Except if WS Leo, he's also trying to go for it, and Lysa's gonna steal it. But I don't think at this point, XLG going up 4-0, it will matter anything for No Man. Showing up the 4 fingers for the 4K there.
There you go.
Showing the crowd.
No Man. One of the, honestly, I say this every time I see him, one of the best personalities in the entire region.
Yes, definitely.
Brought so much entertainment to all the players that are that play with him, to the audience in the stage, and to the people that watch him at
home. So I told you, that's what the 4 fingers were.
There you go, right? And you know what? The 4K prompted a little bit of an early timeout for Nova. So I think honestly it's well timed. I think they need to discuss what exactly is going on here. Whoa, hold on. These XLG players looking a little bit, or coaches looking a little bit more upset than I thought they would. They're I mean, look, they're always passionate, so there's that. But I mean,
it's always a question when you're a coach, where's the line between being passionate and then just being mean?
Right? Like, they're like, man, we're doing good. You know, it's whatever's happening. It's working out for us.
At least, well, I don't want to think about the situation where they're down 4-0 instead of up.
All right, I suppose so. I mean, you might as well get out what you need to get out if you're noticing anything in particular that's, you know, kind of off or, you know, that needs to be changed. If I'm the coach, I'm saying it regardless of whether I'm winning or losing, just to prevent anything from happening. We know how momentum-based Valorant can be, so that is a very, very significant point there. And of course, Nova is going to hope that their timeout brings some value as their economy at least is a little bit more equalized. They're able to at least buy here.
You can see the Nightfall being used, but there are already 3 cleared players on this B side. Yes, I've used the From the Shadows to get backside, but the problem is you won't get any more control of the side, and they're all falling in here, and Raga can't do anything but just jump in and die. And this is a massacre for the first time. It seems like after the timeout, XLG has regressed to just running it down. Oh, especially with that shot from Guanji. You must be kidding me.
I mean, he's left to shoot but can't do anything. That was a round and a half from Nova. What a recovery from them. And honestly, look, I'll say this right now. I think part of it was a little bit of misplays from XLG. I really
I'll just say it. It was a gift.
I'm not a huge fan of the slide out there from the Neon. I mean, it was yeah, look at that. I mean, Raga just kind of gave up his life for free. No Man traded, but I mean, it was instantly more kills. And then Leo's inability to kind of be aware enough to expose himself to CT. It's just those little things that honestly I'm not a huge fan of. But a round is a round. Now the economy equalized a little bit more. Here goes the entry. CB looking to do something here. Can't really do it, but pretty much just going to give XLG completely free access to the site. That's huge. So it's at least going to trade, but as the Armageddon gets some value. Crazy.
It's a 3v4 retake. The 4 players of XLG are all on site, and Nova has a tough task. They don't know if anyone's CT, if anyone's main. They have to clear quite a lot of space, and they don't have a lot of utility to do it. They do have the showstopper, but do you want to use it? That's going to be a good question. And the other question is, are you able to use it when you're dead? And no man, maybe a bit of an overheat there, but will it really matter? Well, now this is going dangerous.
Seems like it. Hold on.
But there's no time.
Time is just low. It's just not there. But yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort in my personal opinion. Leo falls. Happyway manages to keep that rifle, but man, that it's these like ego plays that make the rounds a lot scarier than they need to be. I mean, of course, No Man got a great kill, even got the saturate off, but just gave up his life for free essentially with that jump peak. That was like the one thing that kind of gave the enemy a chance to get a kill, is just a one tap. That's exactly what happened, but there you go.
And Nova, between a rock and a hard place. Autumn is gonna go for the hero rifle. WS Leo is gonna be stopped in his tracks, at least just for a bit, but the wall will already be broken down, and considering that's basically the only sentinel or real sentinel util you have, that's gonna be tough. You can see CB already there, but the Seeker's coming out. They know exactly where they are, and they're gonna reveal the 2 B players as well. So in theory, this should be an easy B take there. Well, I say that, but Azir already taken out 1, but Raga is just aware of the rotations, and they need to now get the last one. Autumn will also fall, and just like that, it's an easy conversion. Now Happyway needs to be careful to not give a gun here. But the spike will be planted, and the time will be ticking down. So in theory, this should still be an easy conversion for XLG.
Very true. I mean, but honestly, great awareness from CB to be able to understand that there could be a player over there in ramp, managing to get the kill with that sheriff. And looks like he might actually go for something here. I think both. Yeah. Wait, it looked like they're going for it. Showboozer's out. It's just going to try to get some info. It actually spots out 2 players on XLG. That's a good start for them, and they're starting to clear out more and more angles, but Rarga has got a great kill, and that's pretty much just going to force DB way further back, and there's absolutely nothing he can do at this point.
He's just going to die to the spike, making sure you can get the full bonus for next round and not give up an ult orb. And in theory, I mean, the reason why they went for the retake, I assume not only because they had 1 sheriff and just 1 rifle and just wanted to see if they could get at least something out of it to make sure that the economy of XLG doesn't snowball, but also because of the save, they're gonna have enough money to buy anyway. Oh, that's a nasty kill, Raga. How dare you? Okay, that's one of those kills where you gotta be ashamed of yourself if you manage to do that. Honestly, at first I thought he would just die from fall damage, which would have been hilarious, but unfortunately that didn't happen.
Fair point. Fair point. But I mean, this is another one of those rounds that is extremely important for Nova. I mean, if they lose this one, honestly, we could see XLG string together a very, very scary set. It'll make it honestly very difficult to come back from. Here comes that entry.
Love that combination.
An elbow. You gotta watch out there. There goes the refract. And Light Soar's on the case. Autumn is, I mean, honestly, responding in kind, though. Great set of 2 kills there. And this all of a sudden has turned into something winnable. 2v2 now. Light Soar and Leo. Last ones to stand. And honestly, this is very scary. As Leo is just sitting
aware.
And he's completely aware. This has gone from bad to worse.
The easiest kill of his life. Of his career.
Oh man, but not the result that XLG wanted in any sense at all. I mean, that was honestly a throw, if you want me to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, it was more or less just down to the 1v1s that were taken. I mean, look at this here. Autumn got a great kill, and yes, there was a paranoia that came out and there was a trade, but even Lysor swinging out there completely unnecessary. You know that your teammate is on the flank, unable to trade. Things like that, just these little fundamental errors that, yes, I mean, obviously they're up by a good amount of points right here, but that can turn around at any point.
This could still, in theory, be a tight 6-6 half. And I can see the refract and the dash being used by Whaley. This time not for sight, but for heaven, which is technically a blind spot. So if they went through heaven, this would be a huge danger. You can see Autumn being aware of the possibility, but they're just biding their time. XLG don't want to force anything yet, quite yet. They do have the From the Shadows, they do have the Viper Spit, but you're probably not going to use that unless you get the spike down.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a really good idea to split here, and it really is just down to... Actually, it looks like they're just going to... They showed their A presence, but are now just kind of, because they had ramp control or gained ramp control, are just kind of doing whatever they want. They're just exploring mid. Now at this point, they have so much map control that they should be... they should have a rough idea of where these players are, but Swagzor still grabs the kill. And 2 to boot! No traded sides! 3 down! 4 down! And this is just so unfortunate. Leo, last one to stand here, has got to make something of nothing. A 1v3 now. No clue where these players are. Autumn ready to receive Leo, but this is looking real scary. Okay, I was gonna say 3k now, 46 HP, only a few seconds left to plant that spike. The tap is there, but hold on a minute. Wait, 1 kill found. No time left. Leo with an incredible ace. Less than a second left to spare. And an intuition play with the tap of the spike, knowing that both players are going to converge, managing to recover a round that should have been unwinnable.
A straight up 1v5. A straight up 1v5. This is one for the history books, folks. With 6 HP and 6 bullets. Getting the last kill with, I believe, just 1.5 seconds remaining. Just a bit more hesitation there and the round is over. But XLG, or rather Leo himself, just refusing to give up that round, no matter what his teammates do.
XLG magic coming out here in these rounds, and I mean, look, there's plenty to talk about on XLG's camp. I'm this time, I'm not even, if I see coaches yelling on either side, I'm not mad. But either way,
well, there would be.
What a play! I mean, can we just like talk about that right there? I mean, the fact that he even had the had the confidence to say, "All right, this is a winnable round," and especially at the end there, like with only about like 10 seconds left, tapping the spike, knowing that both players are going to just push up because of the Astra Stars, and that is insane. That is insane. And then to go around, grab a kill, and then get the last one too, being at literally 1 health, like not literally 1 health, but basically being 1 tap, and then having less than a second left to get the kill. That is, like you said, that is truly one of, if not the best play that I've seen in this stage, maybe even in the year. That's just incredible.
Definitely. When's the last time you've seen just straight up 1v5? And the confidence, I mean, maybe not from the other players, but Leo's confidence must be like skyrocketing. Now Swagzor is going to be caught up by the Seekers. He's even going to find the second one. And you can see because 2 went to B and just 1 went to A, they're going to decide to go to this A side, but they don't know that 3 people are here. Yes, the first one will be killed quite easily. And CB with the shorty needs to be very aware of the possibilities, but it's only going to be quite a bit of damage. Guanji is also going to be taken out, and just like that, Plaga joins him on the kill feed, and it's just Autumn with the Sheriff. They know exactly where he is, and it seems like his death is just inevitable, and just a question of when, not if.
I mean, this just needs to be a situation where these players don't overheat. Just don't give away any kills. The economy of both teams is actually a little bit shakier than one might expect. I mean, despite the scoreline, I mean, and it obviously Autumn, you know what you can do with that Sheriff. It's like these players are just going to play it smart. They are going to high-low. They're going to play together. It's exactly what they needed to do in that situation. It looks like that talk during the timeout paid off. And of course, now the scoreline so much more difficult to come back into for Nova.
And And it's the question of why exactly XLG is just running away with it. It's a very interesting one because, I mean, is it because they've just playing together for longer? Is it because the players themselves have more chemistry? Is it, I mean, because it is Nova's map pick. So in theory, you should be expecting something more equal here. Now you got to be careful with the trap play. They will be spotted out and it will be an 8 combo or just a double peek. But you can see the Waylay just being there, dashing in, but he doesn't get caught. And I mean, Autumn, it doesn't do anything for the aim, so it's an easy kill, and Lyser even just down to 30 HP. Yes, it will be the heal, but the damage is already done. Happy Way is here on the flank, but he gets spotted out inside the smoke. If he gets his kill, it would be quite easy, but if he doesn't, this round is basically over and done for XLG.
I mean, they got stopped before they were even able to get into the site. That's a big problem here. This is exactly what I mean. Like, it's these little like silly fundamental errors that I feel like XLG make. That sometimes, I mean, obviously, yes, they are still individually some of the best players in this entire region, and that is certainly something for them to be proud of. But I think in order for them to have success beyond that, they really need to take care of a lot of these fundamental issues that they face at certain times, and this round being a telltale sign of that, right? Being aware of a potential trap play. You know that Deadlock plays B. Just watch out for the grab net. You know, things like that are just very, very important. And even this 1v1 here, you could potentially see, that's a great flash. Now one player spotted out on the site. 2 even. Azir is going to fall.
No, don't tell me, don't tell me. Okay.
Say, this is scary. The showstopper stops everyone in their tracks.
Quite a bit of respect in the 3v1 to use the showstopper there, but I can understand it. I mean, there's only 1 round left. The chances of using it in the last round, perhaps, if you just die in the beginning, would be quite low indeed. And this, you can see, this is the advantage of playing someone like a Deadlock, that you have these trap plays just ready. And the trap, I mean, not even, I thought it would be nade, but not even that, just double peek and it's going to be an easy kill. And I think Swagzer is going to be happy that it didn't land there, because I think he would have died from fall damage. But otherwise, last round of the match, not of the match, well, of the half, excuse me. And you can see XLG is trying to solidify the lead while Nova is trying to stop the bleeding. Viper Spit being used, but the dash across it is going to make it difficult. Guanji is here with the Spectre. Happy Way just down to barely 6 HP.
Oh, hold on. I was going to say Happy Way does not have a whole lot of health. Luckily,
just a decay.
Have some heals available. Well, look at that swing. No Man falls early off the back of some great util, and now that they have information as to where these players are, they can just redirect themselves elsewhere. But CB is ready as well, and I mean, there's a little bit of vulnerable going on, but still no kills, still no trades in sight for XLG whatsoever. 3v5 for them now. This round all of a sudden got much more difficult to come back into. They seem to be getting pinched just a little bit. They're gonna have to redirect their focus into a different side of the map, and somehow this is a 1v3. I thought it was gonna be a 1v4, to be perfectly honest. That's a great flash, but not really much you can do here. How in the world has Leo gotten that?
That's HP. There's no way he wins this.
No way.
Okay. Just making sure, crossing your fingers, dotting the T's, and crossing the I's, because that's definitely how it works. Making sure that WS Leo doesn't have another chance of pulling a hat out of a rabbit. And the 9-3 lead, excuse me, the 8-4 lead will be secured by XLG. But Nova, if they manage to get this pistol, well, I wouldn't quite count them out yet.
100%. No, I think this is definitely still certainly winnable. Nova have definitely, especially at the tail end of this half, made this a situation that is doable for them. And I think if they kind of just get their stuff in gear a little bit more, they take maybe they need to warm up a little bit, who knows, right? But if they manage to do so here and get their stuff in gear going into the rest of this game, they certainly have a solid chance at coming back here. But it is going to take, like you said, them winning the pistol round and them stringing together more rounds in general. So it's definitely what we want to see from them. And I mean, ultimately, I think this game can be a lot closer than a lot of folks initially would expect on paper.
I mean, Valorant is just a very snowball-heavy game. It has a lot to do as well with confidence, with especially these teams from VCT, and you can see just sometimes they just go on an incredible run, an incredible tear, and it seems like they're absolutely unstoppable. But therefore, it also seems that if XLG are now the ones that are unstoppable, Nova is gonna have a tough task. But everything's reset, economy's reset, ults have reset. And at this point, the first step is going to be just getting that first person run. If they manage to do it, well, you're looking at probably a 6 to 8 scoreline, and that's definitely closer than what we started off at, I believe, like 8-2 in favor of XLG.
Oh yeah, it was 8-2, and I mean, like I said, Nova did a fairly good job of kind of stopping the bleeding a little bit to at the tail end of the half there. But the question is, will it be enough? Was it enough? That I'm not really too sure of.
Interesting setup here from XLG. 3 players in mid, and just Raga on the A side. Going for some info, but you can see the Astro Stars here. Seems like both of these teams are looking to set their focus on mid. And you can see he's just, no man, what are you doing? I mean, I get that you have confidence, but still, I don't quite get that. It's a 3v3, but Lysor makes sure that he gets the man advantage. CB is stuck in a corner, he needs to be careful here. He needs help from his teammate, but he doesn't get it. And just like that, blink and you miss it, XLG get their second pistol round.
I'll say this right now. That is exactly the way XLG need to play. They played that together, right? They understood exactly kind of what Nova was trying to do. Played extremely reactive. That is ambitious from No Man, to say the least. But we know that that's just generally how No Man is, right? I mean, this guy does some utterly crazy stuff and gets away with it way more than he should, to be perfectly honest. So I don't necessarily blame him, but the rest of the team, the important thing is the rest of the team was there to back him up and trade him. And that was exactly the way XLG need to be playing going forward if they want to kind of win this half cleanly. So good on them there. And one of the win conditions that we mentioned for Nova, instantly not fulfilled.
4-9. Don't even go for a force here, which means that you're expecting a 4-10 scoreline, which at that point, I mean, having to get 9 rounds while the enemy or the opposing team only had to get 3, well, that's definitely a tall task. Are they all grouped up? Classics can still do quite a bit of damage, but in this case they won't. Even the bandit there will not get even a single shot off. I mean, so far this is what I call an absolutely flawless round, because not a single lick of damage will finally be broken by some damage onto Raga, but he still gets to clean up the last kill quite easily. Just a 2 kill. Just a 2k for now.
Yeah, really clean one though. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Like it was clean, and that's exactly what they needed here. So excellent. And once again, they played it together. No Man got some great value there. Raga just did Raga things, slid in their faces with a judge. Yeah, no big deal. Things that we expect from them, of course.
That's a great way of summarizing his play. Just doing Raga things. No Man as well, after just dashing in to his death the round before. And you can see how much control they have. Yet it will be a bit of damage because of the nade, but Raga using basically all of his util. And WS Leo has to be careful with where he places his flashes. I saw spawning out the Tasmanian Tiger there, so they know that there's quite a bit of B pressure here. Happyway does have a molly, but you can see that Nova is not quite committing on any side here, which leads to Raga getting this free line with his judge, which will be absolutely deadly from that range.
Oh yeah,
he gets 3 here.
I was gonna say, honestly, if they're not expecting him, we could see, especially if they swing at the same time, we could see kill here. They do.
Oh, just one.
Only one found, and CB gets another to boot.
Oh no. That's a different story.
3v4, yeah. This is interesting here, and at this point, Happyway, the only one left to defend the site, at the mercy.
Just that they need to be careful, they need to be aware of this possibility, and they just aren't, but it's a quick trade. Lysor, the only one left, they know exactly where he is. He does have a TP to, in theory, get across the wall. Maybe he can do why the Viper's pit is up. Excuse me, the Viper wall. But seems like he's just gonna go for a bit of damage. Going for the info TP. I don't think he saw anything. Maybe just on the minimap. And he's just going to be happy if he gets anything here, but Guanji shutting him down, getting a 3K of his own. And even though this was one of the rounds that he expected Nova to win because of XLG's bonus buy, it's still, I mean, at some point they have to start this comeback, and it has to be this round.
Look, that obviously was a necessary round for them to win. If they had lost this bonus round, it would have been nigh impossible to come back from. But I mean, now that they've won it, they've still got a whole lot of work left to do. Of course, this is going to be the first round where the economy is virtually stabilized for both teams, or equal rather. We look at the ultimates that are coming up soon. We're already seeing some potentially high value ults come up relatively soon. That's a great entry. No Man manages to get one before falling, but the question is, are the rest of XLG going to be able to capitalize on that? Spike is coming down, and it's going to be a 4v4 retake. Rest of the team, honestly, not in that great of a position to flood in or anything like that.
We're going to ignore the fact that Guanji missed his smoke, his Viper smoke. Well, no, or maybe he didn't. Maybe it was a lineup for CT. I thought it was for Heaven, perhaps. But any case, Happyway is already on this flank. He needs to be careful about Autumn. And Lysor, I think this is just a question of timing about who shoots first. It seems like Happyway has found the kill. And it's just down to CB, who gets none of the 3 players needed to get to make this round winnable. And even though the time has been ticking down, there's still more than enough to make sure that XLG gets to 11 rounds.
I mean, yeah, at this point, the result of this map seems almost written in stone. Kind of seems that way. But of course, it is never over till it is over. Nova needs to think that way. If they want a chance, I mean, this is obviously they don't want to start out on the back foot here. This is their last chance. We've been mentioning it on the desk before the game even started. This is their only shot. Like, it really is. If they lose, it is just, it's over for them. Their season is done. And their dream of reaching champions will be over. No Man trying to ruin that dream and is damn good at it.
Incredible from these guys. Doesn't matter. At this point, No Man can do whatever he wants. And the rest of this team is just so good at either playing off of him or just individually showing greatness that does not matter. And Azir, I mean, someone that you've been looking to have quite a lot of impact, and with just 4 kills, you just haven't been seen what you want as a Nova fan. Even spotted out, takes 1 bullet from the Vandal and a 1v3 in 50 seconds. They might not know that he doesn't have the spike yet, but nevertheless, you can see them, XLG inching. And at some point, they will see the spike and see that it's dropped, meaning that they can just stay there and maybe even throw a couple of smokes to make sure he can't get it. Azir needs to be careful, and the timing is not in his favor, just like seemingly this entire map has. Lysor making sure XLG get to match point in a 12-5 scoreline.
There you go. And so they find themselves in just about as good of a position as they could hope for themselves. That refraction is so funny. But I understand the idea, because, I mean, ultimately, that was an easy kill, but the trade was the important thing there. So that was the expectation, and exactly what ended up happening. So obviously not a horrible idea there, but XLG find themselves at map point on Nova's map pick, mind you. That's another important thing to mention. I mean, how in the world did not flash on him?
That's a bug with the Viper ult. Basically, when you already press for the Viper ult to go up, the game thinks that you're already covered. So that's a bit unfortunate there, but in theory, I mean, that wouldn't have made a bit of a difference.
Very, very interesting. Well, that flash went off, certainly. But, yeah. Map point for XLG. Whoa! Azir!
There's a familiar face we want to see. Unfortunately, not for long. With the saturate, it means that he's absolutely stopped there. And No Man, he needs to be careful here about where exactly he goes. And just like Happyway, who gets taken out by Guanji. And look at the players from XLG, one on A, one on B. It seems like at this point, the Seekers will confirm their positions. And then Nova, I mean, surely you just group up and just hit a side, right?
I think that's the ideal play here. Flash is going to be out.
Only with 2 players.
Cannot isolate here.
I don't like this.
That's it.
It's all good. Stop the bleeding. I mean, in a 2v1 at this point, considering it's 12-6, I was a bit nervous for Nova there, but it's a good trade there. And together with the kill on the flank, making sure that the rotation does not show anything. A 6th round for Nova.
I mean, that call out right there won them the round. To be perfectly honest with you, it just simply did. That's huge for them to stay alive. So 6-12 now. Again, this is Nova's map pick, right? Lotus coming up is honestly an excellent XLG map in general. I mean, of course, like Nova does fairly well on it themselves, but I'm a big fan of the way that XLG generally plays that. I have a whole lot of comps on there, but it's gonna be scary.
History keeps repeating itself. No man just seemingly always able to get a kill before he refracts. And Raga, even though he pays with it for his life, using that overdrive to get one more before he gets taken to his grave. But they need to be careful with Azir there. Lysol not quite wanting to trade, not making sure that it's not a 2v3 in their favor. But Azir is not aware of the possibility of Lysol being here. And CB, oh, what are you doing, Snowman? You can't do the Snowman. You cannot give him those free kills. And it seems like Lysol, as soon as this smoke fades, Azir still gets it, but against a 1v2 with just 50 seconds left, he needs to be careful about No Man's positioning. He does use a smoke, but unfortunately it's in the wrong position. And No Man, it seems like he's just gonna put 4 fingers up again with a 4K. He ends this absolutely, I mean, demolishing round. Demolishing game from XLG. Making sure that this ends quite quickly.
Yeah, look, that was an incredible round, and that's what I mentioned this earlier a few rounds ago. No Man does some utterly insane plays, unorthodox plays, but you can never ever count him out because a lot of the time he just gets away with stuff that sometimes he just should not get away with. And even just the rest of the team, I mean, look at that right there. Utter insanity. And getting the fourth to close it out. You put those 4 fingers up, man. You deserve it. Incredible play. And we're to see some highlights here across the map. Pistol round. So many different plays. Honestly, XLG looked dialed in from an individual perspective. A lot of situations where, honestly, I think their macro could have been a lot better. Just in general, the way they were approaching the game. Just fundamental mistakes, but
I don't think I've ever seen No Man not smile. I mean, it's very easy when you've just won a map 13-6, but still, it seems like no matter what the scoreline would be, this guy is just playing his game and he's playing it absolutely incredible.
Like I said, so dialed in.
I hate that kill. I hate that. That's just Raga doing Raga things. Oh, let's watch this again. Just immaculate. Isolating all of the kills. 6 bullets, 6 HP, and 5 kills on the board. As we now listen to the comms.
One elbow. Behind you, James. Can be behind you. He pick it. Nice. Plan for you, close.
Wait. No time. 1, 2, 3.
Let's go. Nice.
Go.
Come on, baby, come on.
闪现 rap 绕了，大概。
1v2。二楼一个。
下完有大。
他给西后阵。都在。两个。So good.
没有什么情况啊？
我东西。
ready. 跑了。怎么到
？3, 4. One more.
CC.
One more. Fight together.
因素。Rush 空投。
Nice. Come on, baby. Nice, bro.
And
man.
Man,
Who
I
else?
mean, yeah, right? Who else other than No Man? But one really awesome thing that I wanted to point out during those comms, notice how they specifically said, play together. And that's exactly, I mean, that was one thing that they needed to do that I saw kind of waned for them across the map in certain rounds. And clearly it's a specific point for them, right? Like, they literally said, hey, play together, guys. And that's exactly what they did. And I pointed out that out in the round, and that was really important. So props to them for realizing it in the moment. And, you know, that was obviously a good part of those comms. So huge for them. And like you said, who else, right? Other than No Man. But even so, like, all these players did their part. I mean, look at Leo, who is 16-8 on Sky. It's insane. It's actually insane.
I mean, a third of those kills were just was just in one round. So,
right, yeah.
I also wanted to point out, I mean, this is a very small detail, and you might have to go back in the VOD, but look at the coach's face during WS Leo's 1v5, because that face was like, I'm very relieved that we've won the round, but at the same time, just so mad that you had to put Leo in a spot where he needed to 1v5, because the round beforehand was absolutely just chaotic. So always gotta say, you gotta watch the coach's cam at this point, because it's absolute relief, but at the same time, like, why do you have to let him? I mean, it's great that he got an ace, but next time just play together.
There you go. That's ultimately what it is, and I think that is like I said, this is one of the best teams in the region, but that mistake consistently is what I tend to see from XLG as a team, and if they want international success, that just will not fly. So what I want to see from them this next map of Lotus on their map pick is just more kind of play together, right? Just, hey, like, do more kind of swing off of each other. I saw so many times during that map when they would kind of just, you know, plan on swinging together, but there would still be a 1v1 taken somehow. It was just insane. So, you know, we'll see, but we've got plenty more action for you left. It's going to be Lotus coming up next, and potentially, if we needed a map 3, Breeze. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. So much more exciting action to come.
You're my obsession, 'cause baby I just can't let you go. Lord.
Welcome back to Project Horizon's coverage of VCT China Stage 2 playoffs. My name is Nobi, joined here by Mike once again, and boy, did we see a map from XLG. They take Nova's map pick of Split in honestly quite convincing fashion, and obviously now we move on to Lotus in a situation where Nova are just about as much on the back foot as they can possibly be, on the precipice of getting knocked out of the playoffs, losing their spot in champions, and having utter heartbreak after such a great performance throughout the group stage.
Exactly. For those who happen to have just joined for this second map, why? I mean, just should have been here 45 minutes ago. What? But also, to give a bit of a recap, it was a 13-6 absolute domination from XLG. No man getting the MVP. Like, it makes you had a 1v5 even from Leo there. So absolute cinema so far from this match. And now, considering that XLG has been looking so far, like so much more composed and just playing together so much better than Nova. And now considering that this Lotus map is XLG's map pick, I mean, you really don't see a way through this for Nova.
I mean, that's on paper, yes, absolutely. But at the same time, Nova are still a good Breeze team. I mean, they're 2-1 on the map. Look, they've certainly had success on it, you know, and so that's the big thing. So that said, I mean, the comp that we have generally seen from them on Lotus is just kind of that pretty much a bog standard comp. I mean, it's just Raze, Omen, KJ, Viper, Fate, and I really think that is probably like your default comp on that map. On the flip side though, what we see from XLG is a little bit different. They're leaning into the Neon Waylay again, Omen, Fade, Cypher, so we generally see that a lot as far as comp goes from them. And you know, but we've also seen a bunch of other comps. We've seen Jet, we've seen Vice. I honestly think either Vice or Cypher, both of them are great picks. So whichever one they end up choosing, I think will not be a bad choice by any means. It's just really, it just comes down to honestly whether or not Nova can maintain the confidence that they really should have going into this map.
And it's also going to be a question whether No Man and Raga, usually the two duelist players, if they're going to keep with that double duelist comp, because, I mean, in theory, Lotus is one of those maps where you don't necessarily see it that much. Technically, you only need one space maker, just someone like a Raze, someone like a Waylay, but then that would mean that one of those would have to go into a different role. But are they going to follow the theoretical like best comp, or are they just gonna stick with what they're best at, which is running you down and just destroying you with their absolute confidence and their togetherness that they have? That will be one of the questions that will be answered hopefully quite soon. Just as I say it.
And here we go. We are going to see that Cypher come out from XLG. So the whatever most recent comp they had is the comp they are going to go with. And on the flip side, of course, Nova, which, I mean, look, we kind of expected this in a way. I believe this is the same. Actually, no, it is different than what we have seen previously. They are swapping out that Killjoy for Vice. Rest of the comp remains the same, but very interesting swap. I'm honestly quite a fan of that because I just feel like overall, as far as the strength of Sentinel that you see and the value that you get from utility, I feel like Vice just provides so much more. So I'm a big fan of that change there. Obviously, Killjoy still a great agent, but as far as this map goes, especially on maps on sites like C, I'm a big fan of the Vice here.
And XLG sticking to their guns, double duelist with the same duelist as last map. It seems like this Waylay Neon combo is just a master key for all the maps, or at least for these first two. And I mean, you can see the potential there, especially with Neon. And I'm definitely looking for a couple of combinations like they had on Split, where they use the Neon wall and then you Waylay dash into the wall to make sure you have cover. So these little small combinations between these two duelists who seemingly are just on the same wavelength, that's something that you gotta watch out for.
100%. I mean, I think that the big saving grace here potentially for Nova is the fact that they're starting out on attack here. And of course, this being one of the most attack-sided maps in the game, if not the most attack-sided map in the game, this is Nova's chance to start out the gate early. Swagzor, we want to see, honestly, we want to see Swagzor come out swinging here with really good entries, really good picks. We want to see the team trading him when they need to. That is really going to be the important thing here. So starting out, this is it.
What a read.
And what a read indeed. Swagzor with an entry pick. And there goes the trade attempts, but they go in favor of Nova.
I mean, what an incredible play from Guanji. Using his wall there to make sure that they're cut off. And it would have been an amazing trap play. I mean, you can see the confidence once again of just leaving A completely empty. Not a single player there. But unfortunately, they fall on their face. And just with Happy Bay being left, well, make it just WS Leo. And yes, he's got a 1v5 before, but in the pistol round with 32 HP, you're not expecting the same result.
Not at all.
Unless? Nah, never mind.
Don't even speak it into existence. Oh, hold on.
Unless?
Hold on.
It's crazy that I can say unless, and there's still a part of you that thinks, well, why not?
All right. I mean, with the absolute heroics that we saw on Split, I would not put it past them at all. But what a great start. That was exactly the start that I said that Nova needed there. Swagzor got his entry, got his first blood. Trade was ready. It was pretty much instant, honestly. And that is ultimately going to be the win condition here throughout this entire throughout this entire map, in fact. Anti-eco now in the cards. Of course, we expect Nova to come out on top here. Azir going to opt to keep the ghost. Huang Ji with the sheriff as well, but the rest of the team buying up here. We're seeing Guardians, we're seeing Marshals.
This time XLG going for, I mean, just gambling that it's going to be A. They see now that they broke the dart, broke the cam, but I believe only 2 players were maybe spotted. I believe 1 player and just 1 piece of util, so XLG doesn't really want to gamble stack the other side yet. They're just gonna stay on A. And worst case, you know how it goes. They don't have a single piece of util. They're just gonna die to the spike. Meanwhile, Nova with 2 pistols. They have a bit of buffer in case somebody falls. That's why they also do it on attack, where you can choose where you want to have your duels. And it seems like Nova have to be careful to not overcook this, but so far it seems quite clean. They have the C side, and since they don't hear anything else, instead of going for the fake, Nova is they're just gonna follow their team, and the C side is taken for absolutely free.
Absolutely, and really no one home to do much of anything. And I think the big thing here for XLG is just to not give any orbs up. That is the important part here. And say that.
Oh, too late.
All right. Happy Way managing to get a kill, and
you see that
now they want absolutely nothing to do with that entire choke. They just
yeah, but you still have to get in range.
Give up anything else.
You still have to get in range for the spike explosion. So, that's a great fate reveal there. The Horn making sure that they managed to get closer to get exploded by the spike, but they're just pushing them. And yes, they might still get 1 or 2 kills, but they still have the buffer, don't forget. And awesome, crazy flick there onto No Man to get the 3k. And yes, 1 player has fallen, but you gotta assume that one of the players with the pistol has picked up the dropped rifle.
Of course, and I mean, relatively clean. Not even relatively, it was completely clean from Nova off the back of some crazy shots from Autumn, and look at him, he's pumped.
I mean, it's only an anti-eco, but still, at some points you gotta get your confidence back.
And doesn't matter, yeah, it does not matter. I mean, at the end of the day, when you hit a good shot, you hit a good shot. Whether it's against rifles or not, and that's some excellent kills to start out. Nova on the right foot once again in this bonus round here, as XLG starting to lose some of the weapons that gave them the advantage economy-wise going into this round, and all of a sudden looking a lot more scary. Nova, as you can see, sitting pretty with Vandals, Phantoms, and Guardians, so don't know how to feel about this one, but No Man equalizing 3v3 here. The rest of the players noted in tree. They're just going to go ahead and back off, reset just a little bit.
Nova still has 50 seconds to play with. And they do have, especially now in the 3v2. Seems like maybe they want to go B here. They need to be careful of the Cypher. Able to dodge the Haunt, but with the A side completely free, seems like they're just going to choose the right path to go here.
True. Footstep made, and at this point, the A hit should be telegraphed.
Need to be careful with Lysor. But he gets taken out. Happy Way, the only one left. And this will be a third round from Nova, especially together with Swagsource 3K. And you can see his teammate as well. I mean, now you can see a reason to celebrate. Going up 3-0 on XLG's map pick. Well, that's a great start.
Absolutely. And like I said, this is a map that Nova plays well in general, and we are seeing that right now. They just simply look like the more well-versed team, at least at the moment. And the start that XLG had on Split is the start that Nova is having on this map. Clearly, they are not out for the count yet. There's still plenty more Valorant left to play, of course. This is their favored side. This is the attack side. I would honestly say if XLG managed to get 4 this half, I wouldn't even mind it too much.
They immediately tripped the wall, just making sure that they put at least a bit of pressure, as they have done at the beginning of the round on A. But with just a Bucky, you can see that No Man is just deciding to tuck his legs in, and just in case they decide to go back to A. But that seems increasingly unlikely, as 4 players of Nova are funneling into C. And yes, they might be spotted out by this cam. Or they might not even. Maybe he wants to just use the cam for retake. That might be one of the options. But nevertheless, you're not expecting a lot of economical damage from XLG here. Cam even spotted there.
Yeah. A little bit of a failed satchel there on the entry for Swagzor, but Happy Way with an excellent kill, especially with a Sheriff, but he's got 5 health. And this retake is just... I'm not sure how I feel about it at this point. I think the ideal thing to do would just be to die to the spike. Will we end up seeing that? I think they're actually going to go for this one. They're just not going to expect 1G here either. Big kill from Lysor, but man, it is not looking great, at least at the moment, for XLG. Leo falls, Lysor last one, and can't do it, can't get any more. Relatively clean one for Nova as well. And so now, just like the last map for the other team, this is so important to win here when you're able to buy up, because if you lose this round, all of a sudden the momentum just completely it starts to snowball, especially on the attack half. Man, it's rough. So this is definitely a must-win for XLG, and they are going to actually pop a timeout because they know that. They know that. The coaching staff knows, the players know. Something has to be figured out here now.
I don't know about you, but I've always seen No Man and Raga as kind of a 2 duelists just playing together, and more as a pack, as like more than individual players. And I don't know if you've realized it, but you know how they played the same agents last map? They've swapped who plays who. Raga was playing Neon, now he's on the Waylay, while No Man, who was on the Waylay, is now on Neon. Am I the only one who finds that absolutely bonkers?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Just like a quick swap. Hey, you want to play Neon? Yeah, I'll take it. I mean, when's the last time you see just 2 players just imagine, like, I don't know, like Boaster and Alpha here, just Boaster on Chamber and Alpha on Omen. I mean, you'd call them absolutely crazy, but even though it hasn't worked so far, you can still see the confidence, at least for No Man so far. Raga still struggling on that Waylay a bit, which might make you question whether that swap was a wise choice. Carefully, they're preparing for an A push. And then Nova just doesn't want to do anything. Doesn't want to have anything to do with it. You can see the B pressure put there. The showstopper being used just to get the space, and will be an easy plant. And the question is, what do you do afterwards? Because on B, it might just be a bit too claustrophobic for your tastes.
And this right here is looking just a bit scary. That spike got planted super quick onto B. And now it's going to be the retake attempt here. Guangji ready and waiting. And the rest of this entire Nova team pushed up so far into the extremities that XLG, they just look completely stun locked.
Lysor will get one of his troubles, but just under 23 HP, will pay with it for his life. Happy Way, the last one left. The last pillar of XLG is still alive. And even he is gonna spot it out, and he's gonna be taken out. Nova! Not a single player of XLG managing to survive this round.
I mean, it is, like I said, that was a win condition, and it was... XLG just looked like a shadow, like a shell of their former selves on Split, and the difference is actually quite scary. As Nova are now up 5, and XLG have got to find their way back into this a little bit. Yes, I understand it's the attack half, but at the end of the day, something needs to happen.
Well, that's something we should better start right now. No man, you can see with the regenerating shields is able to pick up that outlaw. Is even dropping it for his teammate, but the problem is that the time is going to be ticking down for that ult, and Swagsor gets basically the easiest kill of his life. Raga looking into no man's land.
I mean, Happy Way, I was gonna say Happy Way just taking it just a little timing there over in the cubby. But honestly, I'm not too sure how I feel about this, just given the fact that he is the Sentinel and there are trips up. And there's still, he's got trips in his, still he hasn't used or anything. He hasn't even put down his cam or anything like that. It's quite interesting. I mean, I would maybe you'd expect him to put his trip on B or something along those lines to prevent a late lurk in mid, but I mean, very interesting there. And the entire team just going to mow down Leo and Lysor, and it's literally just Happy Way here left to stand, and does have an outlaw.
And with 0 bullets.
Reload it though.
I mean, maybe he does now that he's given his position away, but it won't even matter. I mean, once again, just one player falling from Nova, and XLG seemingly not able to even get a single pinky into the front door.
Yeah, not even a millimeter. Nova completely closing, shutting them out. And obviously, I mean, I'm mentioning, I keep talking about XLG and their mistakes, but Nova and their how solidly they're playing, that cannot be understated.
Guang especially hasn't died. You can see the aggressiveness and now the confidence going for Nova's side. And no man, there's just no single opening for him to even get a kill. And the rest of the players will even just seemingly be mowed down. Yes, you can see the TP back, but they're playing so scared of the util, and Lysol will get one for his troubles. And the Visol will be used, so he has to back off. Oh, but it's the second one, and this could be a good start. He would need to ace here if he wants for the confidence, but CB, he's got to be careful with where he positions himself. Does not get the shot there, and the spike is down, but he isn't aware of Leo. Leo's on the back, and that should be the easiest kill, but no, I believe he got spotted. Or was he? What is happening this round?
Yeah, this is insane. Look at
the timing.
Look at his
no,
position.
Don't tell me this
No
could
way.
be.
They're not gonna expect him. 1,
2. No. Someone called Shakespeare. This is an absolute tragedy. XLG, the round slipping from the fingers. It seems like if anything else had happened there, XLG get their first round. But Nova seemingly just flipping 5 times a coin and then getting 5 heads in a row.
I mean, you said someone called Shakespeare because this is poetic. I mean, simply put, it is poetic. the way that Nova are playing, look at them. No notes. No notes whatsoever for the coaching staff over there. They are so happy with the way that these players have turned this around. And for good reason.
7-0. Still not a single round by XLG. Everything that they've tried, it hasn't worked out so far. You can see the players struggling. All of them have died 7 rounds. Not a single player has been able to survive any single round. Raga still on 0 kills. Happyway on 1. Leo on 1. Especially considering his last performance. Now, and finally, No Man. I believe the first time that they've got the entry kill. And even while it puts up a couple of question marks for Nova, it seems like they're not quite as bothered.
The important thing here to note is that right now Nova have no info, right? Like all they know is that No Man is A with a Bucky. That's it. They have no idea who else is on this A site. Obviously there is no one else, but they don't know that. For all they know, this could be a stack. This could be anything else. They're going to now use some info utility. They're going to use prowlers, but this is really scary for them.
No Man getting forced off of this angle, especially with the Odin. And now with 18 seconds, they decide to go to this B side, but they have to be careful. 3 players on here, but No Man, now it's all on CB. He needs to get this kill before the rest of his team does. And now the players are on side. We'll make it just 1 player, and it's an easy cleanup. It looked dangerous for just a second there, but with CB getting a 4K, even though he doesn't put his fingers up, it's still just as impactful.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, they had a great start, but ultimately I think that it was just the gamble stack. I think they should have, as soon as they got that pick on A and No Man understood kind of where the Nova players were, we should have seen some rotations, at least 1 or 2, but no one was home at the end of the day, and I ended up getting punished for it as CB literally just walked up B with nothing but an outlaw and got crazy value from that. So like I said, fundamental mistakes that we're seeing from XLG here, and resulted in this 0-8 scoreline that is man, if nothing else, just it's just unfortunate.
It's very difficult to put into words the complicated feelings that probably XLG as well is having. I mean, once again, I'd hate to point it out again, but Raga still on 0 kills on that Waylay. One of the plays that you're looking for to get quite a lot of frags. And Happyway together with Lysor, they seem to be holding the side down, but they need to be careful, especially against an Odin and an Orb. And you can't do that, Lysor. You cannot do that. Happyway does get CB, was just a 1 HP, and a 4v3. This is the best chance they had so far. Now they can't let it slip away from their fingers. Make it a 4v2, make it a 4v1. And now, Autumn, the only one left with just 28 bullets. This needs to be the first round, because otherwise, I think we're in a parallel dimension. Make it a 1v2. He is able to pick up a gun. Just 35 HP, but luckily it took 8 rounds, but XLG able to stop a bleeding with Raga getting his first kill of the round.
I mean, yeah, I was scary, but at the same time, I was gonna say that was a clip from the previous round, but all good. Happyway, No Man, and company managing to hold down the site very, very well, and I think one thing that XLG ultimately need to do a little bit better, and that they did this round, was preventing Nova from getting in the site in the first place. The big thing here is that their entry ability is stunted, right? Like, obviously Raze is not a bad entry character, but there's only 1, right? So that said, and on top of that, there's no flashes. The only real flash you have is an Omen Paranoid. That's it. They can't be allowing flags or to get these kinds of entries. They just can't.
Lysor once again gone, which means that XLG has no smokes, which is not something you want to see. It's a quick trade from Ezir as well onto Happyway. The Vice ult as well will just delay for a bit. Viper's Pit, and it seems like this is just the exclamation point after the last sentence. Somehow need to get away through this. At 1-8, you cannot afford to save this. You need to try, at least try to do something. But how? There's no entry point here. Raga seemingly looking for entries, and yes, while he might get that kill, the spike has ticked so far down that XLG has no longer a way to the spike. It will explode, and Nova will be up 8 rounds. I mean, talk about domination.
I mean, XLG take an inch. Nova have taken more than a mile. I mean, they've taken
a marathon.
Yeah, seriously. Right back to their winning ways here on the attack half of Lotus, and just like honestly, the result of split was sort of telegraphed fairly early on, at least for me. Kind of seems the same way here, especially if XLG are unable to get the 3 rounds here required to push it to a 9-3, then I would at least see a world, but it is difficult to envision right now.
A map 1 with an 8-4 scoreline, but we're already doubting Nova. Well, now, considering that the best that XLG could do is a 3-9 scoreline, well, seems like the doubt will just be multiplied by several magnitudes. Do it at least still have a full buy, probably the last one of this half. You're assuming that if they lose this, they're just gonna have a scrappy buy for the last one, but still, understandably, they need to do something. The question is, what is that something? Because I've tried something for 11 rounds, or for 10 rounds, and it's only worked once so far.
Man, I mean, even beyond that timeout, you would think that they would have come up with some sort of solution maybe, but it doesn't seem to be the case. The haunt is broken, and that's great from Leo to actually manage to get a kill there. Regen kill was up too, and there goes the entry. Happyway and Lysor defending C as much as they can. Neural Theft out as well to reveal the position of the last 2 players on Nova. And there we go. I mean, an Op and an Odin in the hands of the last 2, but time low, Spike not in their hands, and Lysor ready and waiting. And that is going to be 2 very high value weapons down, and of course that Op especially valuable for the defense. So good on them to get at least 2, but the question is, will they be able to get a 3rd and potentially maybe find their way back into this? That's the real question.
We've talked about team play and just playing together, and you can see that seemingly just because of their confidence and wanting to go for these 1v1s, Nova has let slip 1 round because they just wanted to go for a couple of kills here and there. Now they need to be careful because they don't want that to happen again. They would really love to already get to double digits in the first half. That would be great. And No Man needs to be careful once again. Well, stuck in no man's land, fitting to his name, but Lysor's already TPing in, and it's just a bloodbath. But in the end, Lysor will use it from the chance to get back and will not be cancelled. So XLG has the man advantage. Raga has his operator. And the rest of Nova's team, they will hear the door and will presumably expect this A push.
But do they expect a stairs push from Guang here? I'm not particularly sure. He's gonna actually take a 1v1. I believe that's exactly what's gonna happen. That's it. Yep, yes it is. He's swinging.
Lysor timing.
And that's a crazy timing. Lysor falls. It's unfortunate. So they lose their player advantage. Spike comes down, and one position of one of the XLG players is noted.
Spike getting planted a bit later than they would want, perhaps, in that case. But and you can see this is why you cannot give them a single kill. Happyway stuck in a 1v2. He needs to do something. And not even the first player. And just like I said, Nova already on double digits. And if you're expecting domination from XLG, well, you're getting the exact opposite.
Literally the exact opposite. And to be perfectly honest with you, XLG just looked shaky. Their aim was shaky. Their mechanics, these players that normally rely so much on their individual skill, just don't look dialed in right now. Even that last kill there that we saw, Happyway honestly normally gets that. But unfortunately just not able to do so, and clearly much left to be desired in that half, even though it was their defense, even though there was a lot of, this is generally the most attack sided map in the game. Doesn't matter, you need to get more than what they ended up with. And it is going to take a lot of resilience, a lot of determination, and certainly a little bit of a throw from Nova in order for XLG to come back into this one and get a 2-0 victory here.
We're already talking about the importance of a pistol round. And last map, well, that importance has just been magnified. It really seems like if they do not win this pistol round, the game is already over. And they probably have to go for a force again, because otherwise you're looking at a 2-12 scoreline. And well, I don't know when's the last time we've seen a 12-2 comeback.
Yeah, I don't think, I'm not sure if we've ever seen that in VCT China. I'm honestly not too sure. But look, I mean, like you just said, it is going to take XLG insane amounts of heroics in order for them to come back into this one. Nova just seemed to have their number completely, and beyond that, Nova seemed to be extremely confident. These players, even from like literally the first few rounds, we saw them up out of their feet, or out of their chairs, up on their feet. And I mean, it's clearly they are confident in their ability. That's the important thing here.
XLG doing what they do best, grouping up together, not a single player away from this A side, and will be a brawl. 3 players as well from Nova on this A side, and they're just pushing it down. But no, man, you can see this is his strength. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite expect someone to push from the door, and Guang gets another kill before getting taken out. So at the end of it, with just 1.5 minutes left, it will be a 3v3, but you gotta be careful. We'll look at this flank. CB already making sure that they're stuck in a cage. Does he even want to break it? Yes, he does. But he's just going back. And XLG will take that note. But they have to clear everything diligently. They have no idea where possibly CB could have gone to. I like the shoulder peek even.
Yeah.
Not even, at least one shot taken. But he has full info of, I believe, all 3 players there.
That's true. And position noted out, but at the same time, at this point, XLG are now aware of the fact that the Vice player is not actually on the site. That's the important thing. The wall's going to be tripped, and it's going to honestly fake their presence and prompt some rotations. So that's a huge fake there, and it's literally just because Leo decided to trip that wall.
But is here
now Nova may be starting to realize a little bit that got a little bit overzealous with those rotates, but the timing still taken by Azir, who cannot get the trade, and now a 2v2. Spike still not planted. Time's starting to get a little bit low there.
And a 2v2. Nova still has enough time to clear everything here. It seems like they want to go for this double push into tree. That would be the best option. And Happy Way, oh, it's just, I mean, taking his head off. And now, well, Leo. Okay. I mean, if you do that more times, then go for it. Just knowing exactly where the head is.
Crazy. And I mean, look, that I'm not too convinced, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm really not too convinced. However, XLG do come out on top in the pistol. A much needed round, but they need to just continue with that. They need to go ahead and get more rounds on the board for them and give up as little as possible. They're gonna start out here at the C's early, but Rarga still posted up on the angle, looking for anyone, and it looks like at the moment at least XLG are planning on hitting the non-stacked site. That's good on their part, but need to come out with it cleanly.
They decided to group up onto this A side. In theory, if they went here right now, it will only be Autumn there. The door will be tapped. And I think now with the Prowler, it will get a couple of rotations here. And Autumn, I mean, at this point, even getting caught by the C's, you're expecting maximum 1 kill, and he won't even get that. No Man taking off his head. And Nova stuck in a 4v5 retake. Where, I mean, at this point, they're not worrying quite yet, so they might just want to go down to the spike without giving them too many ult drops.
True, but I think we may see a similar situation. Actually, never mind. XLG just seemed to kind of be chilling on the site. I was gonna say we may see a similar round to what Nova did previously, where they just sort of pushed up into the chokes just to prevent them from really saving, or not saving, but from dying to the spike. Actually,
yes, Leo.
At least Leo was going to try to do that, but is going to be watched, and we are going to see a swing there.
Aww.
Still gets the kills, and everyone on Nova will fall. So exactly what I said was going to happen did end up happening, despite how it looked. And that is actually quite big, because not only is that ult orbs, but you know, it's really just going to be more kills on the board for them. It's going to just say, hey, all right, you know what? We're not going to let you save.
It's a nice idea with the Vice flash there, but not only does it flash two teammates, but he then gets killed while flashed. So CB, a bit unlucky there. Nevertheless, this is the round that Nova wants to win. They have the better weaponry, and they want to go ahead. It's been a couple of rounds since they've managed to win one. Oh, you need to be careful with the dash there. Swagstar gets the first kill even while seized, and now the refract even there, but he doesn't even care. He gets the second one easier, joins him on the kill feed with another double kill, and well, just give him 10 seconds, and in the end, happy way. It's a familiar sight, the only one left, even spotted out by the Prowler, excuse me, by the Wand. And I mean, you'd be happy if he gets one here. It seems inevitable. And it's not even the one, it's just that shot with the Bulldog, which will not be enough for a kill. And Nova getting up to 11.
They are pumped. They are so pumped for this one, and then a flawless bonus, and
can't blame them.
Not
I mean,
what
just look
they
at this.
wanted here. Of course, XLG going to look to bounce back and really not give anything up going forward. Of course, the bonus round, we generally expect Nova to win. But at the same time, for it to be a flawless round and for them to be able to keep every single one of the rifles they have on the board here, man, it is rough for XLG.
A nice peek out there. Happyway taking out the opposite of the last map, of the last round, excuse me. Now he's the first one to fall, but nevertheless, you can see already CB pushing out. They have all this utility and all this control, and it's an easy cleanup for there. Yes, Raga might get one, but he has to get 4 more if he wants anything to do here. The Showstopper will find some damage, but not quite the kill there, but the spam will do so. And Leo, well, he's done it once before, but you're not expecting the same result again, especially with Guang just holding the angle down. Nova onto match points, and even earlier than last map, and we already thought that the first map was a clear showing of domination there. Superiority, that's the word.
I mean, this round has just been, or this game rather, has just been so unexpected from Nova, but at the same time, this is kind of what I was mentioning about them before the series started, is they just have moments of such brilliance where you'll just see them and they literally look like one of the best teams in the region. It's part of the reason they were 5-0, right? You know, obviously Split was not their map. You know, they picked it. Clearly, it just did not work out in their favor, but this map, despite the fact that it was the other team's map pick too, has clearly been much better. And maybe it's the pressure. Maybe they play better under pressure. That's how they feel. If that's the case, good on them, right? But at the same time, this has just been so surprising. It's been a treat to watch as CB manages to get an early kill there, and here comes the retake attempt. Leo with a great kill through the wall there. Rarga as well getting the kills. Autumn is there, ready to converge. 2v2, only a few left to stand for XLG. Can they do it? Happyway has found one, trying to stay alive desperately as CB wants to get it. Ooh. Cannot do so. XLG stay alive here.
They had to use quite a lot of resources. Unfortunately, with 7 chances, as Sliggy would say, you don't necessarily have that every round. And you gotta appreciate CB just having the confidence while being caught with the Nightfall and then with the Seas as well, I believe. Just still peeking out and getting the kill there. Happyway wise to just buy this time, and it's a beautiful shot there. Unfortunately, I don't think... I mean, he was able to... I think he gave his Guardian to Lysor, so it's in theory an upgrade. Raga pushing out, but once again doing a bit of a no-man cosplay, just not finding anything with the dash. You're just completely stuck in the open. What exactly is your plan? Yes, from the shadows will be forced to be used, but with still full Vice View to Lane. You can see the double duelist falling. It seems like it might have been the swap. It might have been just them not playing together, but it just hasn't come to fruition yet.
There we go. Trip Wall is going to be tripped here, and both players that are on site here are sort of playing, they're taking a little bit more passive angles here. And to be perfectly honest, they don't need to take aggressive angles. They have the advantage. So two players already falling, spike planted, and
they're just hoping for Happyway to waltz into this. That's exactly what he will do. It's not quite a kill, but on 19 HP, it's still quite a lot of damage. All 5 players funneling from heaven, but Happyway trying to do his best from the rope there. Will not do anything, and Lysor just as well. Is here getting the 2k, getting 2 absolute nice headshots there. And just like that, 1-1. Something that we definitely didn't expect. And now on Breeze. Now that's where it gets interesting.
Absolutely. And part of the reason I think Nova are so excited right now is because they know how damn good they are on Breeze. They have not lost on that map, right? So all of a sudden, like, we could be looking at a reverse sweep here, and it's heartbreaking for XLG, but at the same time, Nova are so pumped about the way this map went overall. They had such a good attack half that it didn't give XLG any room to come back at all, and that's huge for them. So we're gonna take a look at some of these highlights here across the map, and I have a strange feeling that we're gonna see a lot of Nova players in this highlight reel. What a shot.
Let's take a note. When will the first XLG kill be shown in the highlights?
I'm not too sure, because I mean
it's round 7 and I still haven't seen anything. And that's not to harp on the XLG players, more than to just look at the finally round 9. I believe that's the first one that they won. So I mean, it's been quite a while, and Nova just showing their individual prowess, and now you're starting to understand why they have such good stats.
Right. And I'm gonna say this right now, the big thing for XLG going into this map 3, going into Breeze, forget the stats, forget all of that. Play your game, play it, and let's see how Nova played their game here into the team comps.
Yeah, get drop. Yeah. I just take 3. Get drop. Please hold drop. 3, 2. Get drop. Hold drop. Holding. Kevin. I will jiggle CT. I will have pick on me, someone. You go ahead. Nice swagger! Come on! Nothing longer CT. Wait. 等我。Just set up. No! 2楼能出啊？我就管 C link。你们帮我看2楼吗？2楼2个。我上2楼。加6。我帮你管2楼。解决 B 到没有？不行，跳！就玩包了。玩包了。接连。我有眼下了。有毒就给了。饱了。Nice！ 2楼2个。起连行吗？给了。我绕2楼去了。起4可以吗？还有一个也在。我来正门了，能穿那个包。好，我有毒。他可能要正来找我们俩打。我先洗毒，包姐，我先给毒。
Swagzer.
Man, who else? Swagzer. I mentioned this before the map that it would take, honestly, excellent play from him, getting those entries, just solid kills in general in order for Nova to win, and that's exactly what happened. I think you heard me. So, look, excellently played on his part, but beyond Swagzor's play, part of what enabled all these kills, yes, it was a lot of individual prowess, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, a lot of it was also just the setup. I mean, the team set him up so well that it kind of made kills easy a lot of the time, right? The smokes were immaculate. The initiator util was immaculate. And all those things just... It kind of just contributed to how easy it was to actually get those kills and, you know, give him the performance that he had here. It was 17 and 10. And of course, a lot of the other players on the team had incredible KDs as well. Guang was 15 and 6. TB was 15 and 7. Having single digit kills on these maps at all is impressive. So excellent job from Nova. They come out with that win, 100% deserving of getting it. And 13-5, that is a statement game right there.
Oh, definitely. I mean, talk about swinging the other way compared to, I believe the first map was 13 and 6, so even more dominant than the first one. And now the momentum is on Nova's side. And I mean, we also got to talk about the difference between the stakes here. I mean, Nova, they have to get top 2 to get to champions. I mean, to get to Shanghai. XLG still have a chance of winning or going through to champs with just their champs points, but Nova, it seems like there was also, like, you could see it in their eyes, just a certain drive of being like, I mean, this is our last chance, we just have to do this. And you're looking for them to have that same twinkle in their eye for this third round. And if they keep playing like this, I mean, it seems like no one will be able to stop them.
I agree. I mean, you heard how loud they got in those team comms. It's clear that they are hyped up. They're saying we're not out of this yet. It was amazing. And a 3.67 KDA is otherworldly. Otherworldly, to be perfectly honest. So that's about it. Look, this has been an insane series so far. Both teams taking each other's map picks. But now, this is it for all the marbles. We go on to Breeze to decide who will be moving on in the playoffs of stage 2 and who will be going home and having their season potentially end. Obviously, XLG, we already know they've got a good amount of champs points. You could still see them in champions regardless. However, Nova, of course, they're in a different situation. They want to win here. They need a win here in order to continue on, and that's pretty much it. So we'll see you on the other side. Map 3 Breeze coming up soon. Don't go anywhere.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he goes me. And he gets claws real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it. Force their part in. If you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Welcome back to VCT China Stage 2 playoffs coverage provided by the wonderful Project Horizon. I'm Moby, joined by Mike, and we've got map 3 here of Breeze coming up, and Nova made quite a statement game against XLG. Their 13-5 scoreline to end it. As we go to this map 3, what are we thinking?
I don't know. Like, honestly, it's not that my mind is blank. It's quite the opposite, because I know that because Valorant is very snowbally, as I've already said before, but also I think that after seeing the first map, I generally was already counting Nova out. I thought they'd be gone. And now that Nova has won the second round, I'm not sure if XLG is going to be able to bring this back. So it's just been back and forth, back and forth. My mind is racing with all different types of questions of whether, I mean, we have to see right now whether XLG is going to stick with the double duelist. Yes, they will, but Raga is gonna go into signature Phoenix, and you're really hoping that that's gonna go better than the Waylay from last round, from last map.
Certainly the case, and of course, you know, this is the comp that I believe we expected. I believe this is the same one that both teams have played previously. Yes, it absolutely is. And ultimately, it's why I've been mentioning it this whole series. This has worked out so well for Nova. They have 100% win rate on this map. They are 3-0. And look, I think it's for good reason. I think they play very solidly on this map. I'm a huge fan of the duelist combinations here. That Phoenix and that Neon together. The Phoenix's ability to throw that curveball out of a wall, like there's so many things you can do on this map with that duelist combo that honestly, if you play it well, there's not much you can really do about it.
Well, then let's make a deal. You look at the duelist, but I want to take a look at the Harbor. Because if you want to talk about reasons why they have been so dominant on Breeze, I mean, a good Harbor or a bad Harbor can make or break your entire team comp, your entire team plan. So if Azir here has the same amount of impact on Harbor as he has had on the last couple of Breeze maps, then you're quite confident in what Nova can do. But otherwise, I mean, you've seen some horrible Harbor players, if I may say so myself, in other regions, which definitely cost them a couple of rounds and maybe a couple of maps as well.
That I definitely agree with, and that is a good start. Varga playing right outside of that smoke. That's ambitious, but the trades are so good from Nova, and they come out with a player advantage of a little bit of a sheriff whiff over there. That spike will go down, and now it's just Leo and Lysor left to try to recover this round and give XLG a good start. Start out with some good footing here potentially, but that's a little bit of a timing over there. And
Elbow needs to be careful.
Gonna expect this. No, we won't. Paranoia is good as well, and there's also a smoke ready. Player spotted out. Oh my. And this has turned into an excellent round. But Ana Autumn! We know what he can do! He's going around the corner. Time is low. There's no time. Oh my! No,
that's unfortunate. Both of them needed to reload, but one of them could just play time while the other had to seemingly try to run it down and couldn't, unfortunately. And Nova, I mean, considering last map, this is already a couple of rounds in a row. And they keep the streak going.
There you go. An interesting position from Raga, but either way, I mean, I think the big thing that lost XLG this round was just the lack of the ability to trade. That was ultimately what it was. It's just the simple fact that, and we even did see some whiffs there come out, so it's pretty clear that there's something going on, nerves or along those lines, something just not sitting right with these XLG players, and that could cost them dearly. Of course,
XLG, because of the low buy, are going for a bit of a, I don't want to say push, it's a bit of an a-hold here, but even if this was a trap play, no one is even close to stepping into it.
Yeah, Autumn should be aware of a possibility here, but it looks like Nova, the entirety of Nova, are actually heading over towards A.
Oh, now this could be dangerous. Need to be careful, even one step. So they have to be aware. You can see the smoke already coming out. And they're every player on every side, but they don't quite clear it. Need to be careful, but it's 2 quick kills. And in theory, it's just 1 more player, but Leo gets taken out just as quickly as the rest of his team. Happy way, No Man, the last one standing. And it's a couple of pot shots here and there. A nice headshot, but unfortunately, considering it's only a pistol, it's only a classic, it's not even close to getting a kill.
Yeah, 2 for their efforts, but unfortunately the trap play didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to. And I think a large reason was just simply because, and I'm actually quite surprised, that could have ended up a lot worse for Nova, just simply because they didn't use any sort of info utility. They didn't use a drone, they didn't use anything like that. They just kind of dry swung into it, and of course they peeked it carefully. Don't get me wrong, so maybe they were expecting that hold to some extent, but I mean, and I think that was also a lucky shot from Autumn as well, just to literally like land that 1 or 2 bullets. But, man, it's not a good start for XLG, and of course this is the bonus round, the round that you expect them to win. They need this one right here, and they need it to be clean.
Don't count them out right now. Don't do the same mistake I did. It's only round 3. Everything is still possible. Everything is still on the cards. But Nova obviously having the advantage. That's interesting how they were going to approach this, especially considering that Azir has a stinger. Leo will be spotted out, and it's a bit of damage there. That's a good start, but nothing confirmed quite yet.
Of course, at this point, this is sort of turned into a little bit of a default, turned into, I guess, potentially a B split here. So being gathered from both teams. Happyway managing to get an excellent kill over there in mid, and the B hit now telegraphed. So it's going to be down to No Man and Happyway to try to defend this as best as possible. Question is, will they be able to do so without losing their lives in the process?
Guang is the last ace here that they have. The other players are stuck on side, but Guang needs to be careful. He doesn't want to quite push out. And it's just 2 people left. Azir. Oh boy, they do have rifles. You're looking for a bit of damage, but he's not clear. He gets 1, he gets 2 for free, but not the 3rd one. Still a 2v1 with 20 seconds left. Azir could still do something here, especially with the first one spotted, and he's down to 13 HP. He's got the regen shield. He knows where Snowman is. But Snowman, No Man, and he gets it! Oh, and I mean, and the tragedy continues from XLG just not clearing their corners and just being too eager to close up the round. Something that we've seen on Lotus as well.
And even beyond that position there, because I understand, look, it's a position that you don't expect Guang to be in. But either way, it's sort of just a situation with 1v1s that you're taking. Man, like, they wanted to play a cross there, but it just didn't work out. There was no cross. He was behind a wall. Azir was completely behind that wall, and yeah, there was some like wallbang damage, but that's really it.
With 10
it's
HP.
Little things like that, where at this level of play, you just get punished for it.
And Nova has been, I mean, great at exactly doing that, at punishing these overextensions and the lack of patience, perhaps. I mean, I know there were only 15 seconds left, but you can still wait for them to plant the spike. Not only do you have the confirmation of where the spike is planted, but you then still have almost a minute left. XLG is looking for a push out here, needs to be careful. Guang is holding that, but with 3 players, even if it's classics, he's gonna take and pay for it with his life. The spike is down, they have the info, but it should be an easy group up onto this A side. Oh, it's a nice kill from CB there on the flank, and Swagzor joins him in the kill feed. Just 3 players left, and they're all stuck in different positions. They now just need to be careful to not do the same mistake that XLG did last round. You can see that I like this. They flip the map, so they plan for CT, and they know that there's no one there. And look at the XLG players, just all of them scattered. And it's an easy cleanup for Autumn there, taking out Happyway. Just 2 left.
And this is just so difficult to come back into, just simply because they don't know where anyone is. Lysor now has to try to make something out of nothing. Is trying desperately to do so. Paranoia is good. So that's 1 more player taken out. This is all of a sudden turned into a winnable round. The dart is in! And it's good! Autumn grabs the kill! And yeah, it was close, but Nova still continuing on their tirade.
I mean, you can't even blame him there. He was at the point where, I mean, if he started defusing just a bit earlier, he could have gotten to half and then broken the dart. Unfortunately, he was just at the point where he needed to stick it, and because he needed to stick half, he gets revealed by the dart, and well, that's an easy cleanup there. Which means that Nova, a parallel to the second map, is up 4-0. And well, if it continues like the second map, you're expecting many more rounds from Nova on this side.
Right. The one potential saving grace here is no man's off. I mean, I feel like it can end up being really powerful here, but it really just depends on whether Nova gives them anything, and they do. That's 1 early pick, but Swagzor is ready and waiting to receive that trade. It's a 3v3 now.
Needs to be careful of his position, the overdrive.
Oh man.
It's a 2v2, make it a 1v2. Leo has done the impossible before, but this even seems more difficult than it did 2 maps ago. Somehow, even though this is only a 1v2, 27 HP means that 1 body shot would take him out. He does have a great timing here though. However, needs to be careful. The spike is not planted, it's just a tap. He hears both players, sees the first one, but it's not a kill! It's a wallbang headshot! He knows where the second one is, but this is just tragedy unfolding. Takes out his dart, but that might have been a mistake. No! And Leo, I mean, can you even blame him? With the Vandal a headshot, just because of the fact that it went through 2 pixels of bricks. I mean, I know it's very early to call it, but if you see plays like that being made, imagine how difficult it's gonna be for XLG to get back into the headspace of going back. I mean, just look at this. I mean, it went through 1 pixel of a steel bar.
That is...
It should be a kill, but somehow it wasn't.
Utter insanity. But regardless, at the end of the day, you have to confirm those kills. You just have to. It doesn't even really matter whether, it was a wallbang. You're absolutely right. He should have gotten the kill. But at the same time, he should have confirmed the kill too. And it's just clear that when you're playing the way these guys are playing, man, XLG just looked completely out of it. I said this last map, it's like a shell of their former selves.
5-0.
The 1v1s too. I keep mentioning that too. It's like, And part of it, like I said, part of it is just Nova's ability to isolate fights really, really well on these site hits. I mean, they had the no man op. They had, I believe like 2 other players, one fast rotate, one on the site, and they still managed to isolate well. And that's obviously very impressive on their part. But man, XLG have got to figure this out and fast, or else we are going to see a repeat of last map. We're going to see it quick.
They still have a full buy, especially with the Blade Storm from No Man here. Good in theory, because of the saved gun. Go for another buy next round, but I mean, you got to think about this round first. XLG, they have quite a bit of map control. Unfortunately, it's only the one player on A, and needs to be careful about this Outlaw, but he doesn't get a hit. And now they will confirm onto side. He doesn't even get revealed and still gets spams out. I mean, you can see why this is a tragedy. And CB pushing through his own molly. They might just have the confidence here, and XLG has to try to find a way through this, which is quite difficult when your flank has just died.
That is so rough. And now all of a sudden a 3v4 retake here. If there was a round for them to do it, it would be this one. But that shorty is just too damn powerful.
That's an opening.
XLG players are still doing well, but Azir, I mean, he crushes them. 3k on the round, and Lysor forced to save his Vandal. That's going to be another round in the bag for Nova. 0-6. Man. If you're XLG, what do you do?
What can you do is the question. And considering the silence, neither of us have an answer.
Nope. I don't have an. Trust me, I've been trying to think of one ever since the first round, but it just seems to me like Nova completely had their number. And it's not even like Nova are doing anything particularly special in terms of the macro. It's just that their attack is so damn good. I mean, this neon wall. Really, it's a lot of it is just the amount of walls that are cutting.
Oh no!
All these angles apart. There's 2 players left on B are spotted out at this point. One of them taken down to not a whole lot of HP.
You cannot miss those.
Managing to get some kills, but just a consolation.
And when the shots are not hitting, there's very little you can do. Swags are on 4 HP. And with the whiff from Lysor there, who was just on, I believe, barely double digits. And you can see these are the shots that you expect a team like XLG to hit. Especially players like Leon Happyway, who have shown us so far this series that they can do it. But you can see just nothing is connecting. Absolutely nothing. The Nova players have an invincibility shield around them.
Literally. Like, the bullets, like, we're in the Matrix right now. We are literally in the Matrix right now. The bullets just seem to be getting dodged at this point. It is so rough, and I say that, and we literally had a round like 2 rounds ago. They lost to apparently a 1 pixel steel bar. That is rough.
Someone make a meme. What is it? A coughing baby versus one pixel steel bar?
I guess so, right?
7-0, 7 rounds in a row, and Nova looking to keep this going. Viper Pit being used on A by XLG, but Nova not caring even a little bit. They're on the complete other side of the map. Leo, his sideline has been stopped. He needs to be careful about the potential of someone being here. And yes, he does spot a couple of people, but with the tag, he doesn't even get anything. It's a good first start from Lysor, and now for the first time in quite a while, unless Autumn or Nova has something to say about it, it's a 5v3, but just for a second. We're back into a 3v3, and No Man is stuck. He needs to be careful, but it's a quick kill onto Viper. Denying the ult. That's very important there. And now look at mid. The two players there, who will shoot who? No! I mean, once again, it's a 3v3 or a 2v3 even. And two players just die out of nowhere. Happy Way being forced to do some expert level magic. They know exactly where he is as well.
Heartbreak for XLG. The op had gotten so much value and it was so oppressive on that angle, but man, it seems all but telegraphed, all but set in stone. Even when XLG have an advantage, we saw 2 incredible kills from Lysor, 2 like really high value kills too, but regardless, even No Man getting taken out there with the op in hand is just, especially by an Odin spray, is rough. And Oda 8 now, and the more rounds Nova get at this point, the more insurance they have. That's really what it is. It's even if XLG managed to get 4 here, it's not looking pretty. And of course, this is a Nico round for them, so a little bit far-fetched.
Nova's just taking their time. Need to be careful. And it's a trap play, but even it's only bandits. I mean, and if you cannot hit the shots with the vandals, I don't think you're gonna have an easier time with a bandit. Leo, between a rock and a hard place, has to be careful how to peek out. And I mean, he sees one pixel of a player and is immediately taken out. And while Happy Way will show a bit of a Viper diff here, you're not expecting anything else. Should even probably going for a save. If Nova is getting headshots with an Odin, it seems like the beginning of the end.
Absolutely. Look, this is the reason why they have not lost on this map yet. They're certainly not planning on starting today. We can see why this team is just really so clear on exactly where. Yeah.
Understandable though, right?
Yep, understandable. I would not want to be in those comms. I'm not gonna lie. I definitely would not want to be in those comms. But what I was really trying to say there was just that I think that Nova, a big reason why they're so good at this map is because they know exactly where to watch. They watch each other. They know what angles to watch. They're aware of every possibility, when someone can flank, when someone cannot flank, you know, what's more probable than not, and they just know exactly where to watch. It gives them a leg up from the jump.
Zero and 9. Even fewer rounds or worse scoreline than last map, which I believe at this point they just managed to get the first one. So, and it is their second timeout from XLG, meaning that they have no outside help whatsoever. It falls on the shoulders of the team play, of the calling from the IGL, and they need to do something, anything, to try and do this. They do have a couple of resources on hand, just one of the Phoenix ult and 2 other ults that they can use, but they need to be careful about this huge push, about this aggressiveness that Nova is showing. XLG, are you ready for this? The question is, at least for now, yes, but no, man, be careful, you're getting swarmed from other sides. And Guang, take him out. Happy Way, and it's just trades upon trades. Welcome to the stock market. XLG does have the advantage in the 3v2, but we've seen this many a time still go Nova's way. From the shadows being used to get into flank, and it will be left onto the man himself, Guang. I mean, look how ready he is. Even baiting out the tag from the drone. And no, and I've told you this is the beginning.
What? No way! Guang!
Five bullets.
To save it.
5 bullets, 40 HP, 40 seconds. More than enough time. Lysor stuck on the other side of the wall.
mean, the position sort of telegraphed it. I mean, like, at this point, Guang has a general idea, but I'm not sure if it's 100%. Slowly, methodically clearing it! Guang has the ace! And everything that XLG has tried to do, every single thing, has fallen apart at the seams! As these players on Nova just have their number. Leo did it to them, and Guang responds in kind. Man, I'm at a loss for words. Utter loss for words. Every time that XLG seem to have some sort of advantage or chance, it's just ripped away from them so quickly. No man with 2. Such high value kills there, especially in a round that's as dire as this one.
When's the last time that you've seen someone up 5-3 and I don't think they're favored?
Yeah, right? It just seems that way. And rotation's being prompted over towards A now, and that's huge. And finally, no man falls. Big kill to get. Spike now over towards A, and the drone isn't really going to spot out anyone else. The real problem is just the 2 players over here in this link area, this door area. We are going to see a kill. Finally, CB in a 1v4. XLG looking to go ahead and get their first round. 1 kill found. And do not tell me there's no way.
18 seconds with a spike down. For the first time, I'm actually going to say that this is not...
Hold on.
Possible. No, not enough time. There's absolutely no way. Where's that? No, don't tell me. Okay, they did well. You can see the mental fortitude to just send 1 player out there. But, I mean, we gotta watch a replay. At the moment where Raga uses his Phoenix ult, where he uses to run it back, there was a moment where everything could have gone absolutely, completely, horribly wrong. Because I believe he just got peeked. And if you can see, if Leo does not find the kill there, then, I mean, with the Odin, it's an easy kill on the run it back. And just like that, it's another round where you would feel like it's impossible to lose. And it would have been an actual loss. XLG getting 1 on the board, but you're really wondering if that's too little too late.
That's exactly what I was thinking. And op v op, no one manages to get a kill. But... and really beyond that, information gained for both teams as to where the operator's located. So at this point, Nova know that no man is posted up towards that area of the map, but it is also the strong side for XLG. So 3 players ready and waiting here to receive, but that drone is huge. It's going to force him off the angle. Here comes Andres Fury as well. Run it back, getting taken out too, and no man won't fall.
But Leo!
What is that? 3 found, trying to save the round, and it's a 2v2 now. It is finally equalized. Both players left remaining are on the flank here, and this pit may prove to be a thorn in their side here. They've got to find Swagzor. Question is, will they?
To find something, but they're not looking the right way. Happy way. He has the counter Viper Spit. He's got to use it. It's the last round of the half. You have to use it. The spike slowly ticking down. At some point, come on, Happy Way. You know how to play this. You cannot just stick it. You have your ult. Use it. And what? Oh.
I mean, it's just a lack of awareness, a lack of intuition. It's a lack of everything. That round was one that XLG could have very well won, just given Leo's heroics.
Last player standing.
But no anything. The counter pit was there. We find ourselves at a worse result than last map, which I didn't think I would even be saying, but it is 1-11, Nikkei. 1-11. You've got to think like this is.
I don't think anymore. I don't know about you, but I've stopped thinking. Like probably like when it was 9-0.
Fair point. Completely fair point. And
the silence is deafening.
Yeah.
I mean, not only from the crowd, at least from the Nova fans, but I mean, dear viewers, put yourself in our shoes. What do you say? What do you say? They have a coin, and it seems like XLG is flipping heads over and over again.
Yeah.
And they need tails to win a round, and it just hasn't happened. Just once. And it seems like more at this point, I know these are great players, but it's very difficult to attribute that to skill when it's much more easily attributed to luck.
A lot of the time, that is one thing that I think is kind of the story of XLG in a lot of ways, right? XLG as a team, just as far as my analysis goes, yes, they have very, very strong mechanical players. Like, we know that, like you just mentioned. They are incredible. But at the end of the day, this is tier 1 Valorant, and you need to be able to play together as a team well enough and have good enough macro to, you know, not have these sorts of situations creep up on you. And that's exactly what's happening, because Nova, all Nova is doing is just punishing their lack of team play. And of course, like, to an extent, but when you don't have the team play and you don't have the mechanics, which kind of what we're seeing right now, it's just, you'll end up getting score lines like these, 1-11. But new half, XLG looking to renew themselves here, and they will need to do so in quick if they want any hope of getting back in here. Spike will be planted, so now the retake attempt coming in. This is a triple face here on the flank, but will they be expecting of this? Not quite. The slide is good, and 1 kill found. Blanc starting out. Azir as well. The rest of these players converging. Azir on his warpath. Looking to get it, and that cove is damn good. And what more can you do? 1 found, second one not there. Azir with 3, and it is match point, series point for Nova, looking to complete the reverse sweep and continue on in this playoff bracket, staying alive in the lowers. Would be huge for them. They would move on to face TYL, another one of the best teams in the league.
What's a nice shot onto CV?
Just deafening, man. It's just deafening.
What else can you say? I mean, even the crowds that are usually wonderful in VCTCN, it seems like the XLG fans are silent and the Nova fans don't want to celebrate, because it seems like at this point it's not fair, it's not nice. And while they do find a couple of kills, everything is quickly traded. However, no 2v1, Swaxer's left. They do not know his position, and Raga able to heal himself up a bit with that blaze. But still 57 HP. Spike will be planted on the other side, and happy way. They double the amount of rounds. However, I mean, with, what is it, 10 chances until you get to overtime? This is, at this point, you're just Sisyphus trying to climb up Mount Olympus.
Right.
One enemy.
And
One enemy
it's
remaining.
quite impossible to climb right now. Great round on their part. Way to kind of stabilize in a way. Of course, that is going to be the round they force. Now they're expected to win this one, as Nova don't really have much to work with. I think the icing on the cake, to be quite frank, is if we saw a thrifty round from Nova. That would be
Why
true
not?
Heartbreak.
Why not? Just At this point, would it be any weirder than anything we've seen so far? I don't think so.
No. That would truly be a put the fries in the bag moment. Fight here on the Eastern Front, though. Just some shots, trying to wall bang, trying to also just make sure that... Wait a minute, though. Guang, how in the world have you managed to get that kill with the Marshall? That is huge.
That's your main smoker gone.
Right.
Oh man, has this outlaw. In theory, everyone is one shot, but he needs to be careful with that peek. They push him and they do get a couple of kills, and the stun quite doesn't hit exactly as they want to. But CB's Classic does. In the end, XLG still have an advantage, but in a 2v1, and Guang, if he hits Marshall shots like that, never say never. No man takes him out. The third round from XLG. And now, I mean, it was a thrifty, and even then it was very close. Yeah. Considering that next round will be presumably a 4-spy against a 4-spy. 3k! I mean, so far we have 2k, 3k, and 4k. Yeah. We're just missing a 5k, an ace, and for 1k, I doubt that he'd stand up.
Yeah. And look, you know, he did the thing, but notice how, like, his facial expression changed the second he sat down. This guy sat back down. I was not a happy-go-lucky no man that we usually see. That's the big thing here. So he's going to opt to grab the operator on round 3 here.
So far, hasn't had any chance of using it. I mean, he was the entry duelist on map 1, so he didn't want to play it. And on map 2 and 3, I mean, I doubt that there was even a single round where he had enough money to buy an op. So this is actually the first time, I believe, this entire match that he was able to buy the operator. They're committing onto side now. Oh no, man, you gotta be careful. You only have the operator, and just like that, it's gone. And with the harbor, with the tide, everything is just stopped. And they've just lost one player for nothing. And Leo even just on 30 HP.
And I mean, yeah, player advantage now for Nova, but question is, are they going to expect Swagzor in that position? Looks like they will not. Happy Way falls. And that is going to be the line smokes down. Lysor, the only controller left, and Swagzor still trying to get information. Spots out Leo. Just forced off of the position, but the time is just so damn low. There's only 15 seconds left, and it's literally just going to be down to Rarga and Lysor to manage to entry on this site.
They don't know nobody's here.
So
they don't know nobody's here.
What is he gonna do?
And that's it. That's it. What a way to end this map. Nova continue their run. Continue their hopes. Continue their dreams. They still have a chance. And XLG, well, you're gonna need a mighty big reset here. And in theory, they still have a good way to get into champs. But now XLG, all that they can do is hope that the champs points go in their favor. While Nova keep running it down. And I mean this in the best way possible. 3 more rounds, 3 more games left for them to manage to get to champs. It will be a tough task, but if they play like today, I don't see how it would be not possible.
Absolutely. I mean, if you want pure honesty from me, I think it is all but certain that Nova will make it if they continue playing the way they played today, especially with as strong a map pool as we've seen from them. Man, it's awesome. But GG well played to XLG. They came out at the gate strong on split, extremely strong. I mean, to the point where we thought that this series was gonna trend the other way, but not the case. Nova proving us wrong. And of course now, like you mentioned, they pretty much are completely going to rely on champs points to be able to make it. Of course, there is still a solid chance, right? Obviously we know, but at the same time, they are leaving it up to fate and not up to themselves at this point. Nova, though, definitely trying to not leave anything up to chance themselves, as their form is just, it's so impressive.
The players going down to the crowd and celebrating. You can see, I mean, look how happy they are. They've just been waltzing through the last 2 maps, and you cannot blame them. Well deserved. Not only getting the win in general, but getting such a dominant win. Where, I mean, if you talk about Nova from a year ago, I mean, who are they? And now they really seem like a big contender to get to champions. They're still a long way, but you've got to start somewhere, and that somewhere might just be right now.
Nova 获得了本场比赛的胜利，我们也是邀请到了 Swagzer 选手来接受本场比赛的赛后采访。还记得他曾经说过，可能初登赛场他真的非常的紧张，因为他是一个来自小城市的男孩，面对那么多粉丝朋友，他可能会感觉到非常的紧张，去展示自己。现在来到了更大的场馆，面对更多的粉丝朋友，他是怎样去克服那些压力，来展现最好的自己的 ？First, congrats on the win. And I remember you said when you first stepped onto the pro stage, you got really nervous because you come from a little stage, a little city, but you have to play in front of such a big crowd. But right now, with a brand new arena with more fans, how did you conquer the pressure to showcase the best?
That's all because of my brothers. That's my family, my team. First map we lost, it was so tough for us. We didn't expect it to lose that badly. But after we just said to each other, guys, we're gonna play like a team. It wasn't no way sports on first map, and on second map we're gonna show them the real no sports. And that's it. I believe and trust everybody in my team. That's why I wasn't nervous today.
OK， 他说真的非常想要感谢他的妈妈，非常想要感谢他的家人，非常想要感谢他队伍里的每一个人，因为可能图一对于他们来说真的是不太好受的一张地图，他们当时觉得可能输了下来，真的是有一点不太走运的。然后，但是他们当时也是很及时的去调整了，他们当时很效率的去沟通了，觉得可能图一他们就算是失利了，在之后的比赛他们也能够奋起直追。那他也是刚刚提到了嘛，像这一场让1追2，他们现在面对这种比赛，面对这种压力，他们在赛场上是怎样去稳住心态的呢 ？And you said like you will like have a better mentality right now. So today's matchup is a reverse sweep, right? From 1-0 down to 2-1 win. So facing this kind of situation, how did you stabilize your mentality, no matter this matchup or before?
Just look at my teammates. We talked together. We all came to conclusions why it happened. And we step up on the next game. It's all because of my team. And that's it.
OK， 他说到，其实整个还是一个团队协作、一个团队沟通、一个团队凝聚力的问题。他说，可能输了比赛之后，他们的队友会非常及时的去沟通，非常及时的去鼓励彼此，觉得就算是输了一张地图也没有关系的。他觉得他们现在真的5个人都是一条心。那其实还想问到的就是，因为今天莲花古城也是临时更换了一套阵容嘛，现在作为队内的决斗位选手，他觉得这一套阵容相比于之前会玩起来更加的舒服吗 ？And also you switch up the composition on Lotus this map, right? And as the team duelist player, do you feel more comfortable compared to before?
To be really honest, that was my offer. I said that Vice is super strong at this map, and I offered and I showed why is it strong and why we might need it in the future. After a couple of tryings, my team agreed with me, and we just played with Vice.
Yeah, apparently it's a nice idea, right? 他说，其实说实话，这一套阵容完全是他的主意。他当时真的提到，他觉得维斯是一名非常非常强大的英雄。然后他提出来了之后，团队也是非常的信任他。进行了几次训练赛的尝试之后，他们发现，哎，好像这一套阵容的效果真的非常的不错。那今天也是通过比赛来检验了出来。那今天赛前就听说他学了一个小才艺，非常想要展现给大家。那现在舞台交给他。And I heard you learned a little bit talent. And the stage is yours right now.
Jogorendo Fei!
非常可爱、非常紧跟潮流的 Swagzer 选手也再一次恭喜 Nova 赢下了今天的比赛。那接下来让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。Let's take a selfie. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, thank you. 那 那我们接下来呢，还有我们的福能掉落的抽奖环节。接下来我们会抽取全区的观众朋友。This is a lucky draw, and you gotta say 3, 2, 1, go, and 3, 2, 1, stop.
I mean, what can you say about this? You can see how well he's just taken it. And you can see that how aware he is as well about what his team can do and what his strengths are. You can see that he said about that map too. They just managed to find their way again after not maybe, I mean, struggling a bit more than usual on map 1.
I think overall this entire Nova team, and obviously Swagzor being the one in the interview and being the one that kind of is the most obvious in this situation, but the entire team throughout the series, especially when they started winning, from the moment they started winning, really, they were up out of their seats. They were hype. They just seemed happy to be there. And at the end of the day, I think that was the most important thing that propelled them to a win, right? Like, part of momentum is confidence, and part of confidence is just being happy to play the damn game, right? Like, they just seemed like they were having fun. Like, they were playing a game of ranked or something, right? Like, just enjoying themselves. Not even ranked. At a certain point, it seemed like they were playing some unrated or swift play or something like that. I don't even know. It was insane. But at the end of the day, that is ultimately what matters the most, is that, you know, these players are having fun playing as a team together with each other, and it clearly showed. And obviously Swagzor being you know, one of the first people, this ace was absolute insanity. But I mean, it was pretty obvious to me that especially Swagzor had such good value on every entry that he got. Every kill was impact. That's really, really important. So props to him. I mean, that is clearly by far and away my MVP for the series, but let's go ahead and listen to how they came out on top here in the team comps.
Nice! Yes! LKM! Sova 打86，喂，这个刚才爆点后，转不了点。加六，没事，我一直加这个烟。他加烟。呀，那个帮我加烟，我帮吹的。Nice！ 哇！
I mean, it's what can you say? We saw the highlights of the team comms in the second map, and I already thought they were screaming quite a bit. And now on this third map, I mean, they were just unstoppable. At this point, it felt like they felt the win through their entire body. You can see out of the 5 players, like 3 or 4 players were standing up basically every round. And at that point, how you're basically unstoppable.
Yeah, at that point, right? Like once the train is rolling like that, there is no stopping it. It's not stopping at any station whatsoever. That certainly did not stop for XLG in any way, shape, or form. As at a certain point, it was clear who was going to win that series. 13-5 and 13-3 the last 2 maps. And I mean, like, that's you can just see it right here, even in this scoreboard right here. Izir obviously was the MVP for this map. 19-9, incredible in the harbor. You mentioned it before the map started, how having a good harbor makes a huge difference. And I would assume that you meant that util wise, but hey, if the harbor's shooting, that makes a difference too. You can be certain about that.
definitely. And just like with the map 2, there wasn't really a standout player here. The fact that, I mean, on map 1, it was just clear. I mean, on XLG's side, no man with, I believe, the 21 kills that he had, but a map 2 and map 3, we didn't necessarily talk about a lot about Azir. We didn't talk about, who was it who, I mean, the fact that I even forgot who got the MVP on map 2 shows you how close it was, because there wasn't really a standout player, which is always something that you want to see, because that means that you don't rely on one player either having a good day or like a bad day, and that decides whether you win or lose. That means that all of these players have impact, and it's the fact that they play together. Once again, the common theme throughout this entire stream is just playing together and playing to your strength, and they've done that absolutely beautiful. A 94% cast, are you kidding me?
That's insane.
That's ludicrous. So that means that, I mean, 90, how many rounds were there? 33, so 16. So 15 out of those 16 rounds, he got a kill, assist, survived, or traded. So probably just one where he died on the other side of the map, and that's it.
Just wild to me. And look, it's especially impressive to have lost the first map 13-6, right? It was not particularly close. And then to do the same thing, actually worse, to the other team on the following map, for the following 2 maps, is just utter insanity. That is resilience. That is a clear confidence in yourself and the coaching staff and all that, and that's incredibly impressive. So, you know, you got to give credit to Nova where credit is due. I think ultimately the big thing that they did well in that circumstance was really just, you mentioned the team play, that's part of it, but also everything else in terms of the fundamentals. Rotation timings were on point. I think everyone that on defense, everyone they had really good reads as to where they should kind of have the strong side as versus the weak side. And then on attack, they were very, very good at their defaults, right? The rounds they did default were excellent. And the rounds they split the site in particular, I was a really big fan of as well. We saw even a lot of situations where, you know, the splits were super effective. But let's go ahead and take a look at a little video.
Hopefully. I mean, otherwise we can just keep talking. Ah, there it is.
是一种成长。如果你一直赢的话，反而找不到自己该往哪边进步。
再给雷击剑近距离直接点下，恭喜 XLG 取得2024无畏学院森联赛晋升赛的总冠军。
这个双架死局了。
先近大远小打掉一个，但是立刻被捕13比9。这支 VCT 森的新面孔，给所有人留下了深刻的印象。恭喜 XLG 斩获首胜。这是一个非常冒险的位置，但是飞马架住了两人，飞马又是从容不迫，站起架住，拆掉爆能器。恭喜 XLG 取得2025 VCT 森第一赛段的总冠军。
56局的一个情况，而最终是马康终结了比赛。对于 XLG 来说，他们的卫冕之路也就到此为止了。他知道对面想做什么，对面要让魁父的边缘，最后一个人要走过来，而发的倒下了。XLG 他们战胜了 BLG， 他们将代表西安赛区以2号种子的身份出征圣地亚哥大师赛。2楼还躲不掉，1楼躲掉了，抓杠解毒灯，龙们一定要稳住这个一球。他甚至不打，他选择用最稳的方式拿下胜利。颤抖吧，比可取而代也。Spike 两边都有人，他没有顶住，但是斯洛里还在。1v1，斯洛里能不能挽救天路的局面？没有做到。XLG 取得了最后的胜利，他们又一次换人之后的大胜。
感觉人的话就是一直需要去学习怎么去面对失败，然后再重新站起来。开心这3年能遇到你们，就没有你们，没有现在的我，可能一切都不会那么顺利。
Gotta say it right now. The history of XLG, very storied, even for how fresh the Chinese Valorant scene is, right? It's actually quite impressive, right? And like I've mentioned this before, they are certainly one of the teams that, you know, you expect to see at international events, and that you're happy to see at international events, and that can actually have very, very good upsets. We've seen that before, right? We've seen XLG upset some teams that we certainly did not expect them to. And so, you know, even, you know, across their history, back when, you know, they first got No Man, you know, back when they, you know, getting Rarga, you know, all that stuff. It is actually very, very impressive that they have been able to maintain their status as such a strong team for as long as they have. So impressive. I believe they actually have, based on champions points, they have actually already qualified. So
exactly,
we'll be seeing them in champions regardless. But you know, I think the big thing here is they have got a lot to work on objectively. They've got so much to do, and you know, we of course want to see them have success in their international appearances. So you got to hope that they work on those things, that they change those fundamentals. So we look at the results once again. TYL coming out on top 2-0 against All Gamers today, and of course the match style series that we just saw, Nova coming out with the reverse sweep against XLG as well, and honestly quite dominating fashion. So congratulations to both teams. They will go ahead and face each other on August 21st, tomorrow, and that will be super, super impressive. So we're actually going to see the upper final happen and the lower round 3 happen as well. But we look at the stats across the day. Splash at the top of the leaderboard, and you know how impressive that is given what we just saw in this series.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is crazy. So props to Splash and props to Kira for their incredible stats across the day. But Swagzer, of course, Guang, of course, I can't even be surprised.
I want to quickly talk about the perfect about the bracket here, just about the future of what we're going to have these next couple of days, because there are 4 teams left, and out of these 4 teams, none of them can qualify through champs points. Edward Gaming and, as we talked about, Gila Gaming, XLG, they're already through because of the points. So out of these 4 teams, 2 of them are gonna go into champs, and 1 of them will unfortunately go home. The winner of JDG and BLG will be the first one to go, and then Nova and TYL, they either will have to win twice, or the loser of the upper final will have to at least win the lower final. So, and that's going to be the deciding factor. So in these next 48 hours, we are going to have to say goodbye to, unfortunately, 2 of these 4 teams. The question, which ones? Well, that's a big question, because, I mean, if you'll ask me right now, Nova are looking mighty, mighty fine to make it to champions.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you there. And look, all these teams are very strong. I have to say that right now. They're all very, very strong. Any 2 of them could make it to champs, and they would be good representatives for the Chinese region. But that is about it. I mean, what a series we watched, what a day it has been for just the playoff bracket overall. Again, I think a lot of people didn't necessarily expect this result, but Nova proving time and time again that they are on it. They are here to play, they're here to win, and they're here to make it to Champions 2026 in Shanghai.
Well, if there's nothing else to say, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for being here. Don't forget, tomorrow at the same time as the stream, there will be the upper final, which I'm actually going to cast myself. So I have basically 2 games in a row, even if there's a day-long break in between there. And apart from that, as always, thank you to all the subscribers, to all the viewers, to all you wonderful people out here. And unless nobody has something to say, we're going to bid you goodbye.
That is it. Have a great one.
Cause every time you
feet right next to me. Come on. Got this feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that I'm obsessed. Your body slapped my mind on red. Forgive me, but I must confess.